Where I can't.
I know, I had to clip mine on my sweater.
These things, these updated ones, what's the date on the very bottom of this one? April, does it say April 16th?
I do that and it picks up my clinking. I've done that before. And then I get a text message. You're
Yeah.
clinking.
Yeah,
Or I have to move it down lower. I can hear you chewing your eyes.
I know that.
I'm anemic, okay? I can chew my eyes.
yeah.
9 o'clock.
And as we're good. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 special meeting of the Otero County Commission. I'd like to call this meeting to order and have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Marquardt.
Here.
Commissioner Matherly.
Here.
Commissioner Brella.
Here.
And can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve today's agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, today we are going to listen to the community services grant applications. We're not going to make any decisions today. We have a lot of requests this year, so everybody's not going to get everything, but we hope we can help as many as we can. And we do ask everybody to keep it to 10 minutes, because if we keep it to 10 minutes, we should get out of here by 3:30. That's a long day. So please be mindful of everyone else's time. So we're going to start with soil and water conservation. We'll hear you first.
Do we get bonus points if we don't take 10 minutes?
Yes. I'll give you a mint. Okay.
I'm Vicki Milne with the Otero Soil and Water Conservation District.
And I'm Bob Nichols with Otero Soil and Water.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Our funding request that we submitted is basically the same as we have been. We added the monitoring for the early warning system to that request. Just letting you know we've gotten more quotes, so it looks like we'll be able to save a little money on that.
Good.
So the request is submitted, and then just outlining the things that funding provides to the county. We were recently asked to be the fiscal agent for the Village of Cloudcroft Hazardous Fuels Project, because they don't have the proper administration to be able to handle that. So they were like, well, who can we give it to keep the project? So they gave it to us,
Okay.
because we do the other
Good.
hazardous fuels projects. So having us in the county brings in just what remaining funds we have in those hazardous fuels projects is $523,000 coming in to local contractors to
Good. Is
do
it
those hazardous fuels.
523?
523,000 is what we have left, adding in that new Cloudcroft NFL, and they've applied for another wildland urban interface, which will go through us, but they haven't opened the funding cycle for that one yet to be submitted. So we're the fiscal agent for all hazardous fuels funding that comes into Otero County through the State Forestry Department.
So one question on your funding that you had for the alarm system, being we're going to redo that a different way, can we take that out?
You could.
And that was 15.5 or 16.5?
Well, it was just, we were just asking for the 1,500 for the monitoring system was
okay.
our change.
But
So
not
it's-
the initial equipment system?
Correct, no.
Okay, no.
We were trying to get that in place before this budget cycle would be implemented.
Okay.
So yeah, and then our Bureau of Land Management funding is another 220,000 that comes in for our range improvements and our invasive species program. They're the backbone for that African rue being treated. Right now, he's out there doing all of the county right-of-ways and the other BLM lands. And so that funding supports the other side with the county providing herbicide. The BLM pays for the contractor's time.
So with the funding on the roof project, are we doing okay on that? Are we staying on top of it with what we got?
As long as we can keep those grant management people funneling projects at the BLM office, We have a new agreement for range improvements that's sitting up there, and the two people that process all of the funds for the state both retired with that deferred resignation program. They left last Friday. So at this point, we're good through, we should have the summer, August application cycle is where we apply for that African Room money on an annual basis through our master agreement with BLM. And that's that 100,000 we ask from them to then put in and do 2 sprays for the fall and the spring. So we're finishing the existing agreement up right now with him out there doing that treatment.
I would say leave that monitoring charge. That's that 1,500 right there. Leave that in.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was the equipment, but if it's not the equipment, then,
It's
because
by
the monitoring is
inflation,
gonna
I'm
be,
assuming, Greg? It's by inflation?
Well, that was what we were going with at the time. I've talked with 3 other companies so far that are working on quotes, and we've got the price down to 8,000 for a system now from that 16 that we had put in for. So, we're trying to get the competitiveness, and they're out of Ohio. So, we're, no tariffs,
No tariffs.
no tariff.
That's good.
Well, did that include the installation? It didn't include the installation, did it?
No, that was where, we found a
That's just the
contractor.
equipment.
We found a contractor that does those remote sensoring for tanks up in the mountain area, and we've gotten in contact with him, and he believes he can get us a quote for doing it, to keep it local.
Good.
And get it installed, I'm sure a lot less expensive.
Good.
So we'll get updated information on that within the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Anything else? Nope. Okay, thank you. And you were short.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Looks like you got long enough.
Yeah. Okay, next we have Capt.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. I want to introduce, this is my board president,
Good morning.
Laura Robinson. And you know my husband, Larry Van Winkle.
Good morning.
good morning.
First, I want to thank you for the grant for last year. And tell you that had we not, am I echoing? Is that better?
That's
Yes.
better.
Yeah, that's good.
Had we not had that money, we probably would have had to shut our doors. We're down to 7% paid clients right now at CAP. And with Main Street going on, that's a big part of it. And we haven't ever really fully recovered from COVID. And I'm still working on ways to do that. Our insurance quote just for out at Trinity Turtle was $16,000 for 1 year.
Good grief.
And so, to say the least, we don't have insurance out there. And when I talked to Chris Rupp, is the person that's working on it, he said he thinks that it's all stemming from the fires up in Ruidoso. And he's still working on finding a quote that we could actually fund. Now, on the positive side, I've given you the
Good side.
negative. We are still seeing the neediest of the needy patients in our Center for Integrative Wellness, and we will continue to do that as long as I can keep the doors open. But in addition, we have started a children's program out at Trinity Turtle, and we've worked with Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and we've had 2 outings out there. And what we're doing is helping the kids identify what stress is, what it feels like, and giving them some tools to help them to de-escalate themselves and to de-stress themselves. And everyone involved is thrilled with the way that's going, including me. My sweet husband here retired May of last year. He told me as soon as I could get the concrete on the ground out at the Turtle, that he would retire, and he was true to his word. And he has the entire Turtle now totally cut out and totally painted. And it looks marvelous. Want to hand that to them?
You're busier now that you're
I've
retired,
driven by
right?
it, I've driven by it
I
at
know how
night.
you
Make you
feel.
wanna go
It's
back to work, huh?
You need to go walk it.
I know, I know.
I bet,
Next time I'm in
no
town.
doubt.
And I understand that, Miss Amy.
I know.
I do.
You know I support you. I
I
promise
know
I'll be
you
there.
did. The other thing on the positive side is capped through Trinity Turtle has brought more than $226,000 from outside of Otero County into Otero County in order to build that park. And I think that's a real plus for our community. Through the Harvest Host program out there, we have seen people come in from all over the world. Traveling with RVs has become a big thing, and I think it's wonderful. The stories we could tell you about the people out there and how excited they get. But I think I've about covered it. You know what I'm asking for? The increase is so that hopefully we can get some insurance out there.
Insurance is a big deal with everybody.
I believe it.
I mean, from home insurance to company work insurance, it's a bad deal. Julianne, I got one question. When was this updated?
Actually was updated last Wednesday, after the check run was done. So that is the most current as far as year-to-date expenditures.
Percentages and
Yes.
what? So reason why I was asking that was because you've only drawn about half of what you asked for last year. So we have 2.5 months left,
Actually, for caps.
isn't
think
it?
they
Am
did
I
Yeah.
looking at it wrong?
24,278, and their
See, look on
budget
this one.
is 25,000. Let me,
Oh, okay.
See, so they
Good.
used 100%.
so you can see the year-to-date actuals in
So
blue. Um,
why is this?
And there should be
That's
another, I
available
also
or
printed,
actuals drawn.
this is the actual report that information is taken from.
I don't see
Oh.
that number either.
On this one,
Cause I was looking off
See,
of this one and
year-to-date
it said that
expended is
actual drawn is only
24,000.
12,000.
Look, my page is like totally different.
Am I reading this wrong? Right here where it says they
Year-to-date
asked.
got-
actuals
I
for
think you
caps,
got the-
24,278.
let me see
In
this.
my-
There
Yeah,
were two
so
of
you got
these.
right here.
Let me see if this one's,
Oh, yeah, he's got a different one.
I have a different one too.
They don't
The
have,
books that have the financial statements in it, I believe that is.
Is the
it's a
updated one?
separate book.
yeah, it was the one that's in the
That
very
should
front
have
of
the
that
most
book.
updated one, I apologize.
Those should be the.
I don't know that I
Yeah,
have
that's-
one of
that's
them.
Those are the
updated
new
one.
ones.
should have one, everybody should have one in the front.
Yeah,
So there's this.
I looked to see when this was
I went
printed
with
on
the
the
one and the other
12th,
one.
and this one was printed on the 16th, I think.
Okay.
So
you
this
can,
one's
you
the
can
newer.
discard the other ones. It's the ones that are in the additional book.
Okay. well,
Okay, let us all regroup here.
Yes, I gotta update my highlights here.
Well, of course, I was fixing to throw it away, but all my notes are on the not good one. Okay, well, that's gonna change the whole outlook toward everything today then. All right, there you are.
If I'm correct, we have about 6,000 in that range, 5,000 to 6,000 that we can still draw on that.
Excuse me?
I I think if I'm correct, we have between 5,000 and 6,000 that we can still draw for the rest of the year.
Yes, because remember, there was an amount of $7,120 from last year's budget that all the entities had until like the middle of July to submit their reimbursement, and we ended up not receiving hers in time, so she came before you to request that that be paid. So yes, that actually is included in that 24,000 that's been paid this year. So that does include the 7,000 from last year. Currently, the remaining amount that's encumbered for this year's grant is $7,843.37.
Right, okay.
So
And
that's
I-
what she still has to use for this year.
I'm sorry?
That's what she still has to use?
Yes.
The 7,000, okay. Okay,
I don't have anything.
anything else? Okay, all right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a short video for you.
Oh,
Treat. He's going.
Very good.
Pretty impressive.
And
Yeah.
I would emphasize also, everybody, you're invited, this thing's open 24 hours a day, pre-park, come out, if there's kids out there, sit and watch them for a while first, because they get it, they have a blast on it.
You're your own grant writer, right? You don't have a grant writer?
I'm it.
You're it?
I'm chief.
Chief everything?
I'm chief, he's bottle washer.
There's so many opportunities to make that into a destination point here in town. You know, with your RV park, there's grants available, a dog park. I mean, there's so many opportunities.
I need to know, if you know of grants, point me to them,
Okay,
okay? I'm getting pretty, it's been a few years, I'm getting pretty good at grant writing. And AI, wow.
you better watch that. I've tried it, and I'm not that good yet. It spits it out backwards.
Really?
Oh, yes.
AI is something else.
I don't know, I'm
I
not
mean-
successful yet.
I can get something that would take me 20 hours to research, get in the right search engine on AI, and it will not only give you the information you want, it
Can
will
I tell you
document where it got it from.
Quick story,
Be careful.
no, it's a good story.
That AI likes to make stuff up.
Since I've been out there full-time, I see a lot of people coming and going. And months ago, I saw a guy come out, and another person was with him every time, and they'd go walk the ladder. And this went on a couple of weeks, and finally, the other person had left in another car, so I went and asked him, what's going on, what's happening? And he told him that he works with mental health people, with issues with them. He said he started coming out here with those people and not even start talking, they just go and start walking the labyrinth, because you can walk together since it's 4-foot wide path. So they start walking. He says in just a little bit, everybody relaxes, and these people start opening up like they've never have before. He says that labyrinth has made his job so much easier to help people. And then about a month after that, him and his wife and kids came out. And that was so fun. But you just don't realize how this touches people, like being out there every day and seeing people come and go. Anyway, just want to share that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate everything.
Thank you.
Okay, Almo Senior Center.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
How's everyone?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. So I don't have anything fancy on a PowerPoint, but I'm still here to beg for money. So I'm Magdalena Morales. I'm the manager of the Alamo Senior Center. I've been there for 35 years. The services that we request funding for is our home delivered meal program and transportation. But we also provide congregate meals, fitness, activities, just a lot of various things going on at the senior center. It's just a really nice, active place for our senior community. We have the senior volunteer program as well, which is our foster grandparent program and our senior companion program. To be a member at the senior center, age eligibility is first, because we follow the Older Americans Act, so that's 60. It's not a community center, it's a senior center. And I get that question all the time, and it's because of the funding that we receive. And it's the contracted funding, which is the congregate meal, the home delivered, transportation, and fitness. So with those programs, the funding is very strict. It's for food and basic supplies to keep the programs running the way they need to be. And we assess every member initially and every 12 months thereafter, because that is how we request funding through units of service on a monthly basis from the state and feds. Again, the activities, we have arts and crafts, we have bingo, card games, puzzles, billiards, quilting, lapidary, and shuffleboard, and many, many more. We receive 2 local grants. One is with the Otero County, and another is with Thrive. Our local budget covers the salaries and benefits and utilities. It just makes it easier to kind of split the local from the state, so we know exactly where we're spending. The funding that we have received from Otero County has, this past year, we were able to install a new fitness floor in our fitness building, window tint, garbage disposal, miscellaneous supplies, floor scrubber, home delivered meal trays, food for special events that we've had, like our New Year's Eve dinner, our Valentine's dinner and dance. And this year, I am in constant contact with the POC here, and I'm always emailing and requesting before I spend the money, because I want to be sure that I don't get myself in trouble. And this year, we were approved a vehicle, a new fleet for our home delivered meal program, because it was matching funds with the state. And I thought, wow, this is great. My upper management was very impressed and thankful that we were approved this funding. And we just received the vehicle. The state funding terminates in June, so it had to be quick. So our fleet department was able to round us up a vehicle through our state contract. And we'll be using that. Our home delivered meal supervisor, he will use that to deliver meals and to conduct assessments. He has to go into the homes of those that inquire for the service and qualify, if they qualify for receiving the home delivered meal program. They have to be physically or mentally incapable of coming to the senior center, either on their own or on, through our buses. So that is a big part of what he does. And the vehicle he was using is 20 years old. I remember when we got that duo pair, the Ford Focuses, and we drove all the way to Albuquerque and drove them back. So it's really exciting that he's going to get to have a new vehicle to do that, because he's out and about every day, as well as our transportation services for our seniors that come into the center. We take them shopping on Mondays and Wednesdays. On Thursdays, we take them to the local thrift stores, and on Fridays, we take them to the mall. And in between, they go to the barber shop, they go to the banks, to pay utilities, whatever it is that they need, even doctor's appointments. Of course, they have to stay within our schedule, but we do offer that to them. And so we do special field trips. We've gone to the malls in El Paso, Las Cruces, shopping in Ruidoso. We've taken them to Roswell, and a lot of these seniors don't get to go out on a regular basis like you and I do. Or if they can, they don't want to go by themselves, so they're with a group. We take 2 buses while still providing regular transportation here to bring our consumers into the center and continue to have a meal and activities. So we try to do this twice a month, it helps increase our units of service, of course, and reimbursement from the state. but we do a lot of transportation for our transportation seniors. They contribute to these programs. This past year, from March to March, we served 52,335 seniors in the dining room. We received 80,500 donations for those meals at $3 per meal is the suggested donation. Our home delivered group, we served 44,799 this past year with 35,000 donations. They want to contribute and give, and it looks great because they're not just taking, they're also contributing to what they're receiving. Our fitness program, 33,407 seniors in fitness. We have 47 classes with 27 team leaders. And we have approximately 100 volunteers at the senior center, not in one day, but helping with meals, helping in the dining room, teaching fitness classes. They're all members, manning the fitness store, the lapidary area, providing entertainment in the dining room in the morning before they have a meal. Helping serve on the line. We have a wide range of volunteers that assist us, and without them, we couldn't run the senior center. There's 20 staff. That sounds like a lot of staff, but we do a lot, and there's no way we could provide the services that we do, keeping up with the budget and all the other paperwork that they don't see behind the scenes to continue this service that we provide to all of our consumers. Transportation, we serve, that one is it is low. And again, I'm not gonna blame COVID like everybody continues to, but I am. We lost a lot of our transportation riders. A lot of people do not like to take the route that we have to provide before they come to the center, which is picking everybody up in a sequence. They wanna be taken, right from their home. We don't have that. We don't have the staff to do that. We have to take them on the run. We have 2 morning runs and an afternoon run at 12:30 to take them home or wherever we're going to take them for that day. We used to have a big group at a 2:30, 3 o'clock run. We don't so much anymore, just on Tuesdays and Fridays, which is our bingo days. So, some stay for bingo and want to get home after so that they can participate. Transportation, again, 12,731 consumers for the year March to March, and their contribution was $4,000. So, again, we invite, insurance agents to come in and just provide information in the main foyer. We have AARP coming in periodically. Legal workshops, Medicare information. So, we offer a lot of services to our consumers. We do activities. We just had our Easter activities last week. They still like to participate. We all have a kid inside of all of us, right? So we had Easter egg coloring, Easter bonnet contest, and an egg hunt. For Halloween, they dress up. We invite the kids at the local daycares to come and trick-or-treat in the dining room. About 100 children, I would say, during that time. So, we kind of do mingle, with the children in the community. Let's see, what other activities? We have chicken foot dominoes. We have a monthly birthday party. Arts and crafts, as I mentioned, needlework, quilting, silversmithing, spinning and fiber class. So we're just a busy area every single day. And we're actually going to celebrate our 30-year anniversary in May 10th, and I invite all of you to come. It's open to the public. We don't normally open things to the public because it's membership of 60 years, but this is open to the public. 11 to 2, we're gonna have guest speakers, a complimentary meal, funded by you guys. So thank you.
You're welcome.
We're gonna open the time capsule. Everybody's interested in seeing what's in there from 30 years ago. So we're real excited. This should have happened in 2020, again, COVID hit. So this is our 30th year, and we're really excited and happy to have this event open to the public. And so I ask, you know, your grants help. You're very flexible in my requests when I reach out to Julian. And she gives me a couple of days and responds, and there's never been, if rarely, a no. It's always a yes. And so I appreciate that, because our funds are so strict that we receive from the state and feds. And this is so flexible. I'm just amazed of what we've been able to purchase with these fundings. I mean, previous years, you know, a gas line that went out on us, an ice machine, lighting throughout the facility, just our Meals on Wheels supplies. We use bags, hot boxes and bags for our volunteers that deliver for our homebound, along with the 3 staff, because we have 155 consumers on a daily basis, so staff wouldn't be able to do that. We have 2 hot trucks, but one of them head out toward the La Luz area and picking up people along the way, not picking them up, but delivering to them. So, you know, it's just a busy area, and so we appreciate your consideration and providing funding again to us.
I appreciate you mentioning Julianne,
Yes,
because she has to
yes.
wrangle all of these requests.
Yes.
It's a lot. So,
It is,
So we appreciate
yes.
her for her contribution to this
Thank you.
also.
Yes, absolutely. Do you have any questions for me?
I just wanted, every experience with the senior center has
It's been really good.
really good.
It's always
You
really
know,
clean.
And now my
Yeah.
parents go there
Good.
almost every day for lunch.
Nice.
And it has been a difference.
Good.
Thank
Yes.
you, so thank you. I'm
Yes.
really glad they go.
Of course, you know, that's what we're there for. Without our seniors, we wouldn't be there.
That's right.
So absolutely.
That is-
They're why we
That
have
is
a job.
100% true.
And I tell staff all the time, so be nice. Even to the, you know, the ones that we have to give a little more attention to.
That'd be my
But we do.
mother, so
Okay.
thank you.
Of course.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you all. I'm heading back to work. Have a great day,
Thank you.
everyone.
too.
All right, you too.
You bet.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, next up, many hands.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I do have a presentation. My name is Courtney McCary Squires. I'm the community organizer for With Many Hands. I do want to just give a quick overview of our organization. This is the first time that we've come here to request funding. So I want to make sure that you all have an idea of what our organization's purpose is and what our goals are for the coming years. So like I said, our organization is With
Did
Me.
you submit any financials?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't see them.
Okay, it should be under our new fiscal sponsor, which is Hagerman Forward.
Say it again?
Hagerman Forward is our fiscal sponsor.
I don't. You got it? What, the financials?
Those, you have that?
No, I'm
Look,
looking
it's
for
in, look in this book, not that one,
Oh,
that one.
the financial statements.
Yeah, look on 310,
313.
and 313 is where they start.
Ah. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, you can go to the next slide. So we started our organization about the end of 2022, and it really started out as a fellowship opportunity and a leadership opportunity where we were learning how to create more civic engagement throughout Alamogordo and Otero County. And so under this opportunity, we did receive a grant from our fiscal sponsor at the time. They're called Tides Foundation. and we were an incubated project of addition. And so under this grant project, we were tasked with creating a campaign that would increase civic engagement and address a community concern. And so we put out a survey and a petition to find out what is something that people in Alamogordo are concerned about. And this was in 2022, so we were coming out of COVID, like we were just talking about COVID. And one of the things that we were noticing in our community was food insecurity. And so this was something that was really apparent in 2020 when a lot of kids were at home, and so they weren't receiving those free school meals, and parents were having to figure out how to make ends meet. There were more people taking advantage of community meals and food pantries just to help stretch their grocery budgets. And so from those conversations that we were having within our community, we decided that addressing food insecurity, helping to alleviate strain on residents' grocery bills, combating rising food costs, and also creating an opportunity within our community to have increased access to locally grown produce was the issue that we wanted to address. So we created this petition and circulated it around the community in order to create a partnership with the city of Alamogordo to utilize some of the vacant lots throughout town and create community garden spaces and potentially an opportunity in the future for people to have income earning opportunities by growing in these community gardens and also creating small micro farms. You can go to the next slide. So at the end of 2020, going into 2023, and then for all of 2024, we've been creating this Public Land for Food campaign. We host monthly meetings via Zoom. And then we also have leadership team meetings. We have an active Facebook page and a Facebook group where we stay connected with all of our members so that we can make sure that we're creating a sustainable program that will keep people connected not only with these community gardens, but create a culture within our community where people are learning to value locally grown food and understand what it means to have a local food economy. You can go to the next slide. We had our official campaign kickoff in June of 2023, and in that time, we've created several different partnerships there listed on the right-hand side with our other organizations here in Otero County and Alamogordo to try to reach our goals. And so we've spoken at several different organizational meetings about what we're trying to do in addressing food insecurity, but also creating educational opportunities so people can learn to value local food, and we can just really create that culture within our community where people understand the importance of having a local food economy. Next slide. Since 2023, we signed our official memorandum of understanding with the city of Alamogordo to utilize what was a vacant lot on Maryland Avenue to turn into a community garden where residents can harvest pesticide-free and herbicide-free, synthetic chemical-free, locally grown food free of charge. There's no income requirement, and anyone can go at any time to harvest whatever they need. One of the reasons why we wanted to utilize this type of model is because when we were looking at studies such as the 100% Otero survey in regards to their food sector, one of the things that we saw is for some people who felt like they wanted to or needed to utilize food benefit services, there was several different barriers to them receiving those services, whether it be they learned that they didn't qualify because their income was just over the amount that they could be making in order to receive SNAP or WIC, or maybe they didn't have transportation within the hours that a food pantry was open, or they might be at work. And so we wanted to reduce all barriers to receiving an opportunity to receive food benefit services. So these community gardens don't have any specific hours of operation, and there's no income requirement. So once we got this garden up and running, we've had a few different other organizations reach out to us to partner with us. And so I'll kind of highlight some of the other gardens that we've been able to create ever since we were able to get this one with the city underway. Next slide. So once we got our memorandum of understanding with the city, we also partnered with Alamogordo Main Street, and they purchased 10 raised beds for us. and their side street art project. We have volunteers maintaining those beds. We're actually about to get those replanted within the next few weeks. And these beds are available with food for the community and flowers and herbs, all free of charge. And like I said, this is fully volunteer maintained. Next slide. This is just some pictures of that Maryland Avenue garden site that we have in partnership with the City of Alamogordo Parks and Rec Department. We try to host at least one community workday per month. Last year we were able to do a lot more, and this year we have community work days once a week at one of our garden sites. And this garden is also volunteer maintained, so at the beginning of every month, we post in our Facebook group the days of the week that the garden needs to be watered, and volunteers are quick to sign up. So it's been super successful with that community engagement. People go and harvest, and then whenever we have a surplus, we are able to donate to the Grace Food Pantry, to Runner's Refuge, or to the St. John's Community Meal. Next slide. This is just a before and after picture of what the lot looked like when we first got started, and then how it looked last summer. One of the things that we love about our Facebook group is that when people go and harvest, they'll tend to post pictures and selfies of what they harvested that day. They'll post recipes of the meals that they've made. So it's really helped build that community aspect of community gardening, which is what we were really hoping for under the grant that we received from Tides. Next slide. This is our site on Puerto Rico Avenue, which is right behind Grace Methodist Church. We were able to begin stewarding this garden in the summer of last year. This is 3/4 of an acre, so it's a really large piece of land and still needs a lot of work, but we're hopeful that if we're able to receive some grant funding from the county as well as some of the other grant opportunities that we've pursued, then that'll help aid us in being able to get this revitalized as we're hoping to do. And so this site, we have community work days once a week. We've been able to host a job training here through the workforce, and then we also host field trips, and we've been able to have organizations such as the Air Force Sergeants Association, Frontier Bank, and then First National Bank come and volunteer as well. So great opportunities for other organizations in town to be able to host team building initiatives. Next slide. These are some of the pictures that I mentioned that people will post on Facebook, showcasing some of the food that they've harvested and the meals that they've created. And we love when people do that because it just reinforces that members of the community value these gardens and they are being utilized to their fullest extent.
We love it when we get to sample though.
Yes. we are hoping to have a farm-to-table dinner fundraiser once we get that Puerto Rico garden up and running. So you'll be the first to get an invitation. Next slide. Just a few more pictures of people's harvests and the recipes that they've created from their harvests at the Maryland Avenue garden. Next slide. This is just a snapshot of what we're hoping to do in 2025 and going into 2026. With that Puerto Rico Avenue garden site that I mentioned, that's about 3/4 of an acre, it'll be large enough to where we're hoping to institute a community farm, but then also a co-op farm where we're hoping to host a job training institution, which is what I submitted this grant for, funding for what we're calling the Cultivating Community Urban Farmer Training Program. And so one side of this garden will be available to the community to harvest from free of charge, and then the other side of the garden will be the community farm where we will be hosting our job training program, and then also a portion of the garden will be available with rentable plots to help generate some income so that we can become a more sustainable program. Next slide. And then I have a couple of prospective new garden bills that we hope to accomplish by the end of 2025 and going into 2026. like I said, we've had organizations that have reached out to us offering a portion of their property for us to build another public garden on. They've seen the way that the community has interacted with our other garden sites, and so there's still a lot of excitement with getting more of these gardens around town. And so on Indiana Avenue, St. John's reached out and offered a piece of their courtyard area for a garden, and then also Otero Arts reached out. And since they're right next to each other, we thought we could do like one continuous garden, taking up a good portion of that area there on Indiana Avenue. And then we just have an estimate there at the bottom of how much we think it'll probably cost to install a garden across those two properties. Next slide. We've also reached out to the city of Alamogordo to request another piece of property. This is the Indigo Loop Park. It's a small portion of land that the city owns that's out off of Walker Road. It's not a huge piece of property, but we think it's the perfect size for anywhere from 5 to 10 raised beds, get some hose bibs installed, and a few small fruit trees. And it's kind of in an area of town where many would consider it a food desert, so it could be a good opportunity to get some locally grown food out to the residents in that area. Next slide. And so why community gardens? And this is something that I learned actually not too long ago, but it was something that we had felt through our community conversations that we've been holding for the past few years. This is a graph from the New Mexico Department of Health, the WIC and Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. If you don't know, there are 2 farmers markets here in Alamogordo, or in Otero County. One is at Tractor Supply, the Otero County Farmers Market, and then one takes place at Washington Park, the Alamogordo Farmers Market. The Alamogordo Farmers Market is actually an official farmers market of the New Mexico Farmers Marketing Association, so they're able to take part in the gathering of these statistics. And the New Mexico Farmers Marketing Association partnered with the Department of Health and the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program to create this program where seniors can receive in essence, it's like a debit card that they can use at farmers markets. And the only farmers market that they can use that in Otero County, is the Alamogordo Farmers Market. And so this program started in 2020. You can see the orange bar is the number of senior participants. This is across the state. And then the yellow bar is the authorized farmers in the state of New Mexico that are able to accept these debit cards at farmers markets for this supplemental nutrition program for seniors 55 plus. And you can see from 2020 to 2024, the number of farmers who are able to participate in this program has drastically reduced. But then the number of seniors who are participating in this program has increased. Since 2020, we know people were experiencing a lot of food insecurity in 2020, so that number was really high. And then you can see it starts to trend down, but now with inflation and some of the things that we're currently experiencing, that number is back up higher than where it was in 2020. So there is a need across the state for more people to be growing food, to participate in programs like this. So we wanted to be able to create an opportunity where there would be more people growing food locally so that people who are participating in these food benefits programs can take part. Next slide. This is some farmers marketing data across the state of New Mexico for 2023. You can see the arrow at the top shows the Alamogordo Farmers Market and what its annual gross sales were. And then I put another arrow, for cities that have a similar population. And you can see what I think you can see, it's kind of hard to see from here, but you can see that what their population, what they're able to support at their farmers market. So they're upwards of $100,000 in Carlsbad and Los Alamos, whereas in Alamogordo, we're just under $4,000 in regards to farmers market sales. And so I feel like economically speaking, there's a lot of money that's left on the table because there's food benefits programs that aren't able to be utilized in Otero County because there's just not enough people growing food. So programs like that Farmers Market Nutrition Program, the SNAP Double Up Food Bucks Program, and the Fresh RX, you can see all the statistics on the left side, all of the funding that those programs bring into the state that our members of our community aren't able to utilize because there's not enough people growing food and there's not enough people selling at our local farmers market. Next slide. Kind of jumping off of that original Public Land for Food campaign, we're hoping to grow into what we're calling the Cultivating Community Urban Farm Institute. It would be a one-year urban farmer training program at that Puerto Rico Avenue community farm site, which I showcased earlier. It would be a paid urban farmer apprenticeship with classroom training, hands-on training, and a business builder incubator. The apprentices would be required to have 20 hours of work per week, and we believe in our first year of this program, we would be able to train anywhere from 2 to 4 apprentices. And we're hoping to be able to fund this program solely off grants for at least the first year until our community farm is profitable and sustainable, and then we can utilize the funds that come in through the co-op farm, produce sales, and then also the rentable plots at the Puerto Rico Avenue Garden to be able to stay in this program. We're modeling this program after the Bernalillo County Grow the Growers program. They have a really, really great model on how they are training the next generation of farmers. Their county has partnered with their open space program and their Parks and Rec department, as well as a couple of local farms, to be able to offer this training program to their residents so that they can have a really robust local food economy. Next slide. We're also in talks with the Mescalero Apache tribe to create a partnership where we would also be able to train some of their tribal members there on the reservation, but then also in town as well. So we've listed here some of the different grant opportunities that we're currently pursuing in hopes of being able to fund this program here in Alamogordo, but then also create opportunities for the tribal members as well. One of the things that recently passed is SB 48, which would help to fund projects that strengthen communities, create jobs, and help New Mexicans adapt to increasing climate challenges. And we believe that all of the things that we're working towards would fulfill all of that criteria. So we're hoping that if we can create a partnership with a government entity, whether it be the county, the city, or the Mescalero tribe, that we would be able to pursue some funding through SB 48 as well, which is the Community Benefit Fund. Next slide. I'm almost done, I promise. I just wanted to make sure that I was super clear, since we are a newer organization and this is the first time that we've been here, but you all could see where we're headed for the years to come. Through this urban farmer training program, it would open up many more sales outlets in Otero County, and then also create entrepreneurship opportunities for people who are looking to earn a sustainable income for their families. We would, through the Urban Farmer Training Program and Business Incubator, certify the apprentice farmers through the New Mexico Grown Program, which would then allow them to sell their produce to preschools, the senior centers, and the K through 12 schools, whether that be in Alamogordo, Tularosa, Cloudcroft, or at Mescalero. They would also be able to sell their produce to entities such as Inn of the Mountain Gods, the Alamogordo Family Fun Center, grocery stores, and restaurants. By becoming New Mexico Grown Approved Supplier certified, they would also be able to sell to the state through food hubs, through the WIC program, and that Senior Nutrition Farmers Marketing Program that I had mentioned earlier. Sometimes the state will come to specific areas and just purchase a bunch of produce and distribute it to seniors through food boxes. They don't come here because we don't have enough people growing food, so they typically will go to Albuquerque or Santa Fe, and if they see a need here, they will purchase food there, and then they will transport it down here. So once again, that's kind of leaving money on the table for our community because the state has the funds, but they just can't put them here because there's not enough people growing. 100% Otero hosted a family dialogue circle in Mescalero, and one of the things that they communicated is that they would love to have a community garden there. which is one of the reasons why some of the emergency operations manager ended up reaching out to With Many Hands to see if we can help them implement a community garden there. And they also expressed an interest in having a local supermarket where they can buy traditional fruits and vegetables. Next slide. One of the things that we've been in talks with members of the Emergency Operations Center at Mescalero is their interest in revitalizing the rail yard / sawmill there off of White Sands. And so we just created this vision board. This is a picture of the silos in Waco, Texas. And so if you've ever seen the Magnolia, the Chip and Joanna Gaines, this was kind of like our inspiration. So there they have a they have gardens, and it's a huge tourist destination. People love to go take pictures, and then it's a wonderful business opportunity for local businesses. And so this is just our vision board. This is still in its infancy, very, very beginning stages, but just the possibilities are there. So I wanted to include this to let you all know that this is where we're hopefully headed in the future. I think the next slide is my last. Yes, it is. Okay, so what would be the benefits of supporting our program, our Urban Farmer Training Program? And so we're hoping, our goal is to provide skills training and equip community members to manage the multiple community gardens that we'll have around town. Eventually, we'd like to come to an agreement with the city of Alamogordo where our apprentice graduates can lease some of the empty plots. So it would be an incentive for the city and lucrative for the city, but then also create an opportunity to get rid of some of the blighted properties that are around town. We'll offer entrepreneurship and business builder training, walking our apprentice farmers all the way from start to finish on how to build and manage their own micro farm, but then also how to be sustainable and actually earn a living. This is an economic development opportunity. We're trying to create a circular food economy in Otero County, where local restaurants can purchase from our farmers, the schools can purchase from our farmers, the Alamogordo Family Fun Center can purchase from our farmers. And then with our organization, and receiving the funding through these grant opportunities, we're trying to become more financially sustainable and viable. If we're able to receive funding from the county as well as the other grant opportunities that we're pursuing, it takes money to make money. So if we can get some funding, then it will be kind of a nod to the fact that what we're doing, we're in it for the long haul. We have some credibility, and we're looking to manage things in a way that are sustainable and everyone in our community can benefit. We are looking to increase the number of producers in the southeast region of New Mexico. This will strengthen the likelihood for more infrastructure funding in this area, whether it be from the state or federally. There's opportunities, like I was mentioning, at the state. So this is an email from a lady at the Department of Health, and they're hosting what's known as Cabinet in Your Community. This is an initiative from the governor's office, and they're looking to purchase enough produce from local growers who are New Mexico Grown certified to fill 500 produce boxes. And I emailed her back asking if they'll be purchasing from anyone in Otero County. And I haven't received a response yet because right now there's only 3 producers in all of Otero County who are actually certified to sell through the New Mexico Grown program. So I don't really know if it would be advantageous to them to try to purchase food from anyone in Otero County if we can't fulfill the quantity that they're looking for. But she said we're not counted out, but she'll get back with me. So I just wanted to leave you with that to let you know that there is such an opportunity here in this area to create that circular food economy and just to create more economic development opportunities in the regards of locally and sustainably grown food. And that's all I have for you. If you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer.
I've seen that A&M Meats is reaching out to sell produce. Have you been in contact with them?
I have not yet. My husband and I run a small-scale farm from our home, and we post our produce on Facebook and it sells out within the week. So I don't know if we would be able to fulfill enough to fill a refrigerator at A&M Meats, but we're hoping that by the summer our production can be high enough that we can reach out and see if they have room for us.
Your financial statement looks like projected from a financial statement if all of your grants are received. What is your current financial statement?
So we're under a fiscal sponsor, which is Hagerman Forward. This would be our first year under them. So what I did submit was, are you looking at the one?
With the blue?
Yeah, with the blue. So that financial statement is projected because we haven't implemented this urban farmer training program yet. So this past year, I was the only paid staff member as the community organizer, and we were operating as an incubated project. So the only money that we had was just what was my salary. And then when we needed supplies, I was able to go to our our fiscal sponsor and say, per this grant, which was $40,000, could you purchase 10 raised beds, 5 more raised beds, and soil? And so that was how we operated for the last year. And that was under Tides. Our contract with them ends July 1st, and now we'll be operating underneath Hagerman Forward.
You have anything? Anything else?
That's all.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
all right,
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, Cope.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm gonna let me push this.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be considered for a community service grant again. As you guys know, COPE is the Center of Protective Environment. We're a nonprofit organization whose mission is to help people that have been affected by domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, sex trafficking, stalking, and other forms of abuse in Otero and Lincoln County. We do this by providing a comprehensive array of direct services, including shelter, advocacy, counseling, and legal services. And we do this by engaging others in effectively addressing these issues in our community and by promising safe and healthy relationships throughout awareness and prevention activities. Our agency's strategic goals are to develop a solid foundation and infrastructure from which to provide our services, to grow a community to address domestic violence and interpersonal relationship abuse, and to provide an inclusive, comprehensive array of services. What we are requesting for is specifically for our shelter services because we offer a comprehensive array of services. So our agency is located at 909 South Florida, and we consist of 33 staff. And in this instance, we are requesting for shelter. So most of our survivors and children enter the shelter in crisis. They contact us through the crisis phone line or they arrive in person. Sometimes other agencies such as law enforcement, the hospital, they call the crisis line on their behalf, or family members. And our residential advocates that are in the shelter answer the crisis line and provide information with empathy, assisting the callers in getting into the shelter or assisting them with safety planning. Hope's Shelter also offers a safe and therapeutic environment that gives the clients an opportunity to achieve their service plan goals. In addition to providing them room and board, our clients are provided with individual, group, parenting, or substance abuse counseling. Our staff provide a supportive, comprehensive network for adults and children with many resources to facilitate skill development. Adults learn life skills that encourage and empower them. The advocates assist clients in accessing medical, financial, educational, vocational, and legal services. We also provide transportation when needed. And the shelter staff support parents as they help their children address the violence they've experienced.
Children are mentored through after-school activities and weekend outings. And these activities encourage children to help them solve problems and build skills. Our staff include 8 licensed counselors, so we want you to know that COPE has experience. We have the organizational capability and expertise to effectively provide the housing and the crisis intervention, the outreach, the advocacy, the education, and the counseling that they receive while they're residents at the shelter. And we have been providing these services in Otero County for 45 years. I've been blessed to be part of that for 25 years, and Crystal, who's with me today as the shelter director, has been doing that for 12 years. And we have 13 fantastic board members, and we've got Warren Robinson as one of them here with us today. So we've been here for a long time. We're gonna be here for a long time. Unfortunately, I can't tell you that we won't be here because we've been here for 45 years. But our staff are licensed. We have a licensed attorney who represents clients in civil legal cases. We have 8 master's and bachelor's level staff, 8 staff that are bilingual. All of the direct staff receive intensive ongoing training specific to the work that we do to serve all of our clients. 6 supportive staff members provide clerical or maintenance or finance and management services. Our facilities, which you are all welcome to come stop by and see, are welcoming, they're accessible, they're safe, they're clean. We are at a disclosed location at 909 South Florida. The safe house is right behind it. We have 3 agency vehicles to assist in transportation. So our shelter team wear a lot of different hats. And I have brought Crystal, the shelter director, with me so that she can talk a little bit about what the shelter services do.
So I just want to share that all shelter staff take care of our 24/7 crisis line and our chat line because we are always there. So we take care of that 24/7 need. And also, so everyone, we handle crisis interventions, people needing to come into shelter, having to leave their home. The stays are different because people have different needs. Some people just need to come in for a little bit to work on an order of protection or something like that where they can return home safely. Some people just are from out of state and want to get back to their mom or their grandma or an aunt or some sort of support. So we assess everyone who comes through our door at shelter and for their needs. And some people really just want to go somewhere else. So we use a lot of funds to relocate people to get them to a support system. And then if they are here or they're working, whatever they want to do, we meet them where they're at. So some people come in and they don't have any documents like their driver's license, they had to leave behind birth certificates, clothing, and they have absolutely nothing, then we start there. We help them get employed, we assess them and see their needs for counseling, if they have any substance abuse issues. Like Veronica said, we have an array of counseling services, so once we assess a family, we put them where they need to go. And I just wanna say that every member of a family that comes in is a client. Children are clients, we assess their need for counseling, we assess them for if they're behind in academics because domestic violence, sometimes we're getting them re-enrolled in school or finding out how long they've been out of school or working with them to get back their grades. A lot goes into just everyday shelter work. We have 10 bedrooms, so we get house 10 families at a time, and so you just don't know what's coming in or what you're doing today, but we're all there and we've been doing it a while. And so back to assessing people and even animals. Last year we served 14 pets also. People have come in with their pets, cats or dog, mainly dogs, but we welcome cats. No big livestock, but we can place them somewhere. But really, we serve the whole family. We try to see where everyone's at. We get animals vaccinated. We take care of everybody's needs. And then in one day, when we're at capacity, usually that's 26 people to 28 people. So that's almost 90 meals a day. And staff, shelter staff, we all have our food handlers. We have 2 staff members that are kitchen managers, and we're all cooking. We all have the crisis line. There's a lot going into every day. You know, if you work in the shelter, you're working. So we also, like, our mornings are just wild because we try to keep the kids in the schools that they entered shelter in. So we're trying to go to different schools and drop families off, and it's just wild at 7:30, or from 7:30 to 8:30, it's pretty wild at the shelter, trying to get kids to where they need to go. And then after school, but we're really, any need that you could think a human being needs, that's what we take care of. Doctor's appointments, counseling, jobs, schools, coordinating with schools, coordinating with other community members to get the families where they need to be, or assist them where they wanna be. Did I miss anything? Oh, and the fun we have at the shelter, I have to tell you about the fun we have at the shelter. We do have Jetty, our facility dog. She's been with us 5 years. She's gonna be 7 next month. So she just plays with the kids. She helps during intakes. She can sit through court. She can do anything, but her main job is to provide love and comfort. So we utilize her a lot throughout the day. And then every kid that comes in, if there's a birthday, if there's a celebration, we also have been doing, we celebrate kids who've had to call 911, or whatever it might be that got them in there. Some kids had to call 911 on their father or whatever. It just gets iffy and nasty in ways, but we celebrate kids, and we've been throwing them parties if they had anything to do with that, because a lot of confusion comes in for them. But we just try to make them feel like, you know, nothing's their fault. And we do a lot of children's groups, women's groups, and then just activities like Easter. Every holiday you could think of, everybody who has a birthday has a birthday party. We have end of the school year party, back to school year party, just trying to make it fun for them. There's a playground, and I would welcome all you guys to come out and see our facility, just so you can really feel what I'm saying, because it's really magical there. It is magical, and the things we do there is really beneficial to our community.
Our work is successful because we provide we use trauma-informed practices. So it really is important that all of our staff are adequately equipped with the tools that they need and the education that they need to provide the services, because obviously we're dealing with very sensitive cases. I could sit here and describe the horrific acts of violence that people have encountered, but it's very traumatic. And so our successes have been in that. Our successes have also been in conducting thorough assessments and providing comprehensive treatment. Of course, every case is individualized. We have the highly qualified staff supervision as well, because people need, including myself as the executive director, we need moments to debrief, because these cases can be very traumatic. The lethality of harm is different for everyone, especially involving children. We have strong community support and coordination, so we are always working with law enforcement, the hospital, the schools, churches, families. What am I missing? There's just the entire community of Otero County. We have a strong support, and we work together. And then we're culturally relevant and sensitive, right? Because it just depends, like Crystal was explaining about all the fun things that they do, while people come in and they have different needs. They have different culture, ethnicity, religion, relationships, military, civilian, you name it, we're there for them. And in order to provide these services, we have to work together as a team with our community. And yes, we're not asking, for its entirety of a budget that we have to run at Cope, but every little bit helps us be able to conduct our business. Last year, we served over 400 participants in the shelter. We provided 6,855 shelter nights of care. And we responded to over 1,000 crisis contacts. And we did over 8,000 different types of advocacy. So Chris will talk to you about providing transportation, making meals, providing life skills, counseling. These are all things that are occurring inside of the shelter in the safe house. I did a little synopsis of the last 3 months. It's increased quite a bit. So from January till March 31st, we served 28 adults and 40 children received emergency housing. So that's over 2,500,000 nights for beds. We had 755 advocacy services provided. We had 74 people in crisis. We've provided more than 75 transportation services. And she's right, I have the stats, 80 to 90 meals per day. So it's very, very busy. And what we do is a success because of the community and because of the resources that we have for clients to be able to have the opportunity to come to a safe place when they've been raped, to come to a safe place when they've been beaten, to come to a safe place when they've been stalked or sex trafficked or human trafficked. So I am very proud to work at COPE, obviously being there for 25 years, and I've seen, if I had like a timeline to put through in a graph, the increase in sexual assault cases. We are also a dual agency, so we do provide that as we're wearing our t-shirts today to promote that because it is in April. So please consider us, and we are thankful for everything you've done, everything that you've done with all of our paperwork and our reporting. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
I do have one. Your 280,000, are your spending costing 280,000 more, or did you have some of your people, did they back out? From what I can see right here, you're taking the 10 people that are financing you, you're splitting that up by 10% and adding it evenly through, or?
No, we're losing some of those funders that are on there on the bullets. So the ARPA funding is gonna be gone. There's like 3 actually, and so that's why we're asking for more monies. So the funding that's on here from our budget, some of that we're not gonna have next year, starting July 1.
So are they just agencies or that shut down, or they're not helping you anymore?
State funding and federal funding. It's part of the American Recovery Act. And then the victims of crime.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna ask about. Any questions? Nope, okay, all right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Skip our break so we can catch up on.
Do you wanna take like a 5-minute break? Does anybody need to take like a 5-minute break? And then we'll come back? Sure. Are you guys good to keep going? Okay, because we're already behind.
We gotta get back on track.
I know, we're gonna be here till midnight.
I can't, I have to leave by 5.
Okay, so we're skipping the break, so we'll go on to the extension office. I don't know, we talked about that.
Even if the bell goes off and we let them, they know that they're out of time.
Okay.
You don't have to cut them off, but, you know.
RB, do you have something that we could set a timer and just give them like a warning, like when they've got like a minute left or something?
How long are they supposed to have?
10, yeah.
23 minutes.
Sorry.
Yeah, we're already running behind. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, Kelly, you gotta make up the time now.
Okay,
Really fast.
yeah, we promise we won't go over our time.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity this morning. We have a few slides. I'll go ahead and get started for the sake of time, though. So we're a cooperative extension service. I'm Kelly Knight. I'm the Family and Consumer Science Extension Agent and County Program Director. And with me is Sid Gordon, our County Extension Agricultural Agent. So what we do is we provide people in Otero County with practical, research-based knowledge and programs to hopefully improve their quality of life. We're a trustworthy resource of information because we are backed by the research of New Mexico State University. So as I mentioned, our programs include family and consumer science, agriculture, 4-H youth development, and community economic development. So what's the cooperative part of our program? Because Otero County provides funding for extension, we're able to receive state and federal dollars. Every 1% increase from Otero County is matched by an additional 3 to 5% from state and federal sources. In addition to our county, in addition to me and Sid, we also have a extension 4-H agent, that's Hannah Wood. And the funding provided by Otero County includes also access to faculty at New Mexico State University. So we're on the third slide, I think. So for many years, specialists from main campus have come and helped us provide workshops and support for the programs that we do in Otero County. So throughout the county, and that includes from Alamogordo to the mountain communities to Tularosa and Mescalero, we provide programs based on the needs of individuals and families. Information is practical and taught in ways that develop skills. So we have a saying in 4-H, learn by doing. This emphasizes hands-on experiences as the most effective way for young people to develop skills. But it also applies to all of our other programs as well, from hands-on labs for beef cattle production to cooking classes. And we have a long history. Extension is over 100 years old. Next slide, please. So some of the programs extensions have provided include solutions for invasive weed management, how to cope with drought issues, pistachio and pecan production workshops, grazing management programs, livestock production, wildlife management, and more. Next slide, please. In addition, we have taught food preservation, like canning and food dehydration, food preparation skills. We also now help families and individuals through financial literacy, nutrition, health and wellness programs, like chronic disease self-management and managing stress to build more resiliency. Next slide. 4-H has a long tradition of developing life skills and leadership for Otero County 4-H youth. Traditional projects include anything like livestock and sewing, but the program has expanded and we now offer over 200 projects, from shooting sports to STEM to photography to gardening and more. We have 6 clubs here in Otero County, and we also make efforts to reach youth that aren't enrolled in our traditional 4-H clubs through programs at schools.
I think we're behind a slide.
Oh, yep, sorry. There we go. And that's actually our last slide. So again, thank you for your time, and we greatly appreciate all of the support for so many years that the county has provided to Extension and our programs.
Yeah, thank you for all the work you do and everyone out there. Sid, you guys do a lot of work. We appreciate it.
Absolutely support you.
Yeah. I don't have any questions, do you?
No, I'm
No.
good.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being on time.
Of course.
Timber on?
Hello,
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Chance Giles, President of Timber On Development Council. We need a little help. As the slide says, receiving this grant is not just important, it's essential. Without it, Tiburon is being held back from contributing to the community the way other communities already do. This funding will give us the opportunity to succeed on equal footing and fulfill our role as an active, thriving part of the county. Next slide, please. YTDC needs camera equipment and computers. Promoting Tiburon and supporting local businesses, presented by me, of course, President of the Tiburon Development Council today. Welcome, everyone. Today, I want to show you why upgrading our camera and computer equipment is a vital step toward putting Tiburon and our local businesses on the map. At TDC, our mission is to support the Tiburon community by identifying needs and implementing solutions. One of our biggest priorities right now is the promotion of the FireWise material, both for the town and its businesses. Next slide. The mission of the Tiburon Development Council: identify community needs, develop solutions, promote Tiburon's growth, support local businesses, and promote FireWise community practices. Excuse me. At TDC, our mission is to support the Tiburon community by identifying its needs and implementing solutions. One of our biggest priorities right now is promotion, both for the town and its businesses. Next slide, please. The current challenge. Well, as you can see, it's not very pretty. Our outdated camera gear limits quality. Computers are slow and unreliable. Poor tools equal poor promotional content. Missed opportunities on social media and online platforms, and educating Tiburon. Our current equipment is old. It struggles with basic video editing and graphic design. We can't produce high-quality visuals or videos, which make promoting Tiburon very difficult. Next slide, please. The power of visual promotion. Photos and videos drive tourism. Visuals boost local business traffic. Social media thrives on professional content. We can't produce that with what we have right now. In today's world, visuals are everything. When we have great photos and videos, we attract tourists, customers, and investors. Right now, we're behind, and we don't have to be. Next slide, please. What the new equipment could do for us. We could create video tours of Tiburon and its businesses, document events and community projects, improve our website and social media presence, produce promotional materials for grants and outreach, and it will promote the technical education of our youth. We have a bunch of kids up there that want to learn how to use this stuff, and we don't have the means to help them right now. With updated equipment, we could showcase the lakes, the golf course, local shops, community events, even create content for grant applications. It's not just for us, it's for the whole community. Next slide. This is the business impact. Feature local businesses on the TDC channels, help business market themselves, create an online directory with video highlights, and share success stories. We can directly support business by featuring them in video content and social media posts. It's free marketing that helps them grow, especially those without an online presence. Next slide, please. The community impact. We'll highlight community projects like our Deer Park project that we have and the firewood distribution that we do for those that are in need. It'll promote volunteerism and pride in the community, keeps residents informed and engaged, attract new residents and families, and showcase events and projects like the community garden that we have. With better tools, we can cover the great work happening here, like the Deer Park project and our community programs. This builds pride, attracts help, and shows outsiders the heart of Tiburon. Next slide, please. Funding possibilities, community fundraising, we're trying that. Business sponsorship, we have a little bit of that. County and tourism grants, we're looking into some of this stuff. Of course, I'm speaking with y'all today, trying to anyway. In-kind donations or discounts. We have a lot. TDC only operates, we're a nonprofit, and we only operate off of donations. So we do a lot with what we have, and we stretch it pretty thin. There are multiple avenues we can pursue, including grant funding, which is easier to secure with good promotional content. We're also working to create unique TDC merchandise and products for sale that can drive education and progress. Next slide, please. And our final thoughts. I'm trying to keep it quick because everybody's busy. Okay. Tiburon deserves to be seen. This equipment helps us tell our story, and it's an investment in the growth and pride of our little town. This isn't about gadgets, it's about telling Tiburon's story. It's about giving our businesses and community the spotlight they deserve. Thank you for considering this important step forward for us. Any questions?
When did you form this 501c3?
I'm sorry, when?
When did you form?
When did it form? 2007.
Do you have any current financial statements?
Yes.
Okay, because I see this is projected financial statement, but do you have a current?
I can acquire that from our,
And then I see where you're gonna be, you wanna help with firewood. Are you working with the forest department?
Actually, all of our firewood comes from local landowners that have donated it.
And then I see that you're gonna distribute the Firewise program stuff.
Yes.
What is your cost projected for that?
We don't have a projection yet. This grant was to help us acquire the new computers and camera equipment so we can start working on that. Firewise requires a $40,000 like-kind, so we are in the process. We just had our first meeting. Everybody's scared of fire, and we are too. So, in fact, Vicki was there. We had a pretty good turnout, I think.
Had a great turnout.
You know,
Yeah.
so we're definitely wanting to promote that material. Fire chief has come to us, and one of our local individuals that does our monthly training, if you will. He does some classes on canning and that kind of stuff. He has decided to pick up that mantle for us and to run with it. So we'll be having probably monthly or bi-monthly meetings on the Firewise.
And their Firewise meeting was probably the best one I've been to as far as just giving out good information, kept it about an hour, a little over an hour.
Mhm.
It was really good. Okay, I don't have any questions. Do you have one? Do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
driving down. Kids Inc. You can start talking. We're just flipping through trying to find the page in the notebook.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Where's Charlie?
Sonny's under the desk. He can come visit in a minute if you'd like him to.
That's under my desk.
Yes. Good morning. Cambry Seiling, Executive Director of Kids Inc. Child Advocacy Center. Kids Inc. has been a nonprofit here in Otero and Lincoln County since 1998. We do serve both Lincoln and Otero, so rather large service area. Just to kind of recap the services that we provide, we're the only child advocacy center serving Otero and Lincoln counties. Most people think of the primary services that we provide are forensic interviews for children who have been identified as potential victims of abuse or neglect, or who have been identified as potential witnesses to violent crime. We interview children as young as 3, all the way through to adulthood. We can also interview adults who may have also been identified as potential victims or witnesses if those adults have intellectual disabilities or cognitive delays, and it would be more appropriate for us to interview them as opposed to law enforcement. We work with all law enforcement agencies in both Lincoln and Otero. We also have some unique jurisdictional issues in this area because of Holloman and because of Mescalero. So we also work with FBI, security forces, OSI, BIA, that sort of thing. to include obviously all of the smaller law enforcement agencies. I think all of our CACs, there are only 11 that serve the entire state, so all of us serve very rural communities, as well as Indian reservations and the northern pueblos. So we provide those child forensic interviews. We provide family advocacy services to the children that we see and the non-offending caregivers that we see. We have Sunny, who's our courthouse facility dog. You guys have met him before. I don't think he was able to come last year. He'd had a couple of surgeries, and so he was kind of down a little bit last year. We have expanded our resource closet to be able to provide services to the children and the families that we see, to include things like school supplies, toiletry, hygiene products, clothing, diapers, gas cards, Z-Trans passes for public transportation, limited access Walmart cards, meaning no alcohol, tobacco, or firearm products with those Walmart cards if we have families in need. We have on contract to be able to provide crisis counseling services and then transition children and families into long-term therapy if that is appropriate. We house the pediatric SANE unit in our facility. The adult SANE unit is in another building here in town, but we do house the pediatric SANE unit if that is a medical, if that type of medical exam would be warranted. The whole purpose of having the Child Advocacy Center would be for children and families to be able to come to one location and be able to have all of the services provided to them in one location and be interviewed ideally one time, as opposed to having to go to law enforcement, to CYFD, to each of those different locations and have to retell their story over and over and over again. We are the agency that is tasked with what we call case tracking. So we coordinate the local multidisciplinary team, which is all of those various disciplines that we work with on these particular types of cases. We have monthly MDT meetings where we meet with representatives from each of those different agencies. And our case tracking is real-time updates on all of the cases that we have seen at any given time until they process all the way through. We don't want any of our cases or any of our families falling through the cracks, and so we are the ones that are tracked with that case tracking to verify that everybody is doing what they need to do as far as their part of that particular investigation. We have also, over the years, grown our level of training that we provide. So we do local trainings for our local agencies. But a couple of years ago, we started hosting our regional conference. And so that is what I'm continuing to ask the county for help with. We just completed our 3rd annual Southern New Mexico Conference on Child Abuse and Neglect. The first 2 years we had it in Ruidoso. This year we moved it to Otero County and had it at the Inn of the Mountain Gods in Mescalero. Our final registration numbers were 297 people. From as far away as Utah, all of the entire southern region, to include all of our local agencies and that sort of thing. Our attendance fluctuates a little bit day by day, depending on who's speaking, but we have speakers that come from all over the country. We were able to bring speakers in from Alabama, several speakers from Texas. We have a child abuse pediatrician who was previously in Albuquerque, who now is the medical director at Rady Children's Hospital that hosts the Child Advocacy Center in San Diego, and she comes and speaks for us every year. And so we've created kind of a monster with this conference because it's growing, and with a small staff, it's a lot of work, but I think that it's comparable to much, much larger trainings, and we can have so many of our local agencies come to this and so many of our regional partners come to this, all in the name of, protecting the children that we have here in New Mexico. We specifically can work directly with the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy and get credits, get accredited credits training. And so this year, we were able to provide 28 advanced law enforcement hours, and that was at no charge to our law enforcement partners. So I know that they have general credits that they have to have every year, and then they also have to have advanced level credits, and so 28, that's huge. We are in discussion already about how to get social work credits also, so some of the other disciplines would be able to receive their CEUs as well. Any questions?
Well, the only thing I can say is, good things only get bigger, so that's why you're getting bigger. So,
And so it's your conference, so you have classes that are accredited there for people
Yes.
that go to that? Okay.
Yes. A lot of conferences that you go to, probably the largest child abuse conference is the Dallas Crimes Against Children Conference, and we attend that each year. At least somebody from our agency attends that each year. And actually, some of the speakers that we get come from the Dallas conference. We go there and watch them, and then we talk to them and bring them here.
Okay.
And there have been some comments of people that have attended the Dallas conference that appreciate kind of having a mini Dallas conference here. So we're very happy with the level of presenters and trainers that we're able to bring.
Okay, good. You have any questions?
No, you do great.
good.
And I'm fixing to approach you on another project, because you have nothing else to do.
I have nothing else on my plate. Yeah. Any questions about the conference itself or the services that we provide? I do have my report. I know that there may have been questions because we don't, I haven't asked for any drawdown of any of last year's funds because we just had our conference. So I brought that with me so I can turn that in today.
Okay, I was going to ask about that. So
Yes.
I'm glad you clarified that.
Yeah,
So-
because we're specifically assisting with the funding with our conference with the county funds. And we just did that April 8th through the 11th. And so we're finished and finalizing all of our paperwork for that.
Okay.
So I'll turn that in today.
Okay, perfect.
I do have, he didn't want to speak, but Tim Turry is my board president, so he's sitting back here with me.
I would just encourage you, I know Commissioner Matthews come by the office, and I think Amber gave you a tour of the facility, is that right, Joe? And so if you have not been down there, I would encourage you to take the time. Ms. Cambry provides those tours and give you firsthand observation of the facility and exactly how that operates. So she's always welcome anybody that wants to come and see the facility.
It's not real glamorous work that we do. Sometimes it can be heavy, heavy work. And I think that over the past couple of years, our interview numbers have been slightly down, but I think the egregiousness of the cases that we've seen has been higher, and so it's been some heavy work. But we do have a nice facility, and so we're always welcoming to anybody that would like to come by and see the facility or learn more about us.
Very impressive.
Okay, thank you, Cambry. Thanks, Tim.
I think I haven't been there in like 10 years.
I think I
When
know.
first
I need to go too. Okay, Flickinger Center. Oh,
See you, Charlie.
Hello, thank you for allowing us to come here before you. No slides, but you can look across the street and see the wonderful programs that we provide for the county. Hopefully you all saw Tarzan recently, or Charlie Brown. Our mission is to provide a community center for performing arts and maintain and develop a showcase for local talent in all forms and reach out and engage area students. And we offer low-cost access for all types of performing arts. It's very important for our community. We often have similar shows to the Spencer at a much lower cost, so our county folks can enjoy that. We benefit the children of the area, including offering free access for schools, any type of program that they want to do. I like to brag about our concession gold. You guys just helped us expand our concession stand.
awesome.
Yeah, it was nice. And we're volunteer run. We have a volunteer board, a volunteer guild. Our parents and supporters make this happen. So we are here today. This is my, I'm the board president, by the way, Cindy Stong, and this is Matt Wade,
our board vice president. So we put in a request for 3 different options. Hopefully, if you are so minded, we can get all 3 funded. First is to purchase and install cup holders in our seats. I'm sure if you've been in the theater, you've heard those water bottles rolling down the theater. We don't actually resell those, although it's come to my mind if they're not open. Some cup holders, pretty easy installation. We would do it ourselves. And then an option to sponsor a show for our upcoming premiere series. You can pick the show that you'd like, or we have Heritage Day coming up, which is always, this will be our 3rd annual, so it's always very successful, or one of our children's shows. We always pay extra to have like half or 3/4 of our shows stay an extra day and do a matinee for the children for free, and those are well attended by the schools. And then the 3rd project is a month of payroll and payroll tax expense. We're always looking for funding and sponsorships and money to keep that theater running. It's, as you know, it's your building, and it's a big drafty place over there. It takes a lot of electricity and maintenance to keep that going. And lastly, I just wanted to say thank you for the projects you have funded, our wonderful sidewalk that got put in. We have new bathrooms that were installed recently, very, very nice, very needed. And then, like I said, that concession stand expansion. Any questions?
And we should be getting your back wall fixed this year.
What's that?
We should be getting that back wall fixed this year.
Yep, I appreciate the sunshine through it, but I think we need to fix it.
I know, need to keep the birds and bees out.
The birds.
The quote you have for the cup holders says 3627, and then the request is 7,000? Is that because of installation?
Yeah,
or-
we put an option in there for installation and any extra costs. That was do you know when we got that quote?
Recently, it was right before we
Yep.
submitted the paperwork.
So I think we put in a little extra for installation if we can't do it ourselves.
We're doing a lot of it ourselves right now, so.
Yeah, yeah.
To be able to have that professionally done would be fantastic.
I kind of suggested that they put a little extra into that just for any extra materials, anything that doesn't really work. And if it is a little overwhelming on some of the volunteer help, if we had to hire a few people or something.
And this quote doesn't include shipping or tax or anything either, so.
I thought it was a turnkey deal from my understanding on the,
Not sure. I think we had help getting that. Any other questions?
That's all I have.
I don't have anything. You have anything else?
All
Okay,
right.
thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Big brothers, big sisters.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing good.
Good.
You guys are in for a treat this morning because I just finished co-presenting for the Children's Law Institute.
Uh-huh.
So it was a 90-minute virtual, so I'm kind of talked out.
Oh.
Yes, bring Brenda talked out. So anyway, thank you for having me here today. I really appreciate you allowing me a few minutes to talk about Big Brothers Big Sisters. I saw that you had them put the time on, but like I said, I'm pretty talked out from that 90-minute, so you're pretty safe. I did give you the impact statement of what we've done in the year for 2024, just so that you can look at that in addition to the other papers that you've received already. Big Brothers Big Sisters does one-to-one mentoring for youth in Otero County. We've been around for over 35 years in Otero County. We're celebrating 55 years this year in the state of New Mexico and 125 nationally. So we're a pretty stable mentoring organization as far as our services that we provide. We have grown, as you can see at the bottom, for the 2024 services. The youth served last year was 351. That does include high school bigs also, which is why the mentee number is quite different than the youth served. The mentees that we've served, 241 in the city. And then we've done over 11,000 mentoring hours. We ask our bigs to give 1 hour per week. So that's quite a few mentors that have served for us. You'll notice if you compared this to last year's impact report, our match events have gone down. We used to have one each week due to funding cuts. We ended up having to minimize those a lot. So those are our opportunities for our bigs and littles to get together with the families and with us. This is really important because sometimes we'll have bigs that will be, and that's what we call our mentors. Sometimes we'll have bigs that will be uncomfortable when they first start out being a mentor. And if we have these family fun nights, then they're able to come and get broken in, so to speak, with their mentee, with us around as staff and other bigs. So it gives them the opportunity to feel a little more confident in their mentoring ability. And then they branch out from that, specifically community-based matches, because that is one-on-one that you go out into the community with your little, and some of them enjoy our activities. So we did have to cut those down incredibly. Very proud of the last number, the 208 AR events. Those of you that know me, which I think is all three of you, and probably some of you all also, you know I come from a school background. So I had 27 years in the school district. I've not disbanded that knowledge when I came to Big Brothers Big Sisters. So we started a reading program after school, and we have, I told you that our mentoring is one hour per week is the expectation. Well, we're open for after-school mentoring from 3 to 5, Monday through Thursday. So that's 8 hours a week that we're open, but when we match somebody, we're one-on-one for that 1 hour for them. So we've got the senior center to be part of our agency. We have the grandparent volunteers. We started with one, and then from that, they kind of talked us up themselves. And they were kind of our advertising, if you will. And so now we have about 7 or 8 of them that come after school and help us with with being matched with the kids. And the kids love it because a lot of them don't have their grandparents around, either locally or around at all. And so they really love having that opportunity to spend with a grandparent. And then our staff is available for that time too. So I've been promoted to interim CEO temporarily. I've been the last 6 months serving out of Albuquerque 4 days a week. My heart is in Otero. I'm coming back. That gig wasn't for me. So I'm coming back as the chief program officer, so I will be working in the area around here again very, very soon. I'm excited about that. I brought Stephanie Hale on. Those of you who are very familiar with her, I'm getting older. I know that I'm gonna have to pass the torch someday. I say hair dye does a great job for making people not recognize how many years I probably have left doing this. But Stephanie is gonna be wonderful to pass the torch to for our programming, so I'm super excited about that also. Just a couple of things to point out really quickly. We have grown from, in 2021, we had about 53 matches. In 2024, you'll see the number to be 345. So we have grown astronomically. Our leaders in Albuquerque accredit that all to me. I don't, but I thank them for that, but I don't. I think that we have a great program. We have a resource board here locally now, which is 8 of the community members are on our resource board. We've revitalized that. At one point, we had disbanded our resource board, so we're back with that. We're started a new program in Mescalero this year, just barely starting it out, so that's also a growth for us. And I recognize the senior program. We have students from Emmanuel Christian Academy that are part of our program, so we are branching out to the private schools also to see if they want our services. So it's a very impactful program. I love being part of it. When I left the schools, I thought, I'm not done. What do I want to do next? And Big Brothers Big Sisters made the most sense to me of where I wanted to serve as far as an impact on youth, and I feel like I've not been disappointed in that. So I'll stand for any questions that you all may have.
I have one up here on your, I don't know if you have your form right here where you filled out. It says a program coordinator and then match requirements, and then down below you checked, this is not a match program.
It's recruitment.
What?
It's match recruitment.
Match recruitment, I guess I should learn how to read a little better.
I was going to say, I do have that part.
But, yeah. But a match recruitment is still, if you're going out for matches for federal.
Is that what that means?
Yes,
Yeah.
match
So-
recruitment is, one of the things that I want to point out is we have right now currently 115 what we call mentees, littles, in Otero County that are without a match. And so part of this, we want to spend on helping recruit bigs And so you might be thinking in your mind right now, well, adults shouldn't need any motivation, but anybody that's in high school is also a potential recruit for us. And it's really hard since COVID, and again, I don't blame things on COVID, but since COVID, it's really hard to get people to have that desire to give back free. And our programs are all free, so nobody pays anything for any of our services. So one of the things that we are asking for help with is to help us really be able to promote the possibility of getting more bigs through marketing, through tabling events that we do. Lots of times we'll be at a tabling and everybody has all this nice swag all over their tables and we have our brochures. It's like, okay, nobody wants to come to our table for brochures. Admittedly, once I get them to the table, I can talk them up and get them in the program. But sometimes we need to push a little bit more on that marketing piece that we don't do as well, and be able to have people notice us a little bit quicker. Then once we get them, we can entice them, but we got to get them to come to us first.
How many kids do you have in the reading program daily?
Daily, it fluctuates. So we have anywhere, we've got about 15 that come, and some days we have 15 there, some days we have 4 there. We have, I would say, 4 to 6 that are very, very religiously there every time the doors are open, all 8 hours. And then we have about 15 that are pretty regular. And then we have some that come sporadically, that come just periodically. And one of the great things about it too, and we're trying to advertise it more for the schools, because I've bought a license that we can have 100 kids. So we can have 100 kids in that program, but we have to have support of those bigs too, because otherwise, and I'm not putting down the Boys and Girls Club, but otherwise we are like the Boys and Girls Club. And that is not what Big Brothers Big Sisters mission is. Big Brothers Big Sisters mission is one-to-one mentoring. So we want that one-to-one match. And so we can open this up as wide as 100 children. We could serve 100 children if we could entice those bigs to be a part of the program.
I want to so bad.
I want you to too. Well, we're gonna get you, and we keep adding little tidbits of things that we can make it easier for adults, because like, sometimes we have lunch buddies. So that means you go to school 1 hour a week, but you go during their lunchtime, so maybe during your lunchtime. And we have a couple of banks that have agreed to let their staff go during those lunch times. It just hasn't quite made it there. We get it almost there, and then either they change personnel, and it's like now the leader doesn't quite buy into that yet, so we've got to start back over again. So there's a lot. I was telling somebody the other day, it's kind of roller coaster. It ebbs and flows. We're on a high, we get a lot of bigs, then we're down. We get a lot of bigs that can't do it anymore. So anyway, but my goal is, I feel like I have 5 more years. That's what not to live, so don't, but I feel like I have about 5 more years to give back to Big Brothers Big Sisters before I officially do retire. And in those 5 years, I would love nothing better to see this program so self-sufficient that it's like, we're doing it. We're doing it every day for every kid that wants a mentor.
I was at a meeting last week, and they said that boys that are tested in 3rd grade, that are not at a 3rd grade reading level at that time, have a 70% chance of being in the criminal justice system at some point in their lives.
Absolutely. And our reading rate right now for the state is 9% of kids that are reading at grade level. And I lived a lifetime of trying to correct that in the schools, and now it's just like I just feel like my expansion has gotten better because I don't have all the PED rules against me now. And so I can do what I believe is right for kids to be able to do that. And I'm not saying the schools aren't, but I'm just saying I don't have those regulations over me that say that you have to teach this. I can focus on those kids and what they need. And my staff is getting pretty proficient. They were like, Brenda, you have to remember you're the teacher, not us. And I'm like, well, you'll get there. But I don't want to get them there too far. They'll go apply because they make a lot more money over there. So I don't want to quite get them there yet. But any other questions? I'm trying to get you back on schedule, not off schedule.
Awesome, thank you.
So thank you so much. Thanks for having us here.
You bet. Okay, I am going to take a 5-minute break, just real quick, and then we'll be right back.
Get our leather
See what I
jacket.
did to you?
Are you freezing? I know, it is. Okay, we'll have the fairgrounds after the break, but we're going to take a real quick break.
some names, plus of our open ones on the back, but he did sign up to see if he's the last one to. So anyways, I just, I didn't know.
Color coding. Yellow is a orange is a cut. And pink is a cut. I don't know if you want this to work off of, or when we're gonna get to this part.
So anyways, if they ask what this is, okay. I just handed you one.
Okay, we are back from our break.
Hi, how you doing?
Hello.
Morning,
Good
Commissioners.
morning.
I'm Dean Hackett, I'm the chair with Otero County Fair, and I'm gonna get quick into this and just push it off onto Sheila. She's worked very hard on putting something together, and
Alrighty.
so let me not step on her toes.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we did put together a little slideshow just to, so you can see the projects that we're talking about for the funding that we're requesting. So the Otero County Fair Association is dedicated to being responsible and proactive steward of the Otero County Fairgrounds and its resources. We recognize our role not only in serving the community through educational, cultural, and recreational activities, but also supporting community safety and resilience. Our goal is to ensure that our grounds are equipped well-maintained, to be prepared to assist local agencies by providing a safe and accessible facility for emergency operations, sheltering, and logistical support. Project number 1 is the removal of the Afghan pines. They are located on the south side of the bleachers for the arena. And they started looking bad about 3 years ago, and we consulted with Sid next door, like, what can we do? And he's like, there's really nothing you can do. You know, can we pour water to them? Can we? No, because there's all that pavement right there. And so those trees need to come down. And it's a little tricky because you can see the electrical lines, they go right by them. And so we got the bid for, which is $6,085 to bring those trees down. And they need to come down this year. Okay, so the next project that we're looking at is to repair the 3 rotted ticket booths. We looked at these ticket booths and we thought maybe we should just put like a little metal building, but when you go into those ticket booths, they are insulated, they're not leaking, they have electric that's all in conduit. You look inside of them and they are nice. But you go outside, it's all rotted all around it. So what we're proposing is to fix all 3 ticket booths, all the rotting, by replacing our panel around the entire, well, first taking out all the rotted material and then replacing the R panel. I think that in our proposal, I have the bid that was the cheapest bid that lays out everything that will be done as far as putting the new doors on, fixing the gutters, building new steps. But at this time, they kind of are an eyesore because the wood has rotted all underneath, and they're gonna have to be lifted up, leveled. But the inside of them, like I said, looks great.
So Sheila, while we're on this little subject right here, those are for the ticket booth deals for, if you're not using them, why are you going to?
We do for like burning of the bull. The city uses them for when they have events. So they are utilized, but not for the fair, because we do remain committed to keeping the fair free. So, but yes, because it is an event center, I think that they're important to be there. You know, if large events come in, they're there to pay.
Do they use those whenever they do the check-in and for the livestock and stuff, or is that all the way down at the?
They usually come in through by the arena and then go behind the
Right.
barn to check in.
But there's one of those right by the arena entrance,
Yes.
or they
yes.
come in from the backside.
That's gate number 2.
Yeah.
You can see the Masons' little building right there. That's on that side, and then there's one, number 3's on Fairgrounds Road, and the number 1's right by the pavilion.
In all honesty, Fairgrounds Road tonight could be removed, but it is, like I said, the interior is in really good shape. And so as far as needing to store stuff or whatever, we do have that, capability to, burning the bull, we keep a lot of stuff in there for the burning of the bull is kind of stored in there.
Fabric.
That's ready, so.
Paper, yeah. So, I think it, we've talked about it and we've thought about it, and I think it, we shouldn't pull them out at this time, just because it is the largest event center we have, and, you could bring a big enough event in, they would be utilized for sure. So the next, project would be repairing the building on the south side of the Wade. Now, it has the same problems. Want to do that picture? Where it's like rotting at the bottom. So we're proposing the same, the R panel, to put on the sides of it, just to keep these structures where they're still usable, and to kind of have them cohesive we're thinking, maybe barn red on the sides of those and the ticket booths. So it's kind of looks cohesive and put together instead of a hodgepodge of stuff. All right. The next one on this proposal is repair the maintenance building. And that maintenance building is back by the barn. And it needs to be leveled. If you walk in there, you're walking uphill. And that skirting is rotted and needs to come off. We're proposing to do the R panel on the side of that as well. Part of that, we're proposing inside to make a office for use. At the times that it would have worked really great, it worked great at Fair, but like when we became Command Central, they were looking for different places for offices, and even though they had used all the buildings and, the pavilion and everywhere around, they were looking for different spaces. So we're proposing to take, is it about half of it?
It's about
Half of it, and make an office.
almost a conference room.
Yeah, more like a conference room. And then the next thing, on our barn, and I don't know, I kind of feel like that at some point, since I've been there in the 16 years, I've never noticed that there were covers on these fans. What happens is the pigeons get in those fan areas, and it creates a really big mess, and it's not healthy for people all the droppings are blowing out into the barn. And so what we'd like to do is have install expanded metal coverings on those openings.
You're just gonna do away with them?
No, just expanded metal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll still use them. They're in working condition. It's just, the problem is the pigeons go in there and it's just. Yes. And
You can imagine, got a mental picture of feathers flying.
last fair, I was like, man, I smell dead animal. You go up there and
Yeah.
was the problem. And it's so much to clean. And so if we could just eliminate them getting in there, that would be the best. For the past 2 or 3 years, we have been, 3 for sure, doing the yearly weed control. And what's great about this is they do this pre-emergent. It happens, I think it was before Thanksgiving he came, and he put all that pre-emergent down. And we have the cleanest facility in Otero County, I'm quite sure. Because you're hard pressed you might find a couple weeds. We found a weed in a gutter on the barn last year, but you typically, there are no weeds. And so we were just asking for some help with that, because when we were paying an employee to do that, number one, they couldn't keep on top of it, and we paid them a lot more than that for the entire year to try to keep it clean of weeds.
I don't know how many mowers we bought to, beat up because trying to keep the weeds down. And
Yeah.
it has been worth the money.
Yes, it truly is. It truly is.
And that does the arena and stuff too?
Yes, the entire facility, the carnival lot, that he catches that easement, that the bridge goes over to the carnival lot, because used to, those weeds would grow taller than you, and they were tough to get out before fair, and it covers that whole area. So the next thing, as you know, last year we got funding to remodel the commercial kitchen, and that is in process. We have had some speed bumps. There's asbestos in that building, and they start the abatement on tomorrow, on Wednesday. So we're asking for funding for the equipment, the commercial equipment, so we can get, once they're done doing the remodel and we get the commercial kitchen or equipment in there, then we can have the state come and certify it as a commercial kitchen.
And this is the kitchen that the extension office uses?
No, this is the Masons
By the arena.
by the arena.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, that one.
Man, that stuff won't, the hamburgers won't taste near as good as that old grease that's on there. that-
I'm wondering how.
They're still gonna bring their outside cookers.
Oh.
You're all right.
Well, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous. Once they have all this stuff in there, that the old man might be a little grumpy with me, but that's okay. I think it'll be okay. At least the windows aren't falling in. It'll be a cleaner situation, so. And we'd also like to get for that building a water filtration system for the kitchen since we're asking for an ice maker, to hook to that ice maker, and that's $509. And after that, just in the pavilion, we don't have any like portable speakers if we're having an event that we can hook a microphone if somebody's wanting to speak, or just even hook music to. So there is a price for some portable speakers that link together. So it would cover the entire pavilion. And so the total amount requested is $125,396.55, which is a lot less than last year. I might add. So, but I think they're important projects just to keep the facility looking nice and keep it going. And we sincerely appreciate your support and consideration, and we look forward to continuing our partnership in serving our community and our partnership with the commission.
Any questions? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. You have a good day.
You too. Okay, Dog Breath Express.
And I told you last year, bring some dogs.
Oh, you did? Damn it. I can go get some. That means you have to take them home.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Good morning. I'm Buddy Gurnari with Dog Breath Express, and I'd like to introduce Michaela Sloan. She is taking over from Lisa. Lisa was my partner in Dog Breath Express, and she ended up moving to Florida with her husband because he had a PCS there, news station to go to. A couple things I want to talk about, and then I'm going to pass it all on to Michaela, since all the other guys have been letting the ladies speak. So, I just want to say that I've been doing Dog Breath since, well, about 10 years now. And up until a couple years ago, our main focus was on working with the dogs, socializing them, and then getting them over to no-kill shelters out of state. But now, in the last couple of years, with our grant money, we've been able to do something more for the community, which is actually getting dogs spayed and neutered, and cats as well. And that's been having a huge impact on the community. A lot less dogs going into the shelter, a lot less dogs being taken out of the shelter in different forms. So the spay and neuter's really been helping out. You'll still see, like, we do have quite a bit of puppies that come into the shelter. And every time there's a puppy that comes into the shelter, there's an older dog that probably won't get adopted. So that's why that's a personal reason I like having the spay and neuter program. But really, it's been very healthy for the community. You don't have stray dogs running around, or not as many. And also, I'm just going to give a shout out to the animal control officers for the county. They've really been pushing it down in Chaparral. We've actually been getting quite a few people coming up from there asking for these vouchers. And with that said, I'm going to pass it on to Michaela.
Hello. So for the past couple years, like Buddy was saying, with our low-cost spay and neuter clinics, that does also cover the rabies vaccination. And if we can assist, then we will get them their Bordetella as well as their Parvo distemper vaccinations as well, which are the 3 main vaccinations that dogs need. So with that being said, we've assisted about 500 dogs with that program. And we have also assisted over 150 pets to be transported out of Otero County to no-kill facilities, either that being Albuquerque or neighboring states. So currently, we do have a monthly transport. The first Tuesday of every month, they take 4 to 5 dogs and they go up to Albuquerque. And from there, they'll be dispersed to other states. And that's a set thing for the rest of this year at least, and hopefully to continue. And that is a big thing that Dog Breath does for us. We also assist the residents with those one-time special need medical treatments. As you guys know, vet bills have been skyrocketing. So sometimes if Dog Breath can help, we're glad to help. Whether it be their dog was hit by a car or some dental surgery, that's what we want to be able to help and make it easier. Our goal at Dog Breath is just to improve the quality of life for our pets of Otero County, as well as making it easier for the residents of Otero County to be able to take care of their pets. So we believe that there's an ongoing need for this low-cost spay and neuter clinic, as well as the vaccinations. And Dog Breath is just dedicated to providing that assistance in any way that we can. The benefits of our program: it reduces the population, stops the unwanted and unneeded pregnancies for those dogs, because most people don't know, one female, that's anywhere from 5 to 15 puppies. So it's a lot. It also helps, like I said, vaccinations, so the general health of the animals. A lot of people don't know those dogs need those 3 vaccinations. They think it's fine, they had them as a puppy, and they're good for the rest of their life. So Dog Breath, we like to advertise that and help educate people so they do know their dogs need it and that it helps. And then microchipping is also a big thing that we're trying to get into now, to help assist people in getting their animals back from the shelter, or even the animal control officers, as they have scanners as well and they can bring the dogs directly to them. And we were either, whether that's providing a clinic through Dog Breath, possibly located at the shelter to do the microchipping, or including that with our vouchers with the spays and neuters. But that is what we are here for today. Is there any questions?
It's a never-ending job, isn't it?
Yes.
Why didn't you have any expenses in March and November?
It was just an income month.
Yeah, we need some of those.
Well, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Oh, our financial person didn't add it in there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I know why. Because we've been having kind of an issue with getting our bills sent from the veterinary office, where we can then go ahead and pay the bill. So they've been sort of delinquent to us so that we can pay them.
We must have made up for it in April and May.
I see that too. Yeah.
Kind of ripped your lips off on those. I don't have any questions. Do you have anything else?
No, I just wanted the puppy.
I could go right back with them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you.
100% Otero.
I'm back.
Yeah.
Hello.
And I have to say, I'm 100% behind these guys getting rabies shots and stuff, because I was out riding my bike last weekend and got bit by a
Oh,
dog
yeah.
who did not have its rabies shots.
So do you have to get rabies shots now?
Well, if I start foaming at the mouth, no. It's still in its 10 days of quarantine, and so they see, as long as it doesn't show any symptoms by tomorrow, I'll let you know.
Okay. I'll call you tomorrow and see if you're phone.
Yes, see how I'm doing. I don't know, I read about rabies, and it's not a good thing. If you start showing symptoms, you're out of there. So I'm a little sensitive about that issue these days. Anyways, good to see you all again. Let's see, I guess it was less than 2 weeks ago I was here talking to you about the results of the PIT count and the homelessness issue. And so today I'm here talking about something we can do to hopefully improve the situation. Last December, Renee Romo from Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office called me and started asking me all these questions about what's going on in Otero County with housing and homelessness and all that. And obviously, there were a few things I could answer that I knew, but there was a lot that I didn't. And I know that there's lots going on and there's lots of people doing stuff, so it occurred to me after that call that it would be nice if there was somebody in Otero County who did know everything that was going on and could bring people together to work on it. You know, I know Commissioner Barella is working on some stuff. I know Commissioner McDonald at the city is. There's lots of nonprofits who are each doing what they can do. Faith-based folks are doing what they can do. You know, everybody's doing it. But it's everybody's doing it in addition to their regular job and their regular responsibilities and stuff, including us. So it occurred to me that if we pulled together as a community.
Who would thought?
And put all of our resources and all of our motivation and our passion and everything against it and focused on a few things, we could actually get some accomplishments. Now, there's lots to do out there, of course, in the whole housing spectrum. There's little things like, when I was out doing the pit count, there was a lot of people who said they'd be happy if there was just a safe camping place where they could camp. But there's also all the work that needs to be done to bring together developers and landowners and funders and service providers to make some low-income housing available with support for folks that need that. And there's all sorts of possibilities between the two. And, you know, I don't know right now which are the programs or projects where we could make the most difference and that are the most we have the most possibility of success with, but that's what this position could do. So we've been talking to pretty much anyone who would listen to us about this idea, including other funders, and people have lots of ideas of what this could do. It could be a bridge between clients, landlords, property managers, housing agencies, developers, and partners. It would definitely want to be connected to the local construction industry, developers, and identify appropriate partners. It could provide education, guidance, support for developers, and definitely to have a relationship with Housing New Mexico, which is what MFA you know, there is a lot of money out there available to us to do projects, but we have to do some pre-work to prepare for it and be able to utilize it. And I think most of us don't really know what all's out there and how we could use it. I know I don't. And so that's something this person could do. Obviously engage community stakeholders, recommend policy changes as needed, and also define some short and long-term housing goals for our community and put the infrastructure in place to make them happen. So that would include things like inventorying and identifying sites and making them available for projects, securing the funding, getting grants, donations, doing fundraising, and again, a relationship with the Mortgage Finance Authority or Housing New Mexico, and building all the partnerships to make them successful. So to me, the secret sauce in this proposal is that it's a full-time position, and that's what they're doing all the time. And so they can put the time and energy into making this all happen. We've been in discussions with different entities, the city and you guys and a foundation, to get the funding pulled together for this, for salary benefits, the technology they need, travel and training, and to be able to do public events and workshops, outreach that they would need. How we'd make this happen is we would ask each of those major funding sources to identify one person to be on an oversight team. And that oversight team probably would have to meet monthly. You know, early on, the focus would be on getting a person hired and defining exactly what the person's gonna do. And then as things progress, it would change to making decisions about which projects this person would work on based on the feasibility, community support, and available funding, and monitoring progress. 100% Otero is offering to hire and house the position. We're offering because we're making the proposal. And because we see the effects of homelessness on people with the people we work with every day. Now, if there's another entity in town that wants to house it, we are okay with that because we are not looking for more work. So if there's another place that makes more sense, we're happy to work with them and make that happen too. You know, when I was here talking about the Pitt County, we mentioned that there's almost 200 students in our school that are homeless. And so having a safe, reliable place for them to sleep at night can make a huge difference, not only in their life today, but in the whole trajectory of the next 60 years or however long of their life. And so I think, you know, putting we want to put our efforts into preventing things instead of having to deal with the issues that would come out of this for the rest of their life. I also have to say it was really heartbreaking doing the pit count and talking to people who are my age or older who were homeless, and some of whom had been for most of their life. And so, you know, it really brought the importance of this to me even more. And then, you know, I've mentioned the students, the kids, and the elderly people, but there's a lot of people in between, working age people who are also struggling. And all those people are brothers, sisters, cousins, friends, whatever. And I guess I really believe no one should be homeless at this time. And so I want to work on that. I hope you see merit in our proposal. If you have any suggestions, we're all ears. Any questions?
Nope.
No questions?
No? Oh, come on, you
You
guys.
did a good job.
I get information for you, I'll be in contact.
Okay.
Okay.
You know where to find me,
Yep.
as long as I'm not foaming at the mouth.
That's right.
No, and you saw in there, I have requested 30,000 from you guys, and we will from the city, and we're in talks with the city, and we'll be presenting at them probably next month, and with a foundation. And we're also always looking for grants and stuff, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Z-Trans.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, how are you?
We're doing just fine, and County Manager, staff, good morning, everybody. Glad to be here.
Thank you. How are you?
The lady that just handles that to your name is Kim Cox. She's my Assistant Director, and this is
Oh.
Paige Span. She's the new CFO that we have. Yeah, so. In that type of week already, so.
Yeah.
We're here talking about our 25, what we call our 25-26 fiscal year budget, which starts actually in October this year for us. So that's what we're here to talk about. Just a couple things I'd like to bring up, and I'll let Paige have it, because she's got all the numbers in her head. I don't think I have brains in my head anymore, but anyway, we haven't really changed anything as of yet. Everything's still running the way that it should be. The only thing that we've actually done in the last year is our ETA Spot software program that people can look at on their phones and stuff and see our buses. We kind of got that upgraded to new equipment, and now we're trying to get all the wrinkles ironed out of it. The other thing is we have new video systems on our buses that are quite capable now of recording, and we can even, if they hit a panic button in a bus, we can log into them in real time to see what's going on in the bus. We can download the video, so it's really helped us already, and that came out of our capital fund, so we didn't charge that to the county, but our ridership is going up. You know, everything post-pandemic started down low again, so we're continuing to get up there. I would like to talk with probably your road department and see about getting some new signposts put in. I think we need about 4 of them. Right now, you guys use a T-post mainly for your signs. We need some of the 2 1/4 inch round signs with breakaways because of the new bus stop signs that we have to go on those. But I'll get with your road department. Wouldn't be much at all. And you can take it away on the budget.
Okay. This year, we are requesting $46,643.68 for our Alamogordo route, our in-town route. This is only a $234.25 increase from last year. We are always trying to find ways of increasing our driver salaries. That's our top priority because it's a very competitive thing to have a CDL and everybody can get a job. Some we're always paying more. So we're continually trying to pay our drivers the most that we possibly can. And then for our Las Cruces route, we are remaining flat. We're still requesting $30,255.
And that didn't increase at all, that's the same as it has
It's
been.
correct.
We'd love to be able to do that with everything.
I know.
Do you have any
Do we have
questions?
any questions on this? Like Joe said, we haven't changed a whole lot this last year, so, which is good.
I have a question.
Well, my one question, but I just got it answered, I found it in here. You're still doing the Las Cruces route too?
Yes,
So
sir.
we-
3 times a day and 5 days a week.
Okay, I think that's it.
I have a question real quick.
Oh,
What is the feasibility and, like, could Z-Trans cover this idea? Running shuttles from the mall parking lot to the fairgrounds during the fair, and also potentially from Greg's Field parking lots to the fair?
Yeah, it's something we can entertain and look at. The only thing is we have to get permission from NMDOT, Transit Road Division, because it's outside of our normal services that we do. But if you let us know what we need, we'll see what we can do and go from there.
Okay, but barring if we can get the DOT part covered, that would be something that you guys could feasibly cover and support?
Again, if I know the hours and all that, yeah, let's look at that and see what we can do.
Okay, all right.
okay, all right, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, the Alamogordo Chamber.
Okay.
We're looking for you in our book.
How you guys doing today?
Well, good morning.
There.
Good morning, Madam
That's it.
Chair,
Good
Commissioners, Manager Heldner, Administration. Feel blessed to be here today. We sure appreciate your support, your continued support of the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce. We feel like the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce is vital to the upcoming years and the next chapter and seasons in our community, and we just genuinely appreciate your support for supporting us. We have big plans on the horizon. What I'd like to do is just transition perhaps to a video that we put together that is a condensation of some of the things that we are accomplishing at the Chamber, so.
In the heart of progress, there are individuals and organizations who stand at the crossroads of growth, innovation, and connection. They understand that true success doesn't come from isolated efforts, but from collaboration of communities, businesses, and leaders who are all working towards a common goal. At the forefront of this progress is the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce, an organization dedicated to ensuring that this region continues to grow and thrive. Their leadership is not just about supporting business, it's about cultivating connections, creating opportunities, and strengthening communities. At the heart of the community lies the Visitor Center, a beacon for those discovering the region for the first time. Managed by the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce, this dynamic space provides visitors with a gateway to experience the vibrancy, culture, and opportunity this place offers. Through the Business Impact and Governmental Relations (BIGGER) host program, the Chamber creates a platform for businesses to thrive. It's a space where the most influential minds come together, share ideas, and build the future of commerce, industry, and governance. And through the Vibe at 5 networking event, the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce brings together businesses and community leaders to collaborate, innovate, and take the region to new heights.
Is that $50,000 internet?
It's trying.
We do have a contingency plan if that doesn't work.
Okay.
We have a jump
I
drive.
think we need it.
And I hope we can see it because it's really a nice video. It's really good.
I think that was to your Google Drive, right?
Yeah, the last one that you saw, that's correct.
Adam is always prepared.
Yeah.
Absolutely is.
In the heart of progress, there are individuals and organizations who stand at the crossroads of growth, innovation, and connection. They understand that true success doesn't come from isolated efforts, but from collaboration of communities, businesses, and leaders who are all working towards a common goal. At the forefront of this progress is the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce, an organization dedicated to ensuring that this region continues to grow and thrive. Their leadership is not just about supporting business, it's about cultivating connections, creating opportunities, and strengthening communities. At the heart of the community lies the Visitor Center, a beacon for those discovering the region for the first time. Managed by the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce, this dynamic space provides visitors with a gateway to experience the vibrancy, culture, and opportunity this place offers. Through the Business Impact and Governmental Relations (BIGGER) host program, the Chamber creates a platform for businesses to thrive. It's a space where the most influential minds come together, share ideas, and build the future of commerce, industry, and governance. And through the Vibe at 5 networking event, the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce brings together businesses and community leaders to collaborate, innovate, and take the region to new heights. When new businesses open their doors, the Chamber is there to support them, leading the charge at the businesses' ribbon cuttings, celebrating new beginnings, and fueling the entrepreneurial spirit that drives economic vitality. With a keen understanding of the digital landscape, the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce ensures that our region stays connected, innovative, and ahead of the curve, championing technology and digital business solutions to empower the local economy. As the leader of Gateway Freedom Monument Project, the Chamber helps bring to life a symbol of our shared history and the promise of a brighter future for all. Through the Rocket Reboot Initiative and the STEM Strategic Plan, the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce is investing in the future, helping to shape the next generation of innovators, engineers, and leaders who will lead us into the future of space exploration, technology, and beyond. As the architect of Project Rise, the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce ensures that no one is left behind, that every person, every community has the chance to rise and succeed. It's more than just a project, it's a movement, a promise to build a future where every dream can take flight. Innovation continues with the Otero County 360 Virtual Tour, a groundbreaking initiative showcasing the region like never before. Developed through countless hours of work, this immersive experience brings the beauty of Otero County to screens around the world. From the first nuclear test site to cutting-edge marketing techniques, Otero County remains a pioneer of progress. Comprised of dozens of 360-degree images, this interactive platform serves tourists, new residents, and Holloman Air Force Base families alike. It highlights the county's diverse landscape, from the iconic dunes of White Sands National Park to the lush green forest of Cloudcroft at 9,000 feet. Visitors can explore, discover, and plan their experience through this single all-encompassing website, making it a one-stop shop for everything Otero County has to offer. The Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce and Skyview TV will continue to expand this virtual tour experience, capturing even more of the county's hidden gems. As the seasons change, so will the tour, evolving to include vibrant summer forests, picturesque trails, and serene campgrounds, ensuring a complete and ever-growing experience for all. This is a story of growth, of vision, and collaboration. A story about an organization that understands that every milestone is a collective achievement, and every connection is a step towards something greater. Together, we rise. Together, we thrive. The Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce leading the way, empowering the future.
So that's just the tip of the iceberg of some of the things that we're doing. But before I go on, I do need to introduce this young man next to me. Most of y'all know him. He's the owner, operator, and a great partner of the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce, Adam Hoppus.
Thank you. When it comes to tourism, the Otero County checks all the boxes. And using our business plan, we're able to capitalize on that, all of our natural resources, and put it on one website. There we go. We're able to put all of our natural resources into the tour on one website, convenient for people all around the world, thousands of people all around the world to view it. The Otero County 360 virtual tour, although simple to the end user, is setting the standard for the next generation of tourism. What you saw is something that has never been done before to this extent and to this involvement of our local community. The tour currently has over 50 hotspots across the county, and we plan to more than double that upon renewal and through the summer months for a more green experience. By investing in the chamber, you're also investing in the future of marketing and once again putting Otero County at the forefront of innovation.
So Adam's done a great job at the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce. Probably one of the best decisions that I've made in my 30-plus year career is to hire this young man. This young man is an individual that truly loves Alamogordo, just like all of us in this room. And to take initiatives literally to the next level is something that he's done. He is the future of Alamogordo. So to have him part of the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce is a blessing for all of us. We have so many things that happen at the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce. I'm just going to rattle off the list. You do have the application, but it seems, though, that the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce is a multi-dimensional type entity where it's almost a one-shop stop to all. At one time, we have people that come in and, use the dump station that's next and then want a map of Oklahoma. We had one of those come in today. And then the next thing you know, we are meeting with high-ranking officials at Halleman Air Force Base. And the next day, we'll have key legislators having roundabouts. So it's an important place. It's an important place for not just Alamogordo, not just Otero County, not just the state of New Mexico, but also our country. And you can see that through the Gateway Freedom Monument, which is a project that we're very, very, very proud of. But we also, we're the liaison for investors and economic development endeavors. I can't tell you how many times the circle is in triangulation between the county, the city, Halleman Air Force Base, outside investors, and to the Chamber of Commerce, asking us to put people together. We've been working with some of the infrastructure needs throughout the county, and the simplest, most efficient way in many cases is to come to the Chamber of Commerce because it is the neutral site for everyone. So a lot of great things are happening with economic development, and I appreciate what Peg Krim said a minute ago, just the idea of putting people together for our housing needs. Well, the Alamogordo Chamber of Commerce is front and center. I can list 3 different investors that are active, very active in building apartment complexes and subdivisions. So again, is that my 10 minutes? Oh my gosh, is that my buzzer? Oh my God. I'm gonna push through this, because I know y'all are busy, but.
No, it's the buzzer.
So we're front and center with, bringing in economic growth. We do have a vision, a strategic plan that absolutely aligns with the city and the county. And so I think that's important for y'all to know that. Of course, Skyview 2U, the drone service delivering interactive virtual tours, is a huge thing. We're facilitating military and community relations on a daily basis. We're facilitating tribal relations. Some of the recent developments puts the Chamber of Commerce right in the middle of that with other opportunities in the near future. So the management of the visitor center is a big deal, and it's not just about Alamogordo, it's about Otero County. We have people from all over the world that stop into the visitor center, and whether they want to have a map of Oklahoma or dump their trailer or learn more about the Falcon rocket and our great rocket history, it really is a great place. The business and impact governmental relationship, the bigger meeting is an awesome thing. We have leaders from all over our community that come once a month, and we do a roundabout so people stay informed. The Vibe of 5 has been spectacular. We'll continue to grow. Sarah Kristnick is on our team, and we are the ones that are leading in the way of supporting military spouses, and she's one of those. Her husband is a crew chief out at Halleman Air Force Base, and incredibly blessed to have her as part of our team. We have lots of ribbon cuttings, online business directory, the Gateway Freedom Monument. I know most people in the room are tracking that. We are on track and in budget. We have so many amazing people in this community that are making this happen, and of course we appreciate Otero County and all of the extra support systems that we have. Really genuinely appreciate that. It's going to be spectacular. Currently working on getting an F4 flyover as soon as we do the ribbon cutting. That's right around the corner. That's going to be in August. Of course, I talked a little bit about the Rocket Reboot. The STEM strategic plan is really, really incredible. The discussions of the new STEM charter school, working with APS, working with Starbase, which has been reactivated, and of course, working with the New Mexico Museum of Space History, and putting all of those factors together to create jobs and keep our kids in town and keep them close and pay them well. We work hand in hand again with Holloman Air Force Base. The 704th is a very intricate part of our community, as we know, and that hypersonic test track, it's coming. And we all need to have conversations about prepping for that, whether it be through infrastructure, housing, and quality of life factors. It's coming, and it's going to be a big deal. So very excited about that. And then, of course, Project RISE, we are the architect behind that. And thank goodness for the resolution that y'all passed last year. The Alamogordo Public Schools, the Chamber of Commerce, Main Gate United, and the City of Alamogordo have all passed through resolution to support that. And basically what it is, that's another hour, but the essentials of that, using a common language to a common goal. And we're all doing that together, and we're gonna rise our community. And we're very excited about the future, and I hope you are too. And I hope that you're proud of the Chamber of Commerce for doing the things that we are doing to support your mission as commissioners. So I stand for any questions. I know I went over, but you know how I get sometimes if you give me the mic.
Well, you guys are doing great work at the chamber. And Adam, we call you the Wonder Boy for a reason. I don't think I have any questions.
Just one more date that you do need to put on your calendar, and it kind of goes, is Peg still here? They left. So this whole housing situation, we're front and center. We're in the middle of all of this. But on June 12th, we are working with Holloman Air Force Base to put essentially a learning session on for our community. We'll invite investors, contractors, commissioners. You can't make it, can you?
We have a county commission meeting
We have a
that day.
county commission meeting that day, so I still haven't solidified the hour on that.
I was gonna request if we could move that meeting a week earlier for that month.
That would be good. We'll have to check our,
So if we do that, then you could go.
So we'll have a lot of folks attending this, so we can actually have a great conversation with all kinds of different perspectives, so we can start developing a strategic plan together. That's the idea behind it.
perfect. Do you have a time?
Don't have a time yet,
No
but
time
we
yet?
do.
Okay.
I do have the date, but
Okay.
not the time. And we're developing an agenda with community liaisons out at Holloman.
Okay, I don't have any questions.
No, I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate
We
y'all.
enjoyed the video.
Thank you so
It's
much.
very cool. Okay, keep Tularosa beautiful.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Kendra. My name is Kendra King. It's the first time I'm meeting you guys today. And I might have been unprepared, I'm not sure. I went by Rusty's instructions, which was just go tell him our stuff. And so I did just send an email with the slides just now, if you guys want to see a presentation that I have prepared. But if not, if it wasn't submitted in time, I do have a handout that I could, because like I said, I kind of just tried to personally prepare. I was like, well.
I think the handout's fine.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I just sent it.
You're from Ruidoso.
I am from
I
Ruidoso.
met you at the,
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Yeah, I was the Main Street director there.
Got
And
it.
so, yes, and it's funny because I've had my eye on Tularosa. I actually lived in Bent. I lived in Bent while I was the director in Ruidoso. And so, what is it like to work 8 miles from your house? That's crazy. This is.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I need 6 of these. I don't know. I wasn't sure.
Just one is fine for us over here. Perfect, thank you very much.
So the information in that handout, which I'm not gonna go over it line for line, I can just kind of give you guys a rough catch-up on what's been happening in the last year with Keep Tularosa Beautiful. So, as you all know, I'm sure you guys have met Rusty. He's a powerhouse of a community advocate. And so he's really rallied some great community support on doing several projects around Tularosa. But as we know, whenever you're a solo volunteer nonprofit operator, there's a great burnout factor. And so in this last year, he was just hitting all of the dead ends. Everything was just, every permit was denied and everything was just kind of not really lining up. And I think he was kind of fizzling in that fuse to where it was getting close to that burnout, which is always sad for a community when you lose such a powerhouse of a player like that. And fortunately, through just the way that things happened, he actually received this Q-Linda grant funding in October, which was right about the time that he was ready to give up. And we'll be honest with that. And when he received this grant funding, one of the requirements on the Q-Linda grant funding was to hire a program coordinator, a grant coordinator. And so fortunately for me, here I was looking to be in the Otero County area because I spent 20 years in Ruidoso and I was also facing burnout. So I wanted to relocate myself, be a little bit closer to home. I moved my daughter to Tularosa schools and she's absolutely loving it. And so there I was kind of really looking to be involved in this kind of community development work. And Rusty and I had been crossing paths and talking because I was looking to work with a Main Street program in Tularosa. But it's hard to get those things set up. It takes time. Once they get set up and they get traction. And I know Alamogordo was just recently recognized for a lot of accomplishments. And so anyways, with this Q-Linda grant funding, he was able to hire me as a program coordinator. And so here I came, and it's just a thrilling, it's exciting for both of us because he has relief now on the program. It's not entirely reliant on his back. And so I don't know how he feels about me telling him what to do all the time because he is my boss, but we've been having some really good working traction taking place. And so in this packet, what's broken down is the work plan that the Village of Tularosa did approve for this grant funding. And so this is what we're doing with this grant funding. They were approved for $200,000, and this is how we're going to work this. But as you see, $200,000 goes really fast, and so it's not going to cover all of the things that we want to do forever and ever, of course. And I am funded as the director for the next year, and I'm thrilled about that because I have my eye on the prize. I know, and when we also have opportunity to go after this same funding for the next 3 years, so we're really hoping to stand out in the program and maybe be able to continue to receive that funding for the next 3 years. And it will taper, the funding will taper down, but hopefully we can at least continue to fund the director. And then also we took on, one of the Q-Linda requirements was a formalization of the beautification program. Well, what does that look like? The formal beautification program right now in Tularosa was Rusty in his truck. And so, but, I understood where they're planning for longevity. They don't want to see the funds run out of these programs and then everything just, fizzle down and fall apart. So this was really a great opportunity for Rusty to build this program to capacity to where he could step away from it as a volunteer if he so choose, or, that we could have a rotation of not only employees possibly, but board members and volunteers and community participants, as well as different partnerships and participations and always ongoing seeking grant support. And so we did since this Q-Linda funding, we have applied for 2 additional grants to help Tularosa, one for a bathroom so that we could complete the splash pad, and then another one for just a clean and clear that we were gonna mural the inside of those walls that stand in the park and, the old racquetball walls. So we do have great plans, and we are really trying to get somewhere with it. But in this current planning with this funding, our main, it was hard, but we wanted to pick 2 or 3 things that were really going to make an impact on Tularosa that we can have something to show for it once the money is run out. So formalizing the beautification, we rented a piece of empty property on Granado Street for a year and paid the lease there so that we can host events, maybe some recycled art workshops, and just be able to do some community action things, because not everybody wants to go to Village Hall sometimes whenever, just coming up, we're going to host they're building a comprehensive plan, and so they want to have a community get-together for that comprehensive plan. You know how hard it is to do those things, and when only 4 or 5 people show up, it's kind of tough, you know. So our goal this month, it'll be kind of a grand opening for the building, is we'll be hosting that comprehensive kickoff plan, and so that's exciting for Keep Tularosa Beautiful, for the village, and for the planning of the future and stuff. And so already we see that workspace working, that where it's not out of Rusty's truck. And so, and then a second, the most important priority that you see that we budgeted the largest amount of this money for is the medians in Tularosa. And I have to be honest, when I was hired as the grant coordinator and I listened to all the requirements for the QLINDA grant, it was really tough to narrow that down because QLINDA is DOT related, and DOT does spend a lot of money, millions of dollars on our roadway every year. And they wanted this money to go to community development, not the roadways. But our primary target project was on the roadways. And so it was really tricky to kind of riddle that out. And I took the first QLINDA class, and they presented us with a public speaker that talked about how important the community collaborative efforts are to succeed. And when I heard that, I realized that between Rusty's passion with these medians and this money, if we don't finish these medians, that he has been desperately working on for years now, we're going to lose him as a community advocate, and he's not going to feel good about the work that he did. So if we could, see through that work, I really believe that it'll leave a mark. And so that was where we picked that largest amount. When I originally reached out and got my first estimate on one median that was like 300 feet long, it came back $30,000 to have it zero-scaped. And I was like, oh my gosh, no wonder they haven't been done. So I realized that we were really going to have to go to the drawing board with this and make this work. And I think that only works when you have passionate players. And because we do have those passionate players, that community collaborative action is happening. And with this, we set aside $70,000 for it. We're going to use $70,000. We're going to make those medians happen. It is going to happen with a large amount of volunteer work. Rusty's really good with working with the FFA students and the National Honor Society. And then volunteers seem to be interested now that we've got these kids doing these things. He has a really good success rate with getting 20 to 60 volunteers to show up when he asks for community cleanups or a landscaping project, cutting roses, whatever it is. So we want to keep that energy and that momentum moving. And so we're going to use that energy and that momentum, and we're going to landscape those. I shouldn't use the word landscape, isn't really the word, because landscaping wasn't really what any of us were looking for. We want to reimagine or reinvent those medians and make them, enhance them, because they're already existing, they're already functioning, but they just don't really represent our community really well. They kind of trash gathers on them, and we are the city of roses, and so we would like to have a beautiful representation of, more roses present to our visitors as they pass through. And so that was what we were asking you all for help with, was landscaping for plants and just that kind of material. That was what we needed. I believe it's a similar amount to what Rusty's asked for in the past, but this was working with what we had right now and what we have capacity for. We don't want to overstretch ourselves. As you see, we have a lot of work cut out for us on this budget and on this work plan here that we are going to address, and we felt like asking for that amount of landscaping material kind of fell right in line with what we were doing, and it didn't overstretch us or overextend us into other tentacles of all kinds of, you can get down the rabbit hole of all the fun things you can find to do. And so really that was what I came to talk to you guys about today, and I thank you so much for getting the opportunity, and thank you for recognizing me and my other roles around the community. I did work in Ruidoso for 20 years, and I loved it. It was hard to leave, but so just don't realize sometimes, like, why just this itch? Maybe I need to go somewhere. And it was just home, I guess. It was only 8 miles down the road, but I ran into one of my friends at the grocery store the other day, and she said, "Welcome home," and I was like, wow.
Yeah. Do you have a current financial statement?
I am not sure what Rusty submitted to you guys. I thought that he said that he did submit something that was of a current financial report or statement of some kind. But I do not I do not have that with me, or I would be happy to share it with you. And then unfortunately, Rusty had a doctor's appointment today. So here we go. It was one of those things where he took this breath. He was like, "Can you go without me?" I was like, "Yeah, I can." So.
Have you worked out the problems with watering the roses in the medians?
So we are actually addressing that. We do not have a DOT approved permit to work on those medians yet. And they also want to know what our plans for that are. So we are working on all of the requirements to get that permit approved with the village. And we're on, like, I would say step 3 of 5. We're getting really close. Like, we're not ready to submit it yet. We do need to hire a TCS, which is a traffic certified supervisor. And then that's gonna help with our, with like addressing the cones in the road and stuff while we do workshops. And then they do wanna know how we're gonna water them, which they have authorized a partnership with the village. And so we are working out, checking all of those boxes to be able to give that exact detailed plan to the DOT for a permit approval.
Great news.
I know, it's a lot. It's hard.
Okay, all right.
That's good.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we are gonna break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1. It's 10 after 12, that won't be quite an hour, but maybe we can kind of get back on track. Okay, all right, thank you. ready to continue on. Next one up is Community Power New Mexico.
Hi, howdy, y'all. We brought props.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So my name is Evan Lambert. This is Jacob Justice. We are here representing Community Power New Mexico. We are signing into a meeting so that way we can display what we're doing on the screen here. Perfect. The props that we brought are tools. So we are opening what's called the Labor Hub, the Otero County Labor Hub. This is a tool library, it is a materials bank, it is an educational space, and many, many other things. So the way this works is folks can check out tools, right, for free. It's like a Home Depot, but a library, or a library that has tools, if you will. And they can also get everything from the lumber to the screw, silicone, sealant, roofing tar, PVC pipe, anything that you need to fix your house or your neighbor's house. Or, anything you need there. We're getting everything set up for you so you can see up there. Sorry, we'll keep the momentum going. I believe in us. You guys tell I had coffee today? I'm really, really, really excited. I've been waiting to do this with you guys. There we go. Now I'm gonna one thing real quick. We got that barcode scan on. It's funny. We had to port everything over into the laptop to show you guys. Let's see here. Tell me we can leave that outside. Seems like it. Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't grow legs, right? Unless you want to run and get it real quick. It's on the pedestal there.
Up to you to keep the momentum up.
All right, I believe in us. So, in that case, I'm going to share screen. If I can. Oh, there we go. Share.
What you're doing is actually on.
Huh?
So it's shown. Oh, never mind. You still need to share the screen.
Yeah. All right, cool. So, just to show you guys a little bit of the impact here. One of the important things that we base our work off of is data, right? And what we're looking at here is when we look at poverty statistics, for instance, on the Federal Census Bureau's website. Under 18, we've got narrow this down. We've got well over 1 in 3 of our youth here at or below poverty level. Oh, you got it. We're prepared. Well, that's taking too long. All right, there we go. And oh, it's connected. All right, so we've got a lot of really interesting characteristics here, such as housing, all that good stuff. But we get back down into income and poverty, we have over twice the rate of the national average of poverty. So we were sitting at 19.4%, right? And our goal here is to uplift the material conditions of all the people here. And so we always start with low-hanging fruit, right? The easiest thing to do is to help the people that need the most help quickly, right? So a lot of times that's going to look like fixing your fence. So like I said, we have the tool library. Every time that something's checked out, we get basically the cheapy version of that tool that you can go buy. That's what they just saved, right? So that all adds up and aggregates here, and this is also available on our website here. We've had 212.26 volunteer labor hours since April 3rd, and at the federal rate of $33.49, that looks like 7,108. Here it is by breakdown, by breakout. That's me right there. I do not get paid. This is a not-for-profit organization. So one of the things I wanted to do is we went ahead and set up an umbrella with your own membership card. This tracks hours, and this tracks your check-in and check-out as well. We built a proprietary system here. It's a really cool application. Let's see if we can get you guys on there. All right. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to a different tab just for a second. All right. Cool. We're all set up. So, we're going to go ahead and say neighbor borrowing. Are we sharing up there? No, we're supposed to be.
You want to just tell it to us so we don't run out of time?
I got it right here.
Mhm.
Should just move the laptop up front. Yeah, that'll work. For some reason, it's not cooperating with me. All right, so. Got it. So this is what our staffers are going to be able to see, right? Give the card back. Go ahead, Chancellor. Right here. That be correct?
With me?
We're going to go ahead and check out some tools. So, for instance, we wanted to borrow circular saw. And so we, there we go. You can buy to borrow circular saw. You can also borrow just about anything you want. Drill. Let's say you're fixing your fence, right? And we can get you hooked up with everything from air compressor, drills, screws, all that good stuff. That's low.
So to rent this or come and check it out or whatever, it's for if you have a home project on your property, or is it you come to work to do something for somebody, or?
Yeah, a lot of the jobs you're gonna need, a lot of trade jobs are gonna need to bring tools on site, right? So for entry level folks, kids get out of high school, or really anybody, if you need to take them on to work, you can do that. If you need to go take the tools home to go fix your fence, or avoid a code violation or something like that, you can do that, right? And it's all free. So you can get everything from pickets for your fence to the screws that you put them in with, hammer drills, you name it. So you just checked all that out.
Heads up, you guys are 4 minutes.
4 minutes? Okay, so I'm gonna grab something for you guys real quick. Because since I put in the request to be here today, a lot has changed. We're moving very fast. And we have updated the things that we need. So most of the stuff that is on the proposal that I sent in has already been taken care of by the community. For instance, I asked for some money to get a barcode system, and we made it ourselves, right? As well. And then, so what's gonna happen is you're gonna get an email in about a week, saying that, you need to bring the tools back.
You better check them tools back in.
Yeah, now there are no late fees, right?
Okay.
Or anything like that, so don't worry too much about it. I know where you're working.
Do you have a current financial statement?
Not honest, but I can get that to you by the end of the day if you like. Actually, you might. Here. So, this is the donations that we've got in, we donated them. Before, audited stuff, it's all tracked through here, here's our expenses. That's when I got my hats, Winter Circle, Shop Local. Website fees mostly, but I can get you an actual statement for this.
Okay, just email it to Julianne.
Yeah. This is something that's really cool. So here's the program that we're running this out of. Now, the thing is, this is not just like a building, it's not just a tool library, right? Because it's a hub, we can run programs like this. For instance, Building Futures, where we work with the counseling center and JPOs to teach kids trades and have them do work for the community, build things for the community, instead of picking up trash on the side of the road. When they have mandated service or something like that. Another thing is we've been working with RB to hopefully get a contract through, so that every quarter we can arm a volunteer labor force. We've proven consistent volunteers, we've proven that we have the capability to do that. But once a quarter, go out and, for eligible community members, remedy the code violations, right? Which would really help with you guys and would help with them. Everybody's happy because the burden is then lifted off of you. And then they're not catching fines or anything for something that they just can't do in the first place, right?
Because we're moving this to be a hub, it also means we can partner with other nonprofits in the area for that volunteer force as well. It won't just be Community Power New Mexico specific, but it can be open to other organizations in Alamogordo and Otero County.
Yeah, this is our neighbor system, so we've got Nakia Sykes, Jacob Justice, Spence Hughes, and then Roy, who I used to test this entire program on this building. He's checked out a lot of tools. But yeah, you guys have any questions? We're here for it.
Do you all do the work, or this is just strictly check out tools for somebody else to do the work?
We can do the work as well. We also have a workshop in there. And you'll see that part of the proposal or the request would be OSHA certification for our staff. Because we want to make sure everybody's safe.
What is the liability if somebody cuts their finger off?
What was it?
What's the liability if somebody cuts their finger off?
Well, there is a waiver process involved with signing up to be a member. You didn't do that part yet, but there's a liability waiver, but also on the request, we're looking for some funding for liability insurance as well. Now, we have proven with the prior requests that we had that we are capable of doing this stuff without the funding. We just really want to partner with you guys. Like I said, we didn't have a barcode system.
And right now you're housed out of the counseling center?
What was that?
You're housed out of the counseling center?
No, we partner with them for the counseling, or for the Building Futures program. So prior to having the space, we would go there every Thursday. And so the kids would come in after school and all that. But now that we have this space, we can bring them to the labor hub.
Where's your space at?
It's 1110 Indiana Avenue. And it's a building that's built in the 1950s on property donated by the city, built by the Lions Club, so to serve as a school for the blind and visually impaired. By the time it was fully constructed, so many people had moved here for that resource that it was too small, and now we have the big one. It's been abandoned for about 20 years, but we're restoring it. St. John's Episcopal Church donated the space to us.
All the data they have is will come in handy if we partner with them to do cleanups on properties where there's, we have people that aren't capable of remedying their code violations due to poverty and age and things like that. Their volunteer hours and coming and helping will enable us to match that with equipment. And hopefully resolve some of these and keep them then managed.
It's really important that, I believe that as a community and as a government, we make sure that we're not punishing people for inability, like disability or being elderly or poor or something like that. And I think this is a very good way that we could both dovetail as the governmental structure as well as the community, and really take care of them. Plus, it'd save you all a lot of paperwork.
There are plenty of people that need some help around the town, I can assure you of that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we consider ourselves not to be the force that's doing it, but we are force multipliers for our community, is the goal here. We want to enable them.
What is your, so I'm assuming when you get your financial statement, it'll say the assets, so your tools, the amount of tools that you have right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
About what is the value of your tools you have in hand right now?
So I believe that we don't have everything inventoried yet. We're still working on it. We're opening on May 1st. We have volunteers coming in there. We actually had a 16-year-old in there learning how to disassemble and clean this particular circular saw safely, obviously. But total value of tools that we have in our inventory, it's looking like $6,116.40 if you were to buy them brand new.
And are you gonna keep it all small tools, or are you gonna go to like those little concrete mixers and, I mean?
We're starting where we are.
Okay.
So, and we've got like 9 circular saws, we've got 8 nail guns, 2 ram sets, 8 power drills, 5 chainsaws, 2 belt sanders, 3 pump sanders, I mean, you name it. Got about
Part of the data we track is how long each particular tool is checked out and the conditions of it. So if we get this running and instead of needing 8 circular saws for a check out in the workshop, we only need 6 or 4, we'll know that we can scale it down, as well as, the opposite if we see high demand that we always have, a nail gun checked out, and we might need to move up inventory on that, we can track that as well.
And how are you gonna handle theft and tools breaking?
Well, they are all donated to us, right? And they're also all maintained and inspected upon being checked back in. We will have volunteer staffers there for that specific purpose. As far as theft goes, there will be requirements for checking out some of our more high-value tools. In fact, the checkout form that I showed you won't let you check out stuff if we don't have certain things like copy of your driver's license, information on where you're going to be using the tool, et cetera. So there is a more in-depth process for that. Now, we didn't see it on yours, but if I had done mine, my membership number, right? I have not taken our safety course, so it wouldn't have let me check out any of those things. Like, it just won't let you even hit next at all. It'll pop up with a warning saying this neighbor needs a safety course, and you got to come back for the safety course, or if it's slow, we can probably do it right then and there. It's about 1,000 square foot space, so we also have a room in there with bookshelves, tables, and some seating so that people can study trade manuals. They can read DIY books to get inspired about a project with their kid, or how to maybe update their home or repair that faucet, and then they can just go and grab the tools that they need and go take care of that. It's something that we're also really proud of because it's the first in the entire nation. There are tool libraries out there. There's only one other one in New Mexico. That's in Santa Fe, and it requires a membership fee. And there's due dates, and not due dates, but there's overdue fines and stuff like that. They don't offer a workshop. They don't offer anything as far as dovetailing with the government. They don't offer educational stuff. But we've not been able to find a single thing that does what we do for free in the entire country. And it's starting right here in Otero.
That's all I got.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Okay, the counseling center?
What about Thrive?
Oh, I skipped over. Sorry, Thrive. I already put a check in the wrong box.
You were sitting back there too quietly.
That might just come in handy when I'm penciling numbers.
We're out of,
Thank you all for.
Thank you.
2025 books aren't in quite yet, so those are last year's. I just wanted to give you the gist of it.
You start whenever
Are you
you're
guys ready
We're
for me?
ready.
I wasn't sure if you were ready for me or not. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff. I know this is such a long day for you guys. I was watching earlier, and it's a long day for you guys. So you are much appreciated. I did turn in a lot of information in my packet, and really not a whole lot has changed from last year. I am going to leave my request at the same dollar amount as it was last year. It really provided a great benefit to Thrive as an organization, and we were able to do the things that we needed to do with that funding, and it's very much appreciated. And we know there are a lot of applicants that are very worthy, and so we wanted to be very mindful of our ask. We do have $21,432.10 that we have not requested yet. I do have those invoices ready, and it will be going out before the deadline, of course, probably within about the next week. One of the things that that Thrive's funding model, we go out to big businesses, small businesses, governmental agencies. The hospital is one of our biggest funders, and we present the nonprofits that are in the paperwork that I gave you. Similar, some of them are different, as I mentioned, that's from 2024. And we really campaign for the other nonprofits in the community. And at that time, we hand out pledge cards, and people can fill out their pledge card and designate dollars to any nonprofit, whether they're in our campaign magazine or not, as long as they are a 501c3 nonprofit, and that we can verify that. Anyone through a workplace campaign can donate their dollars to their designated nonprofit. So some of the nonprofits that we work very closely with are many of the nonprofits that have presented to you guys today. Almost every single one of the nonprofits that came before you guys thus far today also receives grant funding from Thrive. And so the ability for us to be able to utilize the community service grant funding really is instrumental to allow us to continue to do what we do for the nonprofits. Big Brothers Big Sisters, COPE, both in Otero and Lincoln County, Dolly Parton Imagination Library, the Flickinger Center, Children's Music Theater, Kids Inc., Otero Arts, Sacramento Mountain Senior Services, the CASA program, the Counseling Center, Tula Rosa Senior Center, the Alamogordo Senior Center. The list really just goes on and on. I believe that we helped fund in one way or another 26 nonprofits within Alamogordo, Otero County. And we do have a couple in Lincoln County. We really wanted to try to expand to Lincoln County. They have their own community foundation that is very similar, and I tried to go up and visit with them, and I think they felt like it could possibly be competition, and so I'm still exploring those things. One of the things, though, that I'm very proud of is our Day of Caring event, and we worked with RB and all of you all on that day in September to help clean up multiple properties that were far within the county. We had never had the opportunity to
branch that far out into the county. Really, Alamogordo and our mountainous areas were the extent of day of caring. But with RB's help, we were able to clean up a property and identify that property out in Bulls Acres, as well as a couple in Tularosa, I believe.
I think one out near La Luz.
Near La Luz,
yeah,
out that
82,
way.
yeah.
And so the Day of Caring is a big project, and it was really great to work with the county. And we do continue, hope to continue to strengthen that and maybe get some more properties cleaned up. We do pull a huge volunteer base from Holloman for the Day of Caring, and it just is a great project. Applications will be circulating soon for that, so I'll be in touch with you about that. Another one that we're very proud of is the Shop with a Cop program. We were able to have 130 little kiddos go in and shop with officers, everybody from we had Mescalero, we had conservation officers down, we had Border Patrol agents, we had Otero County sheriffs, we had some, of course, Alamogordo Police Department, we had a couple of the folks from security forces. We had some AMR people that joined us this year, the emergency medical response folks, and those little kids just thought it was the coolest thing to get to shop with the ambulance driver. We do, of course, hope to expand that to more than 130 kids. We did increase the dollar amount this last year to $100 from $75. And one of the requirements for the kids was that they had to purchase some kind of clothing. We wanted them to purchase undergarments or a jacket or a pair of pants, shoes, just some kind of clothing, and then they could use that leftover for something fun. In the past, we had noticed, that they just were spending everything on all the fun things. And so we felt that, honestly, if they're coming from the counselors being recommended from the Alamogordo Public Schools counseling offices, it's clear that they have a need. And so we felt that it was important that they get something that could be very useful for them. Yeah. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Julianne, how do you, if it just comes in as administrative expenses, what does that cover? Because usually we're a little bit more direct.
I guess that's for you to explain. A lot of times administrative expenses are salary and benefits for people working within the organization. That is something that we do fund and we have in the past.
Okay, so that's okay with you that it's not more broken down? I mean, you could, a new margarita machine for the break room wouldn't fly, right?
Right, you would still have to submit, copies of receipts, or payroll reports, or whatever it is that you're requesting reimbursement for. So long as it seems legitimate and in line with the services that they provide, it's usually allowable.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have in the past been very good at submitting receipts and things along those lines. So, but the majority of it is for in-house salary, administrative, helping us keep our lights on so that we can keep doing what we're doing.
That's all I have. You have any questions?
No questions.
I'm good.
Okay, all
Okay.
right, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Ellen,
Michelle.
for everything you do.
Now the counseling center.
I'll be in touch, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Kim is not here,
Okay.
but Ms. Galero is. I don't know. Are you with Ms. Galero?
No, I'm at Tularosa Senior Center.
Yeah.
Oh, she's in. No, I look a little native. I'll take it.
Okay, so you're with Tularosa, you said?
Yes.
Okay, well, come on up, because I don't think the other two are here yet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Anna Vigil. I'm the program director for the Tularosa Senior Center. This year, our program is requesting $60,000. That's $20,000 more than we did last year. So our problem that I've seen this year is that we need more for transportation purposes. Our vehicle, it's a wheelchair vehicle. It's the only vehicle in the whole community for anybody wheelchair bound to be able to get to any doctor's appointment, hair appointment, bank, anything like that. And we have seen a lot of struggle this year because our trips for the state, they reimburse per unit. And for other towns, it's very short distances, and for us to get to a doctor, it's 15 miles. To get to a specialist, it's anywhere to 80 to 100 miles. So we're using a lot more of the gas money than other programs see, and the state's having a hard time. So it's kind of a little difficult to explain. So whenever they reimburse, it's per unit. So one-way trip is a unit. So if I take somebody, say, to Walmart, and then home, that's 2 units. But if I'm taking them to Walmart in Alamogordo, back to Tule versus Walmart in a town, it's only the 1 unit, it's not miles. So I'm having a hard time with the distance whenever it comes to transportation. And then also, we only have 7 employees, and I'm having a real hard time pulling somebody out of the workings of the senior center for them to be able to be gone all day to take these people to doctor's appointments and, going to Cruces all day, going to El Paso all day. When we're serving, we used to be serving 35 people a day, now we're up to 70, 75. Our home delivery has grown from 25 people to almost 55 people. So we're growing exponentially, and we need the manpower to be able to support that. So that's the biggest problem that we've been seeing, and of course, my quality of food is always something that I'm really pushing. We've taken a lot of strides. We got a grant last year called the New Mexico Grown Grant. So we get money for fruits, vegetables, meats from right here, local farmers, and I've made it a point to where I find people that are in Otero County to give those funds to, so that we're also enriching not only our seniors, but the county itself. So the quality of food is, as we know, food cost varies, it goes up and down and around, and so just to be able to keep up with that and make sure that we're still giving them the quality that they deserve is something that's very important, that I'm very, very passionate about. And it goes to say, with just our numbers alone, we have people coming from Alamogordo that would rather drive all the way to Tularosa to get our meal than to come, 5 minutes away, which speaks volumes, especially around this, town, this area where there's not a lot of money. And if people are willing to use that gas to go all the way to Tularosa and, come back to Alamo just for a meal, I mean, that speaks volumes. God bless you. We've come very, very far in our 2 years since I've been here. I'm very, very proud of the work that we're doing, and to be able to provide transportation and a good home-cooked from scratch meal to our county members is something that I'm very, very proud of. If it has breading on it, we bread it ourselves. Nothing is frozen, nothing is canned. All of our vegetables are fresh roasted. We have a garden in the back that we've already got it started, and we fill our salad bar up with it. And it's been a wonderful, wonderful journey. Having a good time while we do it too. And also, I'm asking for extra funding and transportation for recreation. We don't have a lot of funding whenever it comes to taking our seniors to the Flickinger Center to go see a show, or to Cruces to go to the mall to take them shopping, or just a day out. They don't get that privilege at all. And prior, COVID days, they did. They used to go to Cloudcroft, they used to go to Las Cruces, to the Inn, to all these places, but now we just don't have the funding for that. And I would like to be able to get them somewhere at least once a quarter. Just somewhere out of Tularosa, let them walk around Las Cruces, take them just anywhere to get them out. I mean, I believe that our seniors in our community deserve that. So that's what I'm using that for, and then also I would like to use it towards administration costs to get myself a transport driver. That's solely for transportation. Cause like I said, there's only 7 of us, 2 cooks, me, my assistant, a program aide, and then I have 2 senior employment drivers that is funded by the state. They do all my delivery for home delivery. And it's so hard to pull one person out to go be gone all day to take anybody anywhere. And that's really what I want, for us to be the only vehicle that could take a wheelchair person anywhere. We're in high demand. Everybody's fighting tooth and nail to get an appointment, and I feel so bad. At this point, I'm taking people on transportations because I just can't say no. So, yeah, but that's what I'm asking my extra funding for this year, so that I can provide somebody to be able to solely take these people on doctor's appointments and transportation visits and stuff like that.
Is Tularosa gonna approve the extra position?
Yes, they already have. I had funding last year from a grant that's not reoccurring. So they had already approved that person from last year, and then it was a stipulation that I asked if I could get the funding, if they would be able to approve it for this year, and they agreed, if I could get the funding. Which I'm like Thrive, I usually get Thrive every year, but you know, we've tripled our budget, so now they say, well, Cope needs it, Boys and Girls Club need it, so now I gotta find it somewhere else. And I'm willing to take any questions if you have any for me.
Did you have a matching program last year?
Yes,
And how much did they match with you?
they matched me up to $80,000.
Any questions? No, you good?
I'm good.
Thank you
Alright,
guys
thank
for
you
your
so
time.
much.
Thank you for all you do for our community. Have a
Thank
wonderful
you.
day.
You too.
Oh, yeah, I would be going to part of those. Have a great day, everybody.
Okay, do we have anybody from the counseling center? Is that you guys? Okay.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Michelle Horrell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the Counseling Center. And with me is Miss Kim Richards, who is our Chief Executive Officer.
You're used to hearing from me. This time Michelle is going to speak. And, you know, just like my predecessor, Jim Perlin, it's time for you to hand off. So I'm here for support, but I'll take questions if you have any.
Here you go, Musa. It's yours. So, we are here with the Counseling Center, who has been providing services in Otero and Lincoln County for about 53 years now. But our main thing is with the CAP program. And our mission for the Counseling Center is to provide quality behavior, social, and support services for families and young people in our community that are just to help them deal with life's challenges. Because we've all got issues that we deal with, and sometimes we just need to learn new skills. So over the last 11 years, you all have graciously funded us, the CAP program and the tutoring program that we have at the center. And it was a partnership where the county approached us 12 years ago and asked if we could come up with something. As you know, that the juvenile justice system has kind of morphed with moving to the Missouri model, which was to have less young people on probation, less young people put in detention, and to use those community resources that we have. And so when the county came to us, it was, what can you come up with? So we came up with this day program called CAP, which is the Community Alternative Placement Program. And what we do is, it started as a way to have eyes on our young people who were adjudicated or pre-adjudicated that were awaiting court, were suspended from school, whatever it may be. Because as many of you know, if you're parents, eyes on your young people, they're more likely to take care of their business than they are if they're left to their own devices. And one of the things that is so important is that consistency in our young people's lives. Because if we can apply consistency as well as guidelines, rules that we know how to function within, we're gonna meet those expectations. And parents are the most important as far as supervision, but to instill and shape those values and those important habits in our young people. But sometimes our parents work, sometimes 1 or 2 jobs. And so they need just some place for our young people to be. With the changes in the juvenile code and all of that, we also partnered with the Alamogordo Public Schools for any of the young people who were being considered for expulsion or long-term, being expelled long-term. And over the last 3 years, we were able, in that partnership, to help young people continue to work on their schoolwork online and to get credit for their work. So even if they're expelled for a year, they're still going to get those credits. We have Miss Wendy Vera, who works with our young people in the CAP program, as well as our tutors who can help if there's any questions or anything like that. From April of 2024 through March of 2025, so this last year, we had 17 young people who were supervised for 100 days in the CAP program, which kept them out of detention, kept them supervised, eyes on, and able to continue with their education. Through the tutoring program, we had 132 student appointments that were attended by 45 different youth for a total of 440 hours of tutoring sessions with Jacob or Spencer, who are our 2 tutors. And they're pretty amazing in how they can explain math and sciences in a way that is understandable and don't make you feel like, oh, I'm never gonna get this. and do some really good work with our young people there. One of the things that is so important for our young people, for any of us that are awake and our eyes are open and we're breathing, there has been an increase in juvenile crime, for the more serious juvenile crime. There has been a decrease, I wrote it down because I thought this was important. There has been a decrease in things like armed robbery, criminal sexual penetration, shooting from a motor vehicle or at a dwelling, and aggravated battery, but there has been an increase in juvenile murder since 2019 in the state of New Mexico. In Otero County, we have had, in the last year, we've had 5 young people lose their lives. And the way that ripples out impacts all of us. And we knew all 5 of them very well from our programs. There has also been a dramatic increase in auto theft for young people under the age of 18 since 2019. And one of the statistics that really just, my heart just was like, juvenile gun crime has increased 57% in the last 2 years. So every 3 days, a young person under the age of 18 is committing a crime with a gun. Predominantly, kids are getting guns on the internet or on apps. There's one app in particular where you can go on and you can have a weapon in about 15 minutes here in Otero County. Wow. Kind of scary. I've got the name. I can give it to you after. I just don't want to broadcast it to everybody. But yeah, it is. We live in a very different world than we grew up here.
Those numbers are statewide. What are the numbers Otero County-wide?
They are very online.
So we have kids on this app here in Alamogordo.
Yes, ma'am.
getting these guns.
I was talking to a kiddo last week, and I was just like, "Can I ask you a question?" And they were like, "Sure." I was like, "How easy is it for you to get a gun?" He's like, "Miss, I can go online and have one in about 10 minutes." And I was like,
I can't even get a gun that easy.
Oh, I know, it takes us 7 days.
Yes. And drugs is even quicker.
Well, and drugs.
Is a whole lot quicker than that.
the increase.
How is that legal? How can they leave that on? I mean,
You have to understand, and I'll butt in, because what we have as a juvenile justice system, for lack of a better word, swung from one pendulum all the way over to the other side. And we struggle as an agency who has worked in the, prior to the Missouri model, which is what the juvenile justice systems across the United States adapted, and are finding that while initially it did decrease the number of kids going from being on probation and going into detention, obviously those numbers look like, but what you have to factor in is the juvenile justice system is very much watered down. And so what would have been a situation for a kid to be on informal or formal probation is now, I mean, we have kids, because we have a juvenile corrections program as well from CYFD that we've had for 28 years. What we've seen is kids coming, being referred to us who are now on formal probation that have 20, almost 30 referrals before they even got into the crimes committed, before they even got referred. And so I'm not saying good or bad, because I have to be careful. But I also know, and we also feel that, you know, there are boundaries that have to be set, and that there needs to be in our juvenile justice system across, not just our state, many other states are dealing with the same thing, where we need to find that good middle spot. We are all the way over here, and what happens is kids get away with lots before anything happens. And largely due to the model, because, you know, trauma impacts kids. We understand that. We all have to be trauma informed. I agree. But the other side of that is trauma is not an excuse. And so while we need to understand as practitioners and individuals who work with and serve kids and families, that is something we have to factor in when working with them and supporting and providing services. But I'm at the point where it's not an excuse. And while nobody wants to hear that, I'm okay with saying it, because I know clinically it's not an excuse. Kids still need natural consequences that we all would get if doing something wrong. And what it does is let kids believe that they can, I got away with that, I got away with that, I got away with that, and here we are with kids having guns in their hands more often and utilizing firearms across. I mean, it is where we are. Understanding, I was telling Michelle earlier, I was like, you know, we know lots of inside stuff because of the work we do that doesn't get out in the community. And it's important for people to understand we're just waiting, because it has to swing back. This is an issue that we all should be concerned about. We have during this Missouri model, the decrease of detention facilities and treatment facilities occurred in New Mexico. There are literally 3 or 4 facilities left.
There's one facility in the state of New Mexico that will take girls 11 to 17, and there are 2 that will take our boys. That's it.
Yeah.
So when they come and say, well, we're going to deny and not accept you, what do we do then? So we're just another option.
The 17 that you have in your program right now, I'm assuming they're there because it's part of their probation, and they've been there for an extended time, or that the average or all you can fit?
Now, what we do is, in order to best be flexible and facilitate, there are the 90 days. We put a cap, because what happens is they're left by the JPOs and oftentimes by the schools. And so in order to make them all pay attention, we've limited, they can come back, but they have to be re-referred none of those kids have been re-referred, they're the same kids through and through. But we're having to negotiate and kind of work through the fact that JPOs in school need to do their job, I'm sorry. You know?
And it's hard because we have a young person right now who just got his 24th referral to the JPO office for some pretty serious stuff. His
So what is
charges
your-
were dismissed.
What is your success rate? If you would think that they're not referring back to you after the 90 days, 100% success, but are they in jail?
Well, it just kind of depends on how they perceive the need for what level of supervision. Obviously, when this program was developed, it wasn't developed for by numbers. It is availability. If indeed 2 minutes from now a crime happens by a kid and there is nowhere to go, where are they going to go? They're going to be referred. So it was never identified in the very beginning, and that was what we negotiated. It is the availability, so if and when things happen, there's a place for kids to go, for them to report, either the courts, the JPO, and now much more because of our system is watered down so much in the juvenile justice system. JPOs don't check on school. School is not
It's no longer on the
a
probation
priority
agreements.
for attendance. It's not on the curfew is no longer, you don't realize how much it has changed. And drug testing is very, very limited. And so what it's done is set it up. We're waiting for the perfect storm, to be honest with you, because it sounds like everybody's figured out, okay, we probably need to do something else in terms of how our juvenile justice system is running, probation. And you have probation officers who are frustrated but won't speak out, and we talk. And we understand, we are contracted by CYFD as well, and so we have to be very careful. But it is important to understand these are kids that we need to be focusing on, and we need to take a closer look at what is working and what isn't working. Just because kids are not on, there's a reduction on the number of kids on probation, doesn't necessarily mean that the crimes are not happening. They know that and we know that. And they aren't tracking, and we were trying to get data, they aren't tracking how many kids are moving directly from juvenile to the adult system. I'm waiting for that number to be able to see.
That was gonna be my next question.
Yeah.
We used to be able to get that number, and it was tracked before we went to the Missouri model. And once we went to this Missouri model, they quit tracking that number.
But I think
we're gonna see that it is not a perfect number, because we have young people who, if we think about our own growing up, our parents would teach us, if you touch that hot stove, you're gonna burn yourself. Well, and if you go ahead and touch it, I'm gonna learn, I'm not touching that again. Right now, that natural and logical consequence for actions and choices is missing. And so we have found that when you put guidelines, when you put boundaries, when you put an expectation there for a young person to meet, 9 times out of 10, they're gonna try their hardest to meet that expectation. But as a whole, what we've done is lower the bar instead of raising the bar. And by school not being a priority, by abiding by curfews and laws not being a priority, we've created a mess. And so this is our community. There are things going on that we know. I'm just gonna say it now, the pill parties are back with our kids. They're going out and they're getting everything out of grandma's medicine cabinet and grandpa's and mom and dad's, and they're going to someone's house and pouring them in a bowl and taking handfuls of pills. And they don't know what they're getting. That's a reality in our community. And it's what people aren't talking about. Kids, young people need to know that, yeah, it's rough being a kid, but if you do certain things, you're gonna make it through this. And so by having this program the importance of education and the importance of abiding by the rules. Even if you may not agree with it, have that civil conversation, not just, I'm gonna show you all. But have that conversation and elevate that bar again so that our kids will rise to meet it instead of lowering that bar, which we've done, which is truly a disservice, not just to our young people and our community, but to our families as a whole.
So the JPO system is not working because they're overwhelmed?
No.
Or
No.
they're just not really caring?
They're restricted by the codes now.
They're doing what they can do.
Happen.
They're not allowed to do what they used to could do.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so we get pushback, because I'm very much old school, and have been, because it worked, to be honest with you. A large part of it, I didn't disagree with the need to make changes and improve, but it's swung so far that we struggle in dealing with the JPO office, because they have to do what they have to do. We don't. We make, we understand that, Johnny probably needs not to be allowed to go there because that's where Johnny gets in trouble. Well, they aren't doing that. They can't do that.
Used to.
They don't even go out and do curfew checks
There's no
anymore.
curfew checks.
After hours. Like Mr. Woodard used to go out all hours of the day, night, and check on kids.
So did we. We used to do a whole lot of things in our JCCP program, but we are also limited by the CYFD contract to do what worked before. So
And you can have a wonderful blend of abiding by the rules and consequences and behavioral health, and when you blend those two together, you help young people with critical thinking, with making better choices and decisions, with being able to say, oh yeah, I'm not doing that again because that was a little painful. And sometimes detention is not a bad thing. Not forever, but there are certain situations where you need a little attitude adjustment. And the teeth of it is what's missing now. It almost feels like we're getting gummed to death.
Yeah. Okay, do you have anything else?
No.
No? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Got a tough job.
Thank you.
May I make a comment real quick? May I make a comment on the counseling center and their program?
We're running so far behind that. Okay, Ms. Calero?
I made it.
I know.
And I was speeding, and then I said to myself, in the old days, I could speed, and if I got a ticket, I used to know the judge.
I know. You kind of don't have that in anymore.
I know, so it's Earth Day, so you guys have gone through a lot of stress, so here's an Earth Day balloon. Thank you.
Oh, my gosh.
Had it to somebody and send it to the back and just keep playing. It's been a stressful, there you go. See, it's a stressful morning for us with all these things, and who doesn't get tired of stuff?
I know.
Uh-oh. That's like when you kick the soccer ball over the fence and somebody has to go get it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, today's Earth Day, so have fun. Thank you. And I'm Cindy Crelo. I work for the Mescalero tribe at the senior center there in Mescalero. And we just gave you a little handout. It's our new one. Kind of updates a little bit of what we've been doing and what services we offer for everybody. But basically, we're an awesome place, I have to tell you. For a community our size, we do a whole lot of
Could you
service.
sit at the mic so the people at home can hear you, or they'll be yelling at us and we can't hear?
But I can't, I hate mics.
You're a walker
I'm a
arounder?
teacher and walk around. So our program is a service program like everybody else that works here. Mostly we service the community. Our age group is 60 and over, and we have a large group of seniors that use our facility and come in for activities every
It is
day.
a really nice facility.
And all the time, yeah. And our facility is I think our facility is pushing a little over 20 years.
And it was through capital outlay funding that we got the money to build that. So we've added to it and upgraded and kept it, but it's a really awesome place. So it's a central location for all of our seniors to gather. Our seniors are called elders because we get confused with seniors in high school. Don't ask me why. But we do. So we serve congregate meals. We do the whole 9 yards service. We do in-house meals, activities, and you can look at our little brochure. And I won't be redundant and repeat because you all are smart. You can read. But it tells you the stuff that we do. Lots of recreation, lots of activities that focus on healthy aging and aging in place. We promote independence and healthy living. So we offer a variety of activities that reinforce those things as we get old, because we all know that it's not easy to get old. It's tough. And before you know it, it sneaks up on you, and then you realize, oh my gosh,
How did this happen?
Yeah, how did this happen? Who is that in the mirror? I don't recognize
Why
you.
is she wearing my clothes?
Exactly. So we do washer and dryer service, recreation, tons of recreation activities, senior Olympics, field trips, travel, education. We collaborate with the county and other groups in our area to come in and provide services that we may not have access to that work really well for us. Our collaboration also includes tribal entities, domestic violence. We do a lot of things on drug prevention and coping skills with children who might be younger in the family who have issues. So we collaborate with the whole 9 yards. Anybody that we can get to help service, that's who we seek out. So it's really positive. We do tons of activities every day. And, we're in a rural area. We're kind of a little far from the city, but we make it work. And that's always been our goal is, we make it work. If somebody gives us $10, we make it work. If you're kind enough to re-up our grant money, we'll make it work, and it all goes to service the elders in our community. We have a few new staff members. For a while, we were getting a few turnovers, with stuff, and now we've got a pretty stable staff, and they're all young. I have to tell you, I'm the oldest one on the staff now. But it's great. It's great to see a new generation coming in and taking the lead, because you're not going to be there forever. So that's pretty much our program. You guys are, I think Vicky's familiar with our program because she's been up several times and hung out with us and seen all the fun we have and all the services we provide. So it's a pretty dynamic program. We have people that stay all day. Our hours changed. We opened at 7 because we have a group of older men that like to come and drink coffee and kind of do the old guy thing and talk. The only thing is that they all need hearing aids, so they sit in there and talk, and we can hear the whole conversation. Oh, we know what they're talking about. So you have to have a sense of humor to get old.
Yeah.
And you have to have guidance and programs that help you transition in that stage, and that's basically what our program does. It helps provide the services that people need. And so our hours are from 7 to 3:30 now, so it gives us a chance to work with the older people that come in the morning and then push it to the afternoon for the bus that we bring in with elders, and then a lot of them will drive in on their own. So by 8:30, 9 o'clock, the place is buzzing already with people, and it is throughout the day. They just don't eat lunch and go home. They hang out and do other things and visit. So it meets that social need really good when you're older. So we really appreciate all the support you guys have given us. And we hope it continues, because we want to collaborate with you as well. And you're all invited to come up anytime, drop in. We're busy all the time, so you can get in on something if you're there.
I share your posts almost daily. You guys do so much.
We have so much
I've often
fun.
said, I want to go up there,
It's
but I didn't know I was
fun.
allowed to come up.
Yeah, you need to come up and
yes.
come up and have lunch with us. And, we just had our Easter egg hunt and party, and it was only like 45 degrees outside with wind. But, we get it done, and they had a blast, and it was wonderful. So we're always busy doing something.
I'm looking on your financial statements,
Mhm.
and obviously it's all of Muscaleros, and it looks like they only give you $145,000.
For the financial statement, was that through,
This is the Muscalero. the entire Muscalero financial statement. I can only find
Oh,
one line.
yeah, that's probably,
It
that's
just
probably not
says-
complete, that's probably not complete, it's
It
missing
says
something.
elderly, is that how you guys are?
Yeah, we're elderly, maybe, is that capital outlay? Maybe, because we did get money from capital outlay to purchase new vehicles.
It looks like the department's budget schedule.
Okay, that's probably it, yeah.
I'll-
Yeah, we don't have a lot of funding going, we funded through IAAA, which is Native American Senior Centers, and the federal also, with 2 grants. So we overlap the grants, so when one is going out, we overlap the next one to take us through the whole year.
And
So,
what are those grants valued at?
oh, I don't recall the numbers exactly, yeah.
50 or 150?
Oh, they're substantial enough to help us, and that primary money goes to meals. Because if you know, senior centers, the main thing that has to happen through the Older Americans Act is to service with 1 good meal a day for them. So that primarily goes to meals and service for food. Because food is not cheap, as y'all know, so.
So then this is just the tribe's budget, it doesn't show.
It doesn't
the
show,
grant
it doesn't
income.
show our grants, no, it does not show our grants, no. So we do really well with what we have, you know, and it's not a lot, and it all depends on how much we're allocated. But like I said, the majority of the funding does go to serve meals, and then we stretch it out. I'm a good recycler, I can stretch out anything to make it work, so we make it work, yeah.
Okay.
And the director probably has those numbers, I'm not the number cruncher, but she can probably get those to you if you want to see them. But I don't mess with her stuff, she doesn't mess with mine.
Anything else?
Nope, that's all I got.
Anything else,
Okay,
guys?
Thank you.
Hey.
How's your mama doing?
She's doing great.
Tell her I said
I
hi.
will, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Have a
bye.
safe trip back.
You too.
Bye, thanks for the balloon.
Yeah, don't speak.
Yeah, don't speed. We've got some really good deputies. Don't speed. We have some good deputies, don't speed.
I know you.
They've been, yeah.
I know that you.
Yeah.
Vicky said, don't give me a ticket. Gerald said, come see me.
Yeah.
Use Vicky's name.
Yeah,
Okay,
all right. Bye-bye, thank you. Okay, Otero Film Office. No, I'm looking for 217.
Have some handouts for you, just flip those and.
Thank you.
That
Thank
way,
you.
if there's anything that you want to refer to later, you've got a copy of it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I've got to get my copy out. Good afternoon, honorable staff of the county and the county commissioners. So glad to be able to have a chance to come and talk to you about the Otero County Film Office and everything that has happened at the end of the year update. As you know, I've been over at the Chamber of Commerce just over a year now, and that has been a great move. And this was the commission update that I did back in February, but we renewed the application, the sanction of the film liaison at that time, and I didn't present it, but I'm going to present it now. Otero County Film Office operates under State of New Mexico EDD as part of the New Mexico Film Office's statewide liaison network. The office has always been sanctioned by the county and housed in various locations. But since late October, the office returned to its original space at the Chamber of Commerce in October 31st of 2023. Jared gives me a hard time. I started with them on Halloween. So, the long-term goals for growth in the Otero County film industry give you some examples of what we did to increase the number of film projects in 2024. 15 projects were registered, and that is almost by half, a 50% increase from the year before. A Slim Chance with Raven Crow Entertainment, Native Origins with the Chickasaw Nation, Tex-Mex Motors, Netflix series, Preparation for the Next Life out of New York City, I'll Be Gone in June out of Germany, Summer Machine, George Martin, that was filmed downtown with Good West Productions. Good West Productions producer is actually Stephen Graham, who is now the director of the New Mexico Film Office. They were in our offices last April and May to do Summer Machine. So The Lost Bus with Apple TV that was filmed with cooperation over with Ruidoso in Lincoln County. The New Mexico Outdoor Date Night TV, which they're trying to get on PBS right now as a second showing. They did New Mexico Outdoors section for the tourism department, and they want to show that on PBS. Small Town Spotlight, Alamogordo from Sachin Productions and KTSM TV in El Paso came, interviewed the mayor up at the Space Museum, and spent a whole day with us. And then the NM True commercials that the city commissioned in cooperative marketing with the state of New Mexico, and I was actually in those commercials, some of them. And then Bielspiegel out of Germany, Hello Out There out of New York City, Stay in the Race podcast with our local podcaster, LaTanya Boyce. We were on that particular podcast. And then Sky Valley was a science fiction full-length feature film that Anthony Padone with Padone LLC did. So those are your 15 for this year. And then the economic impact for the New Mexico Film Office, we've been through this. Did this at the anniversary presentation for those of you that are there. But I think the one on the right is the most updated of all. 3.8 billion in economic output in New Mexico for film. Our film workers below the line are now making about $36 an hour when they work for film. Our production growth went up to 109 projects in New Mexico, and we had 15 of those qualified projects. Quality productions, 9.7 million in our state. 66 million in rural spend. Mescalero, Ruidoso, and Otero County were a part of that. Committed film partners, you have 828 Studios, you have Netflix, and you have NBC Universal that have signed a 10-year agreement with the state to spend no less than $3.25 billion in the state guaranteed in the next 10 years in the film industry. And then our average tax credit, when we talk about the incentives, we offer up to 40% for filming in outlying areas that have no studios like us, that do location filmmaking. But the average tax credit amount that has been claimed on that 40% has been 18%. So we're not paying out in incentives as much as we're offering because a lot of people aren't applying for them or they don't need them in order to make their motion picture here. So New Mexico crew was the biggest crew base between the two coasts. It's 80% of our productions are staffed by New Mexico crew, and that is growing because we are actively training people. Our return on investment, every dollar spent in your community will be respent up to 8 times within the community and that's film dollars coming in. Because once they pay someone for lodging, for working on the film, they turn around, buy gas, groceries, pay their babysitter, and so on. Pay for their kids' activities at school. It gets spent back in our community up to 8 times. So those are the statistics that mean a lot to Otero County. In 2024, the Film Office executed these functions. We had an 18-year anniversary event that was open to the public in June. We founded an Actor Spotlight social events that we're now doing quarterly, and those are also open to the public. Training workbooks were made. I researched and got tips and training materials for local film actors and production assistants. Now, when they say they want to sign up to be a production assistant and be considered for film work, I give them a notebook and tell them to study this manual. It's the Universal Production Assistant Manual. It's the courses that I have taken, and another course from Alton Walpole, who is a principal in the New Mexico film industry and trained most of the award-winning PAs. And they take that home and they read it so that they're prepared to go on set before they ever step foot on set. Military retirees, I've got 2 more coming, but I've got one that's in her last year at Holloman. We're doing a skills bridge for her with Las Cruces Studios so she can transition straight from military service into the film industry. She's already worked on 3 movies. And then I gave 3 PowerPoint presentations to different organizations on film. I served on 2 high school advisory film boards for the Perkins Grant, not only for Alamogordo, but also for Lovington. And then I attended 3 New Mexico Film Office Zoom meetings with the state director and attended 2 Zoom meetings with New Mexico Film Foundation, who is developing above-the-line directors and producers that are New Mexicans to make films here in their home state. 20 location inquiries and 20 live scouts with pictures. Department of Defense military permits with 3 scouts. And then news releases, articles, and casting calls, 18 of those were done. Real Reels is a monthly column with the Alamogordo News that I'm doing. I attended 3 commission meetings, attended 3 meetings with City of Alamogordo to work on tourism and film with them. Reports, 8 chamber board reports and 10 to the bigger meetings. Brochure design assistance for Studio 47 with their realtor. We actually inserted a QR code where they could get more business out to Studio 47. Archived 55 news articles for Research Film Museum, 3 film projects in collaboration with the Ruidoso Film Office, Exit Protocol, The Lost Bus, and Santa's Cousin. Attended the premiere for Santa's Cousin and designed and commissioned a shadow box display for the purpose of archiving the history of the New Mexico film industry in Otero County. $1,000 in the CS grant for the expenses, and it kept up with that, and didn't quite use all of it, but most of it. I think it was like $994, but really close. Then a pictorial picture of the Sands Theater and George Martin for the Summer Machine. There is a clip, if you would like to watch it, on the next slide for the clip of the month. Don't know if it'll play for us here, but we can try it and see if you'd like to see the Chickasaw Nation heritage film. I think it's down at the bottom here, possibly. Well, if it's not going to play, come by my office, I'll play it for you there. So it's been really easy to get it to play. I've played it several times. I even put it on thumb drive and played it the other day. Okay, additional film office goals. Next slide, please. Inform and train a local film workforce. In order for jobs to be readily available in film here in Otero County, there needs to be a trained workforce ready and available to work when film comes to our area. That's why I've created contact lists of people willing to work on films, took classes, researched and compiled the training booklets, found information tips to give to background actors, how they do answer a casting call, how they can self-film an audition. We've holding the networking events for actor spotlight socials so that this workforce can meet each other, learn from each other, recommend each other to the local film projects. And our first spotlight social, the attendance was 18. The second one, there were 32 local workers at the event, and I'm looking for more than that this Friday at the second one of the second quarter. We provide information and casting calls to the local workforce. Some of the film archives on the next slide, some of the things, there's the new display case that's 4x4 to start archiving the first decade of film in New Mexico in 1911 here in Otero County. An Emmy donation for the museum that one of our actors brought in. It's not an official Emmy, but it's one of the ones that wasn't destroyed, that was left over from service. So he actually brought it in. You can almost barely pick it up. And then a gaming display that I intend to have for the White Sands Museum of Film History to include digital gaming as in the film industry world. We have a digital gaming company, Ganymede Games, that has gone in over at Las Cruces. The next slide, archive the local film industry history. We archived 55 items, got the display. Film tourism could benefit Otero County and bring in more visitors to spend money in Otero County and to increase county lodger's tax revenue. A film museum would bring in film enthusiasts. A film location map of public locations for film would be worth exploring for Otero County to publicize its film history. And then the last thing, I'm right on time.
You are.
Is a thank you to the county commission and the administration. Thank you so much for your support and for considering this CS grant to offset the cost of office supplies, events, education, travel, and training operations so that the office can continue to serve the local Otero County film industry and provide economic development to those businesses and workers who benefit from the film industry. With respects, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're doing a great job. I'm glad you're in the chamber.
Do you guys have any questions for me?
I don't. I think you answered them all.
Well, I know I shotgun information like an encyclopedia, so.
Well, there you go. Okay, thank you, Jan.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate your consideration.
Does anybody need to take a break, or are we good?
Yeah, take one real quick.
Real quick, okay, we're gonna take like 5 minutes max.
I did, I looked at it.
Okay.
How much is it?
I know she is. That should work. That should work. So.
Well, and I was on the radio with Nadia yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I was like telling her.
Just felt like
You better be
that.
ready to go. Yeah. Hands me get the really out of break. But, yeah, it's been a busy day over there. We had a lot of visitors coming in. If the windows just stayed open, you know, tourism information.
Some classes were 960 and some were 990.
Commissioners, before they get started, you probably know, but if you don't, Claudia, the president, or?
Yes.
Yeah, the president, Claudia, was recognized nationally among all the main streets and put us on the map for doing awesome things.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
You stole it, RB. I was going to use it as a moment to make her embarrassed, because she's very embarrassed that she won the award. So good afternoon, commissioners and staff. For the record, my name is Nolan Ojeda. I'm the Executive Director of Alamogordo Main Street. This is David Scott. He is our Executive Coordinator. We appreciate the opportunity to come and share with you our project idea. Thank you for sitting for this entire day to hear all of us come talk to you. I know every time I hear new ideas, I'm exhausted, so I can just imagine how you guys are feeling this afternoon. So while she pulls that up, I just want to give you guys a little update on kind of where the grant opportunity is at for the businesses downtown. We have held 2 out of 4 classes so far. We had 10 registered businesses come and participate. Our first class was AI, Intro to AI for Businesses, so particularly. Well, if you need any help, we had Javier Casillas from LiveWell actually come and do the presentation, and he has a plethora of knowledge on AI. So if you want to learn anything, he is a great resource right here in our community for it.
He's going to be sorry you gave his name out.
And then the second one was how to leverage collaborations and partnerships as a district to better enhance business vitality. So they were really great. We had great feedback, and we're excited. The next 2 classes will be held next Sunday, and once that is complete, we will be accepting the applications for the grant funds, and we're going to do a quick turnaround on those. If the participants that have registered do all 4 classes right now, they're looking at a grant amount for attending all 4 at around $6,400 per business is what they will receive. And they are very grateful to you.
That's good.
So thank you. All righty. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So the ask is we're seeking support to launch the Alamo Venture Academy, or AVA, food truck accelerator. This includes the purchase of a fully equipped food truck and funding for a part-time coordinator to run the program. The first round, we learned that it is quite an undertaking to support these potential business owners. As you guys know, we did launch 3 brick and mortar businesses from our initial cohort for the accelerator, our first run that you guys supported us through. As we focus more on the food industry, it is much more complicated, much more regulated, and so we will have to spend a lot of time equipping folks to run a food style business. This is designed to help local entrepreneurs get into the food business. This will help us expand food options for the community, and it'll bring more energy and activity to our downtown. The goal is simple: help people who dream of starting a food business but don't have the resources or the knowledge to take that first step. This will give them access to a fully equipped food truck, hands-on support, and the opportunity to test their concept in a real-world scenario. It is one of the best ways to provide a practical, low-barrier way to grow small businesses and bring more foot traffic. Looking ahead, this program also supports our long-term vision of revitalizing vacant spaces through this accelerator program. When we work with property owners to activate the empty storefronts, the cost of installing the commercial kitchen is often, it's impossible for us to achieve. But with this food truck in the future, we gain like a mobile kitchen model, right? And so the idea would be we could do hybrid models. So we could support both retail businesses or food model businesses, because they could cook the food in the approved commercial kitchen and they could serve it in a revitalized building downtown that is currently vacant. Next slide. All right, the unique opportunity we kind of stumbled upon by accident. The Salimoni Chile truck is for sale. The asking price is currently $55,000. We have had extensive conversations with the owner, Rick, about what is included in the truck. We like this option because He's already passed state inspections, and it actually comes with a plethora of stuff that we wouldn't get if we were to order this custom, like a food trailer. Number one, it's a whole truck, so it drives, so it is mobile. If we got the trailer, it'd be a little more difficult. Any participants, if they wanted to move the trailer to participate in events during the rotation, they would have to have a truck to haul it. It also comes with about $32,000 of extra stuff that's included. So refrigeration equipment, the generators included. He even has catering gear that he's selling with the food truck. He's got the fully approved fire suppression system, even tables and chairs. Even the starting cookware that he used when he operated the food truck, he's willing to include if he sells it to Alamogordo Main Street. What's really interesting is that he was actually part of our first accelerator process. So it's really exciting. During our graduation celebration, he actually helped two of the folks that were in our program cook out of his food truck, and so people got to sample their meals. As part of buying the food truck from him, he is willing to come back to Alamogordo, teach the participants, do a full walkthrough and training on how the truck operates, and provide real-world best practices that they'll need to be successful. All right, we can go to the next one. So the program we're proposing it'll be a little bit longer in the classroom compared to what we did the first time, specifically because food industry is much more regulated than if you're just having a boutique, right? So 10 to 12 weeks of classwork, 2 days a week. Each class will be approximately 2 hours. Topics will include required licensing, permits. Obviously, we'll run them through the basics of how do you build your business model, how do you handle your finances, how do you market, how do you understand your customer base. That's where customer surveys come in discovery surveys come in really important. We would have 3 rotations through the truck. Each rotation would be 3 months. Some of the things we will provide would be startup consumables, so that would be to-go plates, silverware, some of those basic items, receipt paper, stuff like that. As they work in the food truck, though, it is their responsibility to restock themselves. So we'll give them the first round, and then from there on out, they're responsible for ordering replacement cups, dishes, silverware, food. We'll help them hook up with a wholesaler for the food. Unfortunately, many of these wholesalers will only deliver to commercial addresses, and so they would order the food through us because we have the commercial address, because they won't deliver to a residential address. As part of the buy-in for them, they do have to provide us monthly P&Ls, so we know how well their business is doing, and they will tithe back to us 3% of their total revenue for the month so that we can feed that back into the program. It also helps them learn that even though they're getting this for free right now, it won't be free forever. And it helps teach them how to deal with the fact that they have to prepare for spending. Can go ahead and go to the next one. Trying to go fast for you guys. I know you're tired. All right, the timeline. So it will take a while to get our curriculum up and going. So July through December will be us talking to, obviously, I don't know how to run a food truck, so we have to bring in a lot of subject matter experts to build this curriculum. We'll hold classes from January through March, and then we will have the 3-month rotations that will run from April through December. So we can't do this alone. We can't do anything alone. And so what we have right now is we're going to rope in some of the partners we used from the first time we went through this process. So obviously that's SBDC, Learn New Mexico, and we always utilize the free consultants we have access to through New Mexico Main Street. Expected outcomes, 3 to 5 entrepreneurs will at least be trained and capable of launching their own businesses if possible. We hope to launch at least 1 operational food business, whether they operate solely as a pop-up, they go buy their own food trailer, anything like that, or even better, if they can get in a brick and mortar. All the money they make will obviously affect GRT. One of the big things we're selfishly excited about is this gives us an opportunity to bring food options that aren't currently here. So for example, during our first one, 2 of our businesses, one was a totally vegan menu, and the other one was Nigerian food. She was from Nigeria. She cooked traditional Nigerian food. We got to sample their foods there, and it was incredible. All the dishes were incredible. So obviously, we would park the truck downtown full-time. They would be required to operate it on a regular basis, so that would help us increase foot traffic into our area, especially post-construction when the street is back open. And the idea would be that we would potentially be creating new entrepreneurs that could then hire either family members, friends, whatever, to also work the food truck and give them an opportunity to make some money themselves. All right, next one. I am not going to read all of that, but this is a list of our current projects we're working on. Many will roll into the next fiscal year. We have a track record of being very successful at some of these economic development projects that we've undertaken. The reason we have this up here is primarily to show you that we know $80,000 is a lot to ask for. We feel it in our bones, but the reason we're trying to show you this year and next year is because the reality is we have to have the capacity to run this program well. Much of what we learned in our first rotation through an accelerator was that the businesses, they really need a lot of support as they learn how to open their business, run their business. They have a lot of questions, and we kind of failed them a little bit there, and all just to be really honest with you. So we got them up and running, and then we kind of dropped the ball because then we were running to the next project. So our goal would be to have someone that this is their primary focus. They might help a little here and there with other things with the organization, but their primary focus would be to run this accelerator so that we do it well and we do it right. So if you go to the next slide, it'll show you our projected work plan for the next fiscal year. We were selected to host the New Mexico Main Street Institute, which is a pretty big deal. It'll bring about 100 people from all over the state into our area. The other reason this one's really exciting is this is the 40th anniversary of New Mexico Main Street existing, so just keep an eye out. We'll be sending you guys information on that as we solidify it a little bit better, but we're going to have a big party, I believe, at the zoo to celebrate that New Mexico Main Street's been around for 40 years. So this one's a special one. This one's a little different than the rest. Obviously, we have a bunch of other stuff going on. I am more than happy to answer any questions you guys have on any of the things listed in our projects. No problem. All right, last one. So just to reiterate, we are seeking funding to purchase the food truck, launch the Accelerator program, and fund a part-time position. With your support, I think we could really make an impact here. We could bring a lot of different options for food into our area, and we could bridge the gap for people that are struggling to achieve their entrepreneurial dreams. This is a unique opportunity that isn't offered in many communities, especially not ones as small as ours. And I think that it really speaks to what makes us successful in our community is that we partner, we don't give handouts to people, but instead we try to equip them to fish for themselves so that then they can move on and feed themselves in the future. Thank you for your consideration. Any questions?
Maintenance of the truck.
So maintenance of the truck, we obviously, the plan is to take that 3% and shove it back into our idea. The other idea we had was, depending on how successful it is and interest, we might have the capacity to rent the truck out at a fee. So if there's a special event or something and someone wants to go cook in the food truck, we could rent that out. But we have to flesh that out a little bit more in terms of capacity.
If I remember right, that's on a Chevy chassis and it has just a 350 engine.
I don't remember.
So what happens if the person you're loaning the truck to takes it up to 80, up to Cloudcroft and they blow the engine?
I don't know.
Well, you're just
I guess I'll
Just
tow it
give it
back
over
with my
to-
truck. I guess I'll call the arm and we just want your toe, not your arm and your leg to tow it back down here. I mean, the reality is probably most of the maintenance will be done by me and the other bald guy sitting next to me. The other thing, Salimoni Chile is an option. We think it's a beautiful option because he was part of the original cohort. He brings us subject matter expert that is interesting to have as part of this entire experience. We have looked at other options. Unfortunately, what we have found is that if we go with other options, even if we go with a custom-built food trailer, we can get the basic kitchen equipment, but it doesn't, and it will come to about $60,000 to $70,000. And it does not include things like refrigerators, fire suppression system, vent hoods, things like that. So, you know, everything's going up in cost. And the other folks we have reached out to that we have found listing food trucks for sale, oftentimes the money we would have to put into the food truck to get it up and running pushes it far past the 50-ish thousand price point for us. Either they don't run, or we have to pour a bunch of money into a fire suppression system so they can pass inspection. It is a big investment to get a food truck or a food trailer.
Any questions?
No, I'm good. When are they gonna finish your street over there?
November.
I bet you
Guaranteed?
never asked.
Hmm?
I bet you're never asked that.
Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure I should just have a sign on my chest that says, we're gonna be done in November. The good news is, just for public record, they are ahead of schedule. They've started pouring the, I just blanked on what it's called. Help me. Curb and drain. Curb and drain. They've already started pouring the curb and drain. They probably will have sidewalks poured at the end of May for the entire 900 block. So they're moving fast, real fast.
Well, they definitely haven't had any rain to mess them up, so.
And this is probably the first summer I'm ever gonna pray that it doesn't rain.
Pray for rain in the mountains.
Yeah.
Isn't there a lot more funding options here? Like, can you go through the workforce solutions for job training, or go through the Small Business Association on the Hill to get some funding or something to also support, rather than just the 5 you have listed here?
The 5 I have, you're talking about partners?
The funding sources.
So unfortunately, Workforce Solution, we can't purchase, they have told me, they can help supplement paying for workforce, but they can't really help us supplement creating like a food truck for them. We're not really allowed to, they can't provide us money to do things like buy the food truck.
What about the training part of it?
Yes, but that probably won't cost us anything, given our current program design. The SBDC provides the location for us for free. We have partners that are willing to come in and speak as subject matter experts for us for free, so that really doesn't cost us anything. It's primarily the money will be spent on the food truck itself, the initial consumables that we provide, and the staffer to run it.
How many food trucks do we have in Alamogordo?
I have no idea. A lot.
Mm-hmm.
A lot.
Is this essentially in competition with them?
It would. Yep.
Have we found a niche of something we don't have in Alamogordo that we could bring in?
I could say what we don't need.
Tacos?
Yeah, we have plenty of burrito and taco trucks, and decent amount of hamburger trucks. And enough barbecue trucks too,
So, apologize. We have discussed that, and part of it in the training and the curriculum development would be discussing with them how to be successful in competition with other parts. That's part of the curriculum. So how do they set themselves apart from others? And when we go from there, we then have to leave it up to them to determine how they can set themselves apart with our guidance and our training. And so that's where we would implement that. Through guidance and training, we would give them those tools and resources to be able to make those decisions and determine whether or not, as a Mexican restaurant, will I do better? Or should we go with something like Nigerian or something else that we don't have that would create much more revenue?
And I get that. I'm just kind of worried about the existing food trucks that have already gone through the school of hard knocks to get where they are, that without the government handout, and so this is almost unfair. I agree with business development and all of that, but is there something that we're not going to be supporting that is not competitive with the current businesses?
Yeah, and we faced that, we faced that in the first one, obviously. We had people that were upset that, you know, this coffee shop got an opportunity that they didn't, or, and I don't think that because the opportunity wasn't there before, that should negate the value of creating the opportunity now, if we can, to help people. The reality is we are a hungry economic environment. People are hungry for different options, not just in food, in entertainment, and everything. We are a hungry community, all of Otero. And this is an opportunity for us to raise up assets that currently exist in our community that haven't gotten the help that they need to be an asset to our community. They're here already. These are our neighbors. These are our citizens. And it's really great. And what I've experienced is most of the people that have come before them and they didn't get this help, they value that the people coming behind them get to. And they're actually excited to try to reach backwards and help us bring them up to the same space as them. We have a few people, right? I mean, you get on our watch group on Facebook and you know there's always the negative Nancys that are out there to
On that
talk.
page for that reason.
But for the most part, what we hear from other established business owners with this program is that they are excited to turn around and say, I didn't have someone to come in and speak to me and teach me best practices. I have figured it all out the hard way. Let me bring my experience and expertise to help bring these people forward with us.
Would you allow the current food truck owners to be able to attend your classes? for
100%.
free, so that it's not a competitive environment?
It will be open to everyone for free, anyone who's interested.
As long as the venue allows enough space, it's open to everyone, the whole town. So we will take as many people as we can.
And the idea here isn't just to launch businesses downtown. I mean, that's obviously our mission, right, is we're here to revitalize downtown. But even from our last cohort, we have one business that launched downtown and we have two that are in Granada Shopping Center. But them launching and having their businesses, it benefits the entire community. So we're happy we're ecstatic if they do it in town, but we are very happy and proud even if they don't do it downtown, if they do it somewhere else in the community.
Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. And you got David to talk. Good job.
You did good. Sacramento Senior.
Sacramento Mountain Senior.
Yes, it just says Sacramento Senior. It's on my list, but I know who you are.
So I'll be sure on.
The right one.
Yes. Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chris Burton, and I'm the new Executive Director for Sacramento Mountain Senior Center. And I'm happy to be here today. I've been in my position for about 2 months, and I've been learning some of the people that I work with down here, and it's a really good relationship. And
Good.
I'm happy to have established that. I'm going to start out by sharing a little information about our last year and kind of bring things down to the last quarter. As you may be aware, we provide home-delivered meals, homemaker services, congregate meals, chore services, transportation, and assisted transportation to seniors in rural Otero County. We provided 10,814 home-delivered meals in 2024. I wanted to show you a picture of a couple of our wonderful volunteers.
The best kind.
Oh my gosh, how cute.
Their grandmother is one of our volunteers, and she delivers meals in high rolls, and she took her grandkids out with her to help deliver the meals with her, and now these kids color pictures and send them with her to take out to the people. So that was a cute little story, I thought. For homebound people within 1 hour of the senior center, We provide fresh, hot meals Monday through Friday. We provide frozen meals to Tiburon, Weed, Sacramento, Pinon, La Luz, and La Brisita Canyon. Our homemakers provided 423 services in 2024, and we provided 191 chore services. Congregate meals are provided at our Cloudcroft and High Rolls locations for people who can get out. We provided 8,155 of those meals in 2024. Since closing our Mayhill Center, we provide rides for the people from Mayhill to come to Cloudcroft and eat lunch, for the ones who are able to get out. Transportation and assisted transportation are provided for people who need to get to a doctor's appointment, grocery shop, and things like that. Our drivers also pick up prescriptions, packages from the post office, and different things like that, and take them to the people's homes who are homebound. The assisted trips are when the driver needs to stay with the senior. If they have to come to town for something and they're not real steady on their feet, then the driver will stay with them. Our drivers made 1,368 trips in 2024. Beyond these services, we worked with non-metro AAA case manager, and were able to provide a new trailer for a lady who is up in the High Rolls area, and her home had a leaky roof, and her house just had mold everywhere. And so we worked with the case manager, and she's going to have a brand new trailer delivered to her in the next week. So she's all excited about that. All of our services are free. We only suggest donations, $3 for the meals and $5 for transportation or homemaker services or chores. The grant we received from Otero County last fiscal year was $155,000. I'm asking to increase that by $5,000 this year to $160,000 because of the way the food prices have gone up, the fluctuating gas prices, and we've had quite a bit of vehicle repair this year. We just spent $3,000 last week on our food truck. And so unexpected things that come along, like our hot water heater that had to be replaced, and now our ice machine is broken. So it's just a lot of things like that that we're working to try to keep going so that we're providing decent and healthy meals for everybody. So during the last quarter, our average cost for congregate meals was $15.06. We served 2,043 people. And our average home-delivered meals were $14.93 for 2,568 individuals. We're also hoping to expand our services this year. We serve almost 600 square miles of Otero County, but there's a lot of people that are not being reached at all, and I plan this year to do some research to find out if we'll need to have a satellite area, maybe to reach some in the southern area, or what we can do, because after we get out so far, the meals aren't healthy for people to be away that long. So we do frozen meals and things like that, but we just need to look at what we're going to do, if we're going to have a satellite place, or if we can go ahead and take more frozen meals out to those people. So as we look at expanding that, I guess I'll be back asking for more money next year. But anyway, I just want to thank you for listening to me, and that's my presentation today.
Your building that's the one in High Rolls, correct?
We have two buildings. We have a building in High Rolls and one in Cloudcroft.
Which one was the one that the ice maker and the water heater went out?
Well, we stole the ice maker from Mayhill when we closed that and took it to High Rolls, and now the one in Cloudcroft is the one that just died. So we have to buy ice every day now.
on the water heater, if that was the high rolls one,
The water heater would be fixed, but I have a question about Mayhill because appliances being removed from one of our buildings to another one, we kind of have to know about. Because as far as I know, they're still utilizing that facility for community events and such. But if a water heater goes out in high rolls, that's on us.
On the county? Yeah, the
Okay.
water heater was in Cloudcroft.
Oh, okay, that's in Cloudcroft, okay.
Yes, and the only thing that we had purchased in Mayhill was the ice maker. And it had never been out of the box, so we took it from there and put it in high rolls.
Anything? Nope. Is that it?
that's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Now we have Weed Community Center.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm John Bell. Most of you all know me, so anyway, been working on the community center for a while. We were asking to, on the grant that we were approved for last year, we haven't spent some of those funds, and they asked me what we need to fix. And one of the big problems is we still have those leaks been going on for like, this is between 2 and 3 years now in the big building. And we're gonna wind up having, we're gonna have some problems. It's gonna create some problems if we don't. We'll wind up with mold, another problem. So that needs to be fixed. The last time we had the community meeting, I think we were told that they could replace the whole roof for like $250,000. We don't have the leaks that I'm aware of. They're all on the west side of the building, kind of right over what is Weed Mart, the hallway, the kitchen, the bathrooms, kind of that whole west side area is where nearly all those leaks are. And I had a guy come build a barn for me in Pinon. He's out of Seminole, Texas, but I had Klaus Peters was his name, and he came and he told me he thought he could repair the leaks for $4,000. And I think we got to get that done. We can't wait on a whole roof repair. I mean, that's fine, but I don't think we need the $250,000 for that part right now. My priority is to get the existing roof fixed. Y'all have come in and sealed it. Most of it's okay. I think it's going on, we looked the other day again, and it's probably going around some of the vent pipes, like throughout bathrooms, kitchen type stuff. And so we've looked at what it would take, and he said he thought he could do that for $4,000. So that's where I'd like to use part of that. I've got a women's toilet in the women's restroom in the old gym that's cracked or something. Anyway, I got a bid on that for like $800. And Steve Stone, that's been a plumber for a long time, said he could get that and get the new one put in there. So that would be part of what we do. We want to eventually upgrade those restrooms in the old gym because they're not handicapped accessible. So when we have Bluegrass Festival, we just had a funeral Saturday. There we had Hollis Munson, you probably know the Munson family, passed away. He had moved from there to Oklahoma, but he was buried at Avis. Then we had the family come in and use the gym for meals. And it's just that those bathrooms don't have quite enough doors for handicap, like for wheelchairs and stuff in and out. So that needs to be done, but that's not, we don't have enough money to touch that right now. So it'll just be when we can. Also, we're talking about upgrading and trying to get Wi-Fi. We have very weak Wi-Fi service right now. It goes to the fire station, and we boosted the signal over to the building. We can kind of get it in one end of the building in that upper parking lot. And that was done because for kids doing the homeschool stuff, especially during the shutdown a couple of years ago. So now have, there's a couple options. One is the new satellite stuff. That would be an option to upgrade that. We've talked about that, but we haven't gotten anything done. And then I met with PVT. Mitch Hibbert asked me to come over last Thursday. I met with them, and they're about to go ahead and run fiber all across. They're going up James Canyon, and then they're going to go to Sacramento. I think it'll be later in the fall when they come to Weed. They've already replaced poles on my place there, but they don't have it all in yet. But and they haven't strung all the wire yet, so they've got to do that. But that will probably happen this fall. So I think we'll need to figure out what is the best plan in moving forward there. Some of the places have already kind of tried to use the satellite stuff, and I think it's good in some ways. Mitch says that even that is dependent on having fiber available everywhere, and so that's about to happen. I know I don't have it at my house. I was trying to use the computer to do some stuff for our church camp that's up close to Loudcroft. We didn't have fast enough speed. I couldn't change stuff. I couldn't get on and do stuff. I had to explain to them. A guy asked me to run a speed test, and I did. And I said, "But that's just too slow." Well, I'm slow. I'm sorry. But anyway, I guess that the new fiber will accelerate that, and so maybe that'll be something in the fall as we go into next year. But anyway, I think the question today that I'm aware of is for the budget for the current year finishing, go ahead, and I'd like to be authorized to at least use Gloss or somebody if we can spend some money to get those leaks fixed. I think that's the biggest priority, and that toilet, I need to get that toilet replaced right away. I think there's only about $4,000 that's left in that budget from last year.
Yeah, I think about, no, it's about, Weed is 42, isn't it?
Yeah, like 40.
About, or 43.
Yes, that's the right number, so I'd like to be able to just go ahead and utilize that to get those two things fixed. Steve said he could get that fixed. I want it fixed before we have the next Bluegrass Festival, and that roof needs to be fixed as soon as possible.
Pamela, would that roof not fall under buildings and grounds? Would that need
It
to?
does, and Eric
know that we
actually
paid
brought to
like
the
a-
commission meeting the cost of the roof replacement.
Yeah.
And if I recall, our conversations were, because we were currently looking at applying for those grants at Wuhan, Heinrich,
Yes.
which Pablo was directed to apply for those funds, because Eric does not have that money. But patches,
He got a separate quote for the patches.
and I don't have that. I have the full.
The one that you told us about when you came to Weed was like $250,000, and I figured that'd be a
Right.
long way. This would just be a temporary, we're not gonna
To
replace the
save
roof
their
for
equipment
this.
while we go through the
Right.
government
Yeah.
bureaucracy.
If that other thing happens, I'm not gonna hold my breath waiting on that $4 million grant.
I hold my
That's
breath every day and
50,000.
nothing ever happens.
And it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
I'm holding my breath waiting on rain.
You and
We
me
need
both.
rain bad.
The full replacement was $250, but the patching was $50,000.
And I don't recall that being authorized by the board.
I don't think we put it on there.
But what do we have to do to see if this guy's certified in order to patch it for $4,000?
He would have to provide a quote, he'd have to provide vendor information form, W-9, I mean, and we'd have to have, depending on cost, more than one quote, I mean, there's a process there.
If we.
If
we
it's under
pay for it.
4,000 or right at 4,000, you don't, you
Yeah,
can,
that's if we pay for it.
yeah.
If they pay for it with the money that has already been provided for a grant, then I still want to know about it.
Yeah, don't tell Eric.
He builds barns all over West Texas, and he's come to Carlsbad, he's come up, he built a place on Cox Canyon over there, just off the Penasco. I think that is 1470. He built a barn dominium for a guy there, and he's the one that recommended him. He's had him build other stuff down in Carlsbad. He worked up there. So,
We can talk about it, that later.
Okay.
Let's get that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, we just
priority.
need to get it stopped, we need to get the leak stopped now, until we get the bigger picture is great, that'll be great, but
And what about that commode that needs to be fixed, that toilet?
it's cracked, and
Yeah, we'll
we've
tell
not
Eric
been able
that
to do
that's
it,
on
so,
us.
Okay,
okay,
I've mentioned that for 2 years.
yeah.
Every time I go to weed and I see it, and I come down and I mention it, and I guess it still hasn't not fixed.
There's three toilets on the women's side, and we've got that one shut off, because if I leave it on there, I'm gonna have leaks and water running, and the water bill goes up.
Need to address those roof leaks before
Yes.
June or so too.
Yeah. And we're praying that it's gonna rain, so we wanna do it before the rain comes.
for sure. Okay, anything else? No. Anything?
No.
Okay, I think that's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now you got a long drive home.
We'll make it happen. Thank you for letting me come down.
Thank you, John. You too. Okay, Presbyterian Services. Hello. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ernesto Gutierrez. I'm the new Southern Region Director for Presbyterian Medical Services. I believe previous here, my predecessor was Mr. Rex Wilson. I spoke with you all last time, and we also had another administrator by the name of Renee Salgado. So we had a lot of changes given retirements, and I'd like to introduce Carla Hernandez. She is our new administrator over the Chaparral Medical Center. And today's ask was continued support for behavioral health services needed in Chaparral for Otero County residents. So I would like to allow Carla to spend some time talking about the program and some of the services that we offer in regards to behavioral health.
Hello, thank you for your time.
Hello.
And I would like to start by first saying thank you and for all of the support you've given us in the past. And then also to let you know about the services we offer. We included in the packet, we are right now offering behavioral health therapy, which those include behavioral health assessments, individual therapy, group therapy, and crisis. Right now, we are very lucky. We have one in-person therapist, that is very rare nowadays. We're also providing management treatment for all the patients, and that is done through our nurse practitioner, psychiatrist nurse practitioner. And one thing that is fairly new that we're implementing is the comprehensive community support services. That is a challenge right now. We are in the process of recruiting a CSW, but for the time being, we're utilizing a CSW from Alamogordo to travel to Chaparral to provide those services. Are you guys familiar with that service? No?
If I may elaborate. So, CSW, our term, is a community support worker. What comprehensive community support services is an example would be an individual who's experiencing severe anxiety or depression that's impacting their daily life. It could be child, adolescent, adult. A therapist will help them understand why they are having anxiety. What was the trauma? But in order to deal with that anxiety, we have a community support worker who works with them out in the field in situations. It could be at their home, or it could be at an appropriate place like a grocery store where they're feeling that anxiety, and teach them coping skills. So the goal behind that is to help them do for themselves and not us do for them. They also provide resource linkage for individuals, connect them with other agencies and programs that we need to better their quality of life. And as Carla had mentioned, that is a position we're currently recruiting for, but we're fortunate that we've built a robust program here in Alamogordo, where actually referred to as the Large Red Building on Indian Wells. And we have great staff there and want to take care of Otero County residents and have agreed to commute and travel there to meet the needs of that community while we're recruiting. Please.
And then we have heard from local leaders that behavioral health is a necessity in the community. Actually, one of our home health services reached out to us and asked if we can provide behavioral health services for their clients, their staff. They support a lot of patients that are going through the APA's cases, so they need additional support, and we've been providing that to them. Also, in the past, the detention center has reached out for us to provide their staff for medical care, and then also now behavioral health services. So far, we are probably the only local provider that provides behavioral health services. One local provider recently closed, and the other provider is limiting themselves to the high school. So we are pretty much the only provider in town providing behavioral health services. So we really appreciate your support.
If I may, some of the challenges, and we can understand, as we discuss with other agencies that we like to collaborate with, is the recruitment of staff. It is very difficult for individuals to want to move to Chaparral, even trying to pull from El Paso. A lot of behavioral health professionals now want remote services. We do have that option available, and we do utilize that. However, we notice that the need and the want of our clients is more face-to-face, so they can establish that connection. So, but currently we are offering virtual services as well, in addition to the in-person. And the other agency that Carla was mentioning is similar to ours, and unfortunately they have reduced the amount of behavioral health services, focusing more just now on medical, because they're limited on staffing, and that is going to be only at the local high school.
Okay, I don't think I've got any questions. Do you? Any questions? Okay, I just think we're good.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. High Rolls Water.
Hello, I'm Guy Ross.
How are you?
Good.
I see you at the store.
I'm at the store.
Okay.
That's right, it's on the last, we stuck at the back here.
Goes back to this one that she gave us this morning.
Yep.
That one.
Yep. Got it. Okay, you can go ahead and start. We're just getting our paperwork organized here.
Okay, yeah, I'm Guy Ross. I'm trying to get our help with the water in High Rose on the north side of the highway. I've got it broken up into stages. It's about 3 miles of water line. Gonna go with 6-inch water line off the tanks up on Car Canyon. And we're trying to add fire hydrants and just improve the water system that's there.
You have those price here.
The first mile is gonna run about 180.
Do you have those estimates? Or
Do what?
do you have those estimates?
I don't have them with me. I've got estimates from Morson's and
So what are you asking for?
180. I thought I'd put it on there.
Yeah, it's not on here. I was looking
Yeah,
for
it's
it.
just got 0 on here.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you were just coming down to visit.
Yeah, it's like,
It,
Approved.
yeah, yeah.
the first mile is about 180,000.
So you're asking for 180, period.
Yep, yes, ma'am.
But don't they normally have to show estimates and all that?
I can bring those, I mean,
You know, we'd probably need some estimates and stuff.
Definitely need estimates, and I don't know what else was missing in the packets.
And then doesn't this,
Financial statements.
fire hydrants should be on emergency services funding or something, grant availability?
Grants possibly could
Yeah.
fall on ODS because that's not county property and we don't do fire hydrants. So it's usually a grant of some sort, and then a water association that pays for the water that, and fire departments too have fire hydrants, but of course they utilize and pay for that water that is supplied to that hydrant.
Have you looked into the grants?
no, I'm working at different sources, trying to get money.
Now, we have a lot of water associations. Have you reached out to some of the others to see how they manage to fund that?
The Haynes Canyon just redid part of their water line on the upper part of Haynes Canyon, but I hadn't talked to he hadn't got back to me on what they're doing up there.
And I know that Tiburon Water, they get a lot of grants as well. And of course, they offset some of those costs with dues from users. I don't know, do you collect dues from users on the system?
They get dues.
Okay. So you do have some revenue.
You know, right now they're replacing all the water meters through the whole High Rolls area on the south side of the highway.
Have you talked to Jay Dark? He does our water up in Haynes Canyon.
And Richard McGinnis is the one that I've been talking to, and I'm not sure who exactly he's talking to up there.
Okay, I could get you Jay's information and he might could help too with some, he kind of ramrods our water association. Might could help.
Scott from the village of Cloudcroft took over High Rolls Water this year. And then one of the ladies that was doing the finance side of it, she passed away. So it's a mess right now as far as they're trying to get reorganized and get back on track.
Okay. All right, well, send us those estimates and stuff that you have so that we can put it with this paperwork
Okay.
and we'll see what we can find out.
And some other funding options too.
Mhm.
Because I know that is definitely 100% funded. I don't think there's even a match for installation of fire hydrants, especially in high rolls.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's my main goal. I'd like to see them add another water tank up on Carr Canyon. But that's another project in itself. If we could add another 50,000 gallons of water up there.
So you said you do charge for water use?
They do charge water.
How many services do you, how many customers do you serve?
I don't know how many there are. I'd have to check.
So this project is strictly on the north side of 82
Yes, sir.
in High Roll area? Like
Yeah.
Cottage, all in that area, or?
Right now, the main fire station, we put 3 11,000 gallon water tanks. And then we're putting a hydrant at the station. So we'll have 33,000 gallons of water at the station. That's gonna be hooked to a hydrant. It's not tied to the system, so it has to be manually filled. But it's quick access to water. And then there's a water tank down by the Lions Club. And I'm thinking it's 15,000 gallons. And then there's a hydrant there, it's just a gravity-fed hydrant. It's actually tied to the water, but whenever we try to fill the water from the water association, everybody down on Ranger Road loses water.
Yeah.
Because the line, time it gets down to that end of the road's too small.
So what else do we need? We need the quotes and,
I don't know if anybody handed you financial statements, but revenues and.
Yeah, we got that.
funds and sources, I mean, those things.
yeah.
And then there was something that, they have a 501(c), but there was a glitch after the secretary died, or the treasurer died, that the new treasurer is trying to fix something on it, but it's in, I guess, the IRS's hands right now.
We'll need that too, right, before we can do anything.
But they do have one, it's just, I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that. I just found out yesterday on that.
Okay. Yeah, we'll need that to get straightened out, get a copy of that and the quote, right? Do we need anything else?
Not that I can think of right now, but I know how to get a hold of that.
Okay, okay. Just make sure you get us that 501(c)(3) when you get it and the quote,
Okay?
okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you at the grocery store.
So I have
That's it.
questions. For the ones that didn't come. The rural book mobile, I can't remember why we fund them. Obviously, they go rural and distribute books,
They
but,
deliver the buses up to these communities, where people can check out books on a bus, and they come by every so often.
but that's state funded, right?
Mostly, yeah.
So what do we
always,
contribute?
For whatever reason, fund them just a little bit.
I mean, if they didn't have that funding, would they not go to the mountains, or what's the?
I don't know, and I don't know if they,
I don't think they have,
I don't believe so. I know that last year they didn't request any funding at all. I think there was a new supervisor. Zachary McNellis has been there for a while, and I asked him last year if they were gonna be submitting an application. He said no, but they did submit one for this year, and unfortunately, he is out of town this week, and he's located up in Tucumcari, and there wasn't anyone else that could come down. It's a very small amount they usually ask for, and it hasn't increased since I've been here. It's like $1,050.
Just to purchase more materials.
which is books, I think that's all they
Yeah.
do is purchase books with it.
And then the public
He did
library.
provide some circulation information. It should be included in that second book that has all the financial statements. There should be a page that has some information from him.
Yeah, it's in here.
So the search and rescue, they're no longer
I
exist.
was in contact with, I guess, a new person there with the search and rescue, and she was gonna try and get me some information, and she never got it back to me. And I tried to inquire about it again, and I didn't receive a response. So, I know that they've been having some changeover in their staff and everything, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on with them.
How often do they go to the rural areas and they serve what, Weed and Pinon and Mayhill? But how often? I have questions. Okay. And then the library, the Alamogordo Library? They didn't-
She, was sick, Kim Underwood, and she was gonna prepare a statement, but I never heard back from her. She did tell me she was at urgent care because laryngitis and bronchitis, so maybe she's not feeling well.
That's everything in it. So we've got,
And Boundary Line is, we're not renewing?
oh, I wanted to do that. You wanted to do that?
It doesn't show that we're,
I don't know if we put I mean, who needs to put that request in for boundary line?
It doesn't matter who submits it, as long as it's still the information.
Okay. I'll tell them to resubmit that. Okay, so do we need to move on to number 2? You guys ready? And then we can talk some more about this if we need to.
I've got all my notes for whenever we're ready to talk.
Okay.
Our next budget meeting is May 1st, so maybe we can plan to make decisions on these then.
Okay.
What,
Made my decision.
is it in the morning on May 1st?
I believe it's at 9 a.m.
Okay, good, because we've got the state board coming to Alamogordo for our board meeting on the 1st and 2nd of May, but in the morning.
Salaries, any capital outlay questions left hanging out. It'll be.
It'll take a while. Okay.
What do we got going on the first? Okay, I know we have a budget meeting, but what else?
The New Mexico State Board's coming here for our meeting, the 1st and 2nd of May.
Oh, okay.
But I think in the morning I'll be okay.
I can do the first, but nothing on the second.
Okay. All right, so number 2, request approval to schedule and advertise a public hearing to discuss ordinance number 25-05 industrial revenue bonds.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Chris Muirhead with the Model Reform and Bond Council to the county. Nice to see you again. Just wanted to give you an update on, as you recall, I think it was in February, that you all did the inducement resolution related to the industrial revenue bond project for the solar, the expansion of the solar facility in southern Otero County with NextEra Solar. They had done phase 1 and phase 2. This is phase 3 to address, I think, Commissioner Barella had raised, just was there competition for this or kind of how, what was going on? They actually, I talked to them afterwards, they have the lease for that entire area when they did phase 1 with the idea of always moving out to phase 3 or phase 4. So there isn't another company that can come in. It is their continuation of their project is what they're saying. So they do have that leasehold interest in that, and they're just finalizing that last phase in the battery storage facility. The documents are coming along. We've been negotiating with that. This would be for a meeting in 2 weeks. I'm happy to meet with all of you individually or however you want to do to go through the lease to make sure you're all very comfortable with it before we would come back on the 8th, or however you'd like to do it, but this is to put it on there. The company is ready to move forward just because the project is at that point, and I think just in terms of trade issues and international trade issues, they'd like to move sooner rather than later to get that done. But that said, it is ripe for your consideration in 2 weeks if you'd like to do that.
So what would be the purpose of doing it individually?
None. There would be just if you have questions. So yeah, that was just an offer. If you wanted me to sit down with you to make sure you're 100% comfortable with it, I'm happy to meet with you. I'm also happy to talk about it on the 8th in a public meeting and say, here's what everything is, which we would do anyway. It's a fair question, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Nothing about that was meant to be like, oh, let's keep it in the dark. Absolutely would go through everything in the public meeting as well. It would just be if you have questions before the 8th, happy to talk to you. I'm your lawyer, as is obviously RB. Just want to make sure you have that opportunity if you wanted to, but the entirety of the deal would be discussed in full on the 8th for your consideration.
I have questions about industrial bonds.
Don't look at me.
I have answers,
Okay.
God willing.
In the public hearing, you're asking for how much of our bonding capacity?
0. So these industrial revenue bonds don't have any impact on the county's credit or any impact on your ability to issue general obligation bonds should you want to do that. If you want to issue revenue bonds with gross receipts tax pledges or enterprise fund pledges, this bond has no impact on the county's finances. It is entirely a mechanism statutorily created at the state level that is used throughout the state, and you guys have done it yourselves, to incentivize companies and provide economic benefit to companies to bring in this case, renewable energy projects to the county or expand their existing renewable energy projects. Could be manufacturing, they do those all, different parts of the state. Could be, like the city of Albuquerque, many different things come through that they do, but it has no impact at all on your borrowing ability, your credit. This is entirely a mechanism to get property tax benefit for, and gross receipts tax or compensating tax benefit for the company. But it does not, no matter what happens with the project, would not impact the county at all, nor does the county at any point ever have any obligation on a payment of this bond. It is entirely a private responsibility, the company's responsibility, and not on the county. The county is facilitating the benefit for this company to provide this solar project in Otero County.
And that's all through El Paso Electric? Who's the electricity gonna go back to?
I think at the meeting we were in a couple months ago, that was correct. But they will be here. I actually just today, I didn't know if they want to be here or not, so I was just wanted to be here myself just to make sure you all were clear and answer your questions. They will be here on the 8th as well to answer any and all questions from their company side of it and the actual project.
If I remember correctly, it was a really small percentage that we would get on GRTs, or?
It's built
Yes.
payment in lieu of taxes on the current project. I want to say the total amount is 400 and something thousand per year, and 250-ish goes to the schools, and we get the other.
Yeah. So under the statute, the statute requires that the school districts in the county share in a payment in lieu of taxes that the company pays, and that calculation is based on school district where the project is situated is 50%, then the other 50% is allocated based on the other school districts in the county and student enrollment. And that is all done through a formula and determined so that the school districts are made whole, and then the county's payment in lieu of taxes so that the county is also compensated for the industrial revenue. But that money that you're getting is just general fund money. It does not need to be tied to economic development, does not need to be tied to any payment of anything else. It is entirely revenues that would go into your general budgeting.
So 50% of that money is gonna go to the Gaston School District, which there's only one school in Otero County, in the Gaston, which
Yeah.
is the elementary school.
But I'm assuming it'd go to the entire Gadsden district, which is mostly in Doñana.
Yeah, so we would look at that before, that's an excellent point. I was just kind of saying what the statute says. That is an excellent point where you have just one basically random elementary school coming in there. So let us take a look at that. And we will be consistent with what is done in the past, but we'll make sure that we know exactly what that number is on the 8th. But that's an interesting point, that it is way south, right on the border.
Yeah, it was, Otero County gives, help me out here, 1 point something million, isn't it?
Almost 1.9 million.
Yeah.
To Gadsden's.
To Gaston already for one school, and which is, that's a lot. That's not representing Otero County.
And is that, I'm sorry, Commissioner, is that tied to the other?
That would be out of the property taxes. is
Okay.
what
Yeah.
happens, yes.
Okay.
That's why I was saying we already give a
Yes.
large amount to that, to just throw them another big bone,
Yeah.
and our little school only gets a little.
So very fair point. We'll have to do what the statute says, but let's actually look at it based on what you're telling me today, and so that we know exactly what those numbers are, and if there's a way to, how we might look at that. But
I'm
Go ahead,
trying to
Commissioner.
remember, so this industrial bond request was 200 million?
285.
285 million. And so why don't we, if this is where the county is not responsible for anything, then why don't we just do everything on industrial bonds?
Well, you're giving, if I may, Commissioner, Chair, and Commissioner, so generally what you want is a project that is tying to benefit in some respects to the county, whether that's bringing in increased employment, a manufacturer, or other idea of a, large industry coming in to increase employment opportunities that the county would benefit, or here, a social policy, if you want to call it that, where it's a renewable energy project that provides benefit to the community at large. Because the company is getting the property tax break on the real property and the personal property, that has lost revenues to all the taxing entities. So you wouldn't want to do it on a broad thing. It would be, you're looking to do it on a, specific, limited basis so that you're not giving away all your taxing authority. That's the idea. And here, again, it's just in a global sense, not so much to Nextera, but certainly in the IRB Act, the Industrial Revenue Bond Act, and the state statute and the policy, the idea of incentivizing renewable energy sources is what is driving this.
It does backfire sometimes, and it's not really consequential, but it doesn't pan out. We have one from, like 2014, that was, for a mine, that never got up and running. So it just, it wasn't negative for us, but we're not getting the money either, so.
And if I may add, thank you, Attorney Nichols. On that, the lease does have provisions. If it's not working, if it's not meeting what the county anticipated this to be, if the project doesn't develop, if it's not developed as well you expected, you would just unwind it. You would just unwind the bond and terminate the lease, and that property goes back on the tax rolls, and the company's fully obligated to do that. There is a term on the bond, and that's what that is. The company's back on the tax rolls to pay for this property as well. So that you are not, once you do this, just at the mercy. No, there's protections for the county in the lease agreement, should they not meet their expectations.
That land is, that's state land, BLM land that it's being built on?
I don't know. I think RB may have known before talking about that. On the land, last time we were down here, were we talking about if was that state land near it, or?
I believe it's on state land.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's out near border on it.
Well, where it's at is just below the prisons, right above Chaparral. You're talking about the solar facility.
Mhm.
Yeah, right above Chaparral, the last subdivision Colquitt did, and right below the water tank on the other side of the prison. It's where it's at.
Yeah, that is state land.
So, excuse me, Madam Chair, Commissioners, from a property tax perspective, it's not producing any property tax. What they're benefiting from is the gross receipts tax on the initial acquisition of the $285 million worth of property, and then the personal property tax on that equipment depreciating over the term of the bond. They are getting that, but they're paying the county a payment in lieu of taxes over that loss, so that the county basically is made whole on that.
Okay, so we need to schedule a meeting then?
I think it's scheduled, wouldn't it?
Well, so to address that,
I think
and
we're
thanks
gonna do
again
it on
to
the next meeting, aren't we?
Let us know you want to run the regular meeting at 9:05.
So the 9th, I mean the 8th.
The 8th, right.
Okay.
Yeah. So the next meeting date?
And that's the commission meeting, right? Yeah.
And the company will be here, and they can answer all your questions. I certainly will answer all your questions. We'll have all the terms of the lease to discuss in a public meeting so that everybody knows exactly what's going on. And again, our role is to protect you, to make sure that that lease is fully buttoned down, which we do. And so happy to answer any questions. Sort of go back to my first point. In the next 2 weeks, as you're thinking about this, any of you, feel free to let us know, and we'll happy to have a conversation.
If you can try to figure out about that school district
Yes,
distribution
we'll have that
before.
down. Yes, we'll have that before the 8th.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely, because that does seem wonky if that were the outcome. So, let's find out.
That it? Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for
Thank you.
answering all those questions from last time.
Oh, absolutely. No, that's what we're here for. Happy to do it. All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, does anyone have anything else?
We're not allowed to talk about anything else, right?
Not really. Pardon? I'm sorry, I didn't.
We can't hear you. To adjourn? Oh, I'll make a motion to approve the special meeting to be held on May 8th at 9:05.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, with that, we are adjourned.
Okay. I met him today. I'm excited.
I was wondering.
Could be worse, I guess.
I'm excited.